Thanks for your patience, everyone. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Thanks for your patience.
And okay.
We would like to call this meeting to order on Saturday, October 7th of 2023 for our final day of A&B and A&S Grand Camp. I'd like to call for the invocation by our A&S chaplain, Sister Bert. Sister, Madam Grand Executive Janice Jackson. We'll wait just a moment to see if Madam Grand Executive Sister Janice Jackson is available. And if not, if we could have Brother Grand Emeritus Sasha Sobolov on standby. What a wonderful day it would be to have either or both of those open us up today.
So we did not see Janice, but Sasha is available.
Nafchish, good morning. Thank you for being with us. We would love for you to open us this morning.
The key on cow. The key on cow. The key on cow. Goodness cheese. Goodness cheese. Goodness cheese. We are so blessed to have you standing beside us this day, and would ask that as we walk amongst ourselves, we know that you are in our spirit and that you are guiding us through each and every step, so that, as our ancestors would say, we will allow the grass and moss to flourish beneath your feet so that you can walk protected amongst the land that we so are richly blessed. We ask, oh, the Kion Kao, oh, Creator, that there are families who are in need. There are some of our families who are represented here at this gathering of the Grand Camp of A&B and A&S, that you would comfort their heart, comfort their spirit, and uplift them in their time of sorrow. And also there are some amongst us who are joyous for birthdays and anniversaries and celebrations of the clans and families. And the Kion Kao, we are so blessed to have that love shared amongst us. May each and every family represented, either physically present or on this electronic Zoom meeting, we ask that your spirit and hand of protection be above all of us, so that we may be cared for, so that the work of your wondrous love can take place. For we ask these things and many more, that you would bless us and bless us. And even when we don't, we ask you would bless us. For this is what we do. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Chief Grand President Emeritus Sasha Sobolov. It's an honor to hear your words this morning as we gather. For those of us that are virtual, or for those of us that are gathering together, I hope that if you are virtual, you're in your house with your family, and that your children and your loved ones can also hear this message. I hope that if you're gathered with your camp, that you're gathered together as a family, as your camp, so that you can help each other hear this message and understand the strength. This morning, I wanted to speak just a few minutes about something that's been happening throughout the world, and something that's been so monumental for so many communities. This year, in the beginning of June, they started the Hokalea, the Journey for Earth. They started this journey, and it was based upon ancestral teachings and wisdoms. And learning a little bit more about that journey, and being a part of the very first leg As an individual, I was able to ride the Hokulea from my grandfather's homeland in Yakutat, all the way down through Latuya Bay, into Gustavus and into my grandmother's homeland of Huna. Being aboard, it made me think about many things. And one of the things I thought about was this organization and the strength behind this organization. It made me remember just how wonderful things have been throughout the years when the rest of the world was in adverse situations. It made me remember that sometimes the most simplistic ways of supporting each other mean the most. Being able to see our families, being able to understand how these relatives and family members from Hawaii traveled so far just to have a heritage journey. It was a wonderful thing to see, but probably the most wonderful thing to see was it was all powered by individuals that worked together as a family. Their goal was to go through and strengthen relationships, strengthen their future generations of navigators. But what Uncle Nainoa said that was something that has always stuck with me is he said, you do not have to be aboard a boat to be a navigator. You do not have to be aboard a boat to be a navigator. Being able to navigate the worlds that we live in, being able to bring all of our ancestors that have navigated these waters for time immemorial and moving forward is something that I wanted to bring and to share. It's an amazing thing to be able to see different communities welcome this voyage. As it's come into different communities, each indigenous family members have greeted them upon the shores. One thing that I thought was an amazing thing was that Yakutat, the very first leg, greeted the Hokulea on the shores of their homeland, which was the first canoe that they had greeted in over 100 years. It was the first canoe that traveled those waters that were unknown through Latuya Bay, where our people have stories of tragedies and overcome amazing things. And I share that because what a wonderful feeling it is to know that we've overcome things like the COVID years that we weren't able to gather, to know that we've overcome things that our ancestors probably thought was never going to happen. When you look back in the history, you see things that have come and caused grief to us, smallpox and diseases, even those things that have taken our children at ages young as 5 and taken them to places to try and take the things that make them whole. You look now in our languages and our songs and our dance and our cultures and our ways of being are being taught as often as they can. And we're doing everything that we can to become whole. So I share that today because I feel like the connection that we have as being the oldest, most long-standing indigenous civil rights organization in the world, that we are the rudder, that we are able to help to make these powerful turns in waters that are coming towards us. And I give each and every one of you the charge to use your paddle in your local communities, to make a difference and to stand together. At this time, while we're reflecting on grabbing our paddles, we'd like to call for a test vote to establish the quorum in lieu of the roll call. Dots, I'd ask that you establish my test vote at Heather Powell to help establish quorum.
Absolutely. So this is Michael from Dots. I'm gonna go ahead with our first vote of the day here. This is the vote to establish quorum. So please navigate to your voting platform. We've put links in the chat. We've also put support information in the chat. So if you're having any issues reaching that ballot or accessing your credentials, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. The easiest way to do so is in the Zoom chat. So yeah, once again, if there's any issues at all, please don't hesitate to reach out. And we'll put a timer up there for maybe 3 minutes. Since this is our last day, most people have gotten the hang of it, but we want to make sure that everyone has sufficient time to get their vote in. So thank you very much, and we'll be with you shortly.
And good change to Dots this morning. I want you to know as you're establishing your votes for quorum, that our grand officers were up at 6 a.m. texting Dots to make sure that they were having a good morning and to thank them and to appreciate them for their work. And it's a little bit like, if you were sitting in this room with us, you'd feel a little bit like you have the Wizard of Oz right in your presence. We're not exactly sure all of the things that are happening, but they're wonderful. So whatever's happening in this cheese.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the kind words. We're happy to be a part of it.
It was 10 o'clock their time.
I had already had lots of coffee.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
The chair recognizes Sister Paulette.
Madam Chair, good morning and good morning to everybody today. I just wanted to take a moment and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your powerful and strong words yesterday. They were from yesterday, but they were fully present in our heart and they inspired us into tomorrow. Goodness cheese, your grandmothers and your grandfathers live inside of you and would be so very, 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 very proud of you. And you're doing really good this morning. We love you.
Ms. Chief saying thank you. It's very wonderful to be sitting in this room. The only difference I am noticing is that I can't see everybody. So thankfully, most of you, I can recognize your voice. Ms. Chief, thank you.
So Elias, can you fix it so we can see the full gallery?
I can't because of
Yeah, you can.
on.
And just a quick message again from Dots as we approach that 1 minute mark. If anyone's having any issues at all voting, please reach out to us. We're able to hold the vote open. Even if you have a problem at the last few seconds, please just reach out to us. We want to make sure that everyone gets their vote in. All right, thank you, everyone. The vote for quorum is now closed. We're going to go ahead and send that information through the back channel for the credentialing, and we'll get that to the parties very shortly. Thank you.
Ms. Chief, thank you, Dots. Looks like we have a total of 40 that have voted. This morning, I'd like to have folks in local camps, if you have announcements that you'd like to make, please be sure and raise your hand. here from Grand Camp, we would like to make the announcement of, just a reminder, you know, there are some important dates that are coming up. And Monday is actually Indigenous Peoples' Day. And that day was established. There used to be some kind of day, I'm not exactly sure what it was, had something to do with somebody named Chris. But that day is now Indigenous Peoples' Day. And that day is a day that is celebrated through the proclamation from the White House in 2021. So I encourage folks to look into that, to think of ways that you could celebrate that day. That would be an amazing thing. All right, I see Sister Mona, Camp 70, with her hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make an announcement for those that are in town and are in Juneau. And there is a exhibit that just opened up at the Juneau Douglas City Museum. And it used to be our old library, not the State Museum, but our community museum. And the exhibit is called Maga Cuento, and it's Tagalog for stories of history. And it goes from October 6th through November 22nd. And it's a history of Filipinos in Alaska and highlighting those in Juneau that were pioneers and established their lives here and got married here and had kids here. So it's really interesting. It's free. There is no charge, but they do ask for a donation. And I believe the hours are, or the days of the week are, they're closed Sunday and Monday. So it's Tuesday through Saturday at 10 to 4 p.m. So anyways, I just wanted to make that announcement. I've been involved with that, and several of our ANS Camp 70 members were interviewed for that. Andrea Caesar, Marcelo Quinto, myself. So we've been involved in that as a camp as well. So I just wanted to make that announcement. Thank you.
Chish, thank you for sharing that. What a wonderful piece of Juneau history and community. Chish, for sharing that. Next, we'd like to recognize ANS Camp 2, Sister Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Juneau ANS Camp 2, and we'd like to remind everybody and all of our grand officers that are here in town that there's some really special things coming up over today and over the weekend. And these are really significant. This is a really significant event that is going to be happening. It's 3 events, and it's for the healing from the 1963 racist closure of Reverend Dr. Walter Sobolov's Memorial Presbyterian Church. At 1:30 p.m. today, Saturday, October 7th, down at the Juneau Fire Hall on Glacier Avenue, there is going to be a commemoration of memorial for the Presbyterian Church and an unveiling of a sign at the site where the former Memorial Presbyterian Church was on Sunday at 11 a.m. at the Northern Lights. And I apologize, I can't pronounce the Tlingit name for the church. There's the actual service of acknowledgement and the apology coming from the Presbyterian Church. So this is a really big movement, as you were stating in your speech this morning about the movement across the nation and across the world, and to come together and to receive an apology from a church organization is a really powerful gesture, and it takes courage from them. And I hope that people who are here in Juneau will be able to take a moment to attend to that. And there is an 11:30 a.m. lunch on Monday on Indigenous Peoples Day down at the Elizabeth Pratovich Hall. These are, I'll include the picture of the flyer. I think I can, or I'll email it to the Grand Secretary. This is a real huge movement, and I had the privilege of meeting one of the dignitaries of their I apologize, I don't know Methodist terminology in regards to their roles, but it was really, really powerful to meet him and to listen to their cause and their intent of what they are doing. So Ganesh Chish for that announcement. Thank you.
Ganesh Chish. Grand President Emeritus Sasha Sobolov, I would like to invite if there's anything in addition you would like to share about this very, very important event. Okay. All right. While we're waiting to see if he has any additional information to share, I'd like to recognize A&B Grand Camp First Vice President Paul Johnson.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. As a representative of Camp 87 Anchorage, a couple announcements. October 14th, A&B ANS Camp 87, sorry, morning moment, is having its first annual statewide civil rights conference to be held at the Embassy Suites. That conference is actually free. There is a banquet and a native comedy show after, which does require payment. Also, I've been asked by the executive director of the Alaska Native Heritage Center to remind everybody on October 22nd, Alaska Native Heritage Center is hosting the boarding school healing totem pole raising. It's also a Dina Aina and a Haida potlatch. It was mentioned that they want to ensure there's enough Tlinkits participating. So all my Tlingit brethren in the area or region, it's right after the Sunday, right after AFN. So there's going to be a potlatch and totem pole raising at the Alaska Native Heritage Center. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Andy Grand President Heather Greco.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. I just would like to ask one of our brothers who is on the Zoom. I have not met you personally, I don't believe. I do notice our brother Robert Caesar. I've noticed you've been carving and have had a carving that you've been in your camera, and I'm wondering if you would be able to and willing to share with us what you've been working on and any significance that you'd like to share. Of course, I'm putting you on the spot, so please feel free to decline, but I think it's
thank you.
cool to see that you're working in traditional ways. Thank you.
Yeah, I have been working on this, a few things, but I've been tentatively, or not tentatively, but actively listening. It's kind of a great meditation for me. But this particular pole is a killer whale pole, and it's got a woman seated in the dorsal fin, and she's got a labarette, and it's, if anybody's seen the film Whale Rider, it's kind of a depiction of that. And if you haven't seen the motion picture Whale Rider, it's a movie about the Maori people, and it's about a little girl that wants to join the boys in their studies or learning to become a chieftain, and her grandfather keeps scolding her, and she learns all of the the songs and dances, and she's restricted from doing that, and she ends up calling the whales by one of their traditional songs, and gets taken out to sea by the whales, but it's such a beautiful movie, and it's really touching, and it tells a story about people being ostracized and not included, and then she becomes the hero of the story and brings back the culture to the Maori people. But anyway, that's my killer whale pole. I am Aquan, dog salmon, clean AD from the Dipper House. But I was encouraged by Jimmy Marks and taught to carve things of the opposite clan. Other people have said that was wrong, that you should only carve things of your own clan, but I like Jimmy's idea. But I wanted to share with you also another one I'm doing. This is eagle mask. It's about complete. I cut through the eyes a little bit, but I really enjoy carving, and I think it's a great meditation and a good thing for health, for men's health and women's health. But thank you.
Ganesh, thank you so much for sharing a part of your healing journey. Thank you for being here with us. Jimmy Marks is my uncle, and so I really appreciate it. My children are Trinity Yeti, as Executive Sister Paulette Marino knows. So Ganesh, thank you for sharing that. Thank you, Madam Grand President, for bringing that forward. Ganesh. I see Grand President Emeritus Sasha Sobolov has his camera on, and I wondered if you had heard my request. I would wondered if you'd like to share anything in addition to the event that's going to be happening with the church.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Of course, this has been one of the more revealing paths that our family has taken as a result of what our moms and our dad did when they arrived here in Juneau in 1940. That began a legacy that he established for the rest of his natural life, which spanned from when he arrived in Juneau in 1940 to May 22 of 2011, when he passed on to a spiritual life. What has taught us family is this earthly life that we share with one another, being brought about by the announcement of the dignitaries from the General Assembly of the PCUSA Church, has made it a point to come to Juneau and meet with the congregation and friends and families of the Memorial Presbyterian Church, which was closed in 1964 and demolished. And believe it or not, that's one of the most significant things that took place, for which I think our dad and mom never got over it. We were not able to bring closure. So today at 1:30, they're going to unveil a plaque, and then there's a tea and crumpets dinner at Northern Light Church after that. And that's going to be followed by, on Sunday, a 10 o'clock service at the Church of Northern Light Church, where there's going to be formal apologies from the General Assembly and the co-moderator of the National Church, and his dignitaries are going to be speaking to the Memorial Church and to our family in particular. So it's going to be a very revealing thing, and we are most humbled by the work that our dad did, because it was all in the sake of love. And that's where he started, and that's where he is today. But thank you very much.
Chief Grand President Emeritus Sobolov, thank you for sharing that memory. It's wonderful. He led many of us for many years. Chief, thank you. It was wonderful to start the day out with your words, and then to hear the work that your father did being recognized in such a major way. Chief, All right, I think I also have Brother Frank Albee, A and B, Grand Second Vice. And then after that, Brother Pete Karras.
Good morning. Kayatsukuga Chimai. My name is Frank Albee. I am the current Grand Second Vice and also the president of A and B Camp 49. The accidental president of Camp 49. Somehow I got elected last year, but I'm in my twilight, and I'm really came to say how proud I am of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood persevering through all these years, and especially the Camp 49. We have several Grand Camp officers in A and B and A&S from our camp, which speaks well for our camp, and I'm very proud of them. And we have additional candidates running this year, and I'm proud of them too, because they're stepping up where the elders like me, are stepping aside, because we have a new generation, with new ideas, new computers, Zoom links, all these things that are coming into play today. And so we welcome them, because in my mind, we taught them to step forward, when their time came. I am proud to have been a member of A and B camp in Sitka, Heidelberg, Juneau, and Portland. And this year, I'm staying home. I'm going to let my positions expire. I am not a well person, and sometimes I get very tired when I try to do things that try to do too much. So it's time for me to do my 5th or 6th retirement and step back, and let the things take over. I have been diagnosed with colon cancer and also diagnosed with cancer of the esophagus. That's why I'm a little bit hoarse, and I'm about 40 pounds lighter than I was a year ago. But the doctor said, I can beat it. My sister beat it. My brother beat his heart congenital defect. And, we have a strong family. Our Native people are strong because we have strong medicine foods. And so I'm going to, next year, I'll be at your Grand Camp Convention on Zoom, and I'll be there just to watch and to applaud you for the time that, for what you're doing, for our people. So at this time, I want to thank you, for your confidence in me, for electing me to office. I've served in Grand Camp for two terms, and I'm happy with that. So at this time, I want to bless you, because when the Creator blessed all of us, He said to bless each other too. So I bless you too, just as I receive your blessings and I receive your prayers. Thank you, and Koyana and Koyanapak. Thank you.
A and B, Grand Second Vice, Frank Albee. For those of us that have our cameras, I'd like for us to lift our hands to you, to lift our hands in prayer to you, to lift our hands in love to you, to hold you up in this time for all the time that you've held your community up, your camp up, and you've even taken position, although it might have been detrimental to your health. This is our time now. Please look on the screen and know that we're all surrounding you with love. How thankful we are to be able to see leadership in its purest form. Ganashish, thank you for all that you do. And may our Heavenly Father wrap his arms around you and your family, your camp, and your community. from now until forever. We love you very much. And Chief, for bringing yourself forward and sharing news that I know it has to be very hard to share that, but just know and look and see our hands and know that we're here for you to catch you if ever you fall. And Chief, thank you for your service to us.
Thank
Amen.
you. Thank you.
Okay. ANB Camp 1, Brother Peter Karras.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Is that better? Okay,
I think you're fine.
thank you so much for inviting me to speak. And my name is Pete Wu. I'm WAD, Peter John Karras Jr., President of Alaska Native Brotherhood Camp 1. And a common thread that I've heard throughout these meetings is that we are a body. We work together. We help each other. But we also, as a body, have different members, our hand, our eyes, our ears, etc. So we all individually have jobs to do, things to say, power that has been given us by the Creator. I choose to call mine Jesus Christ. And I want to let everybody know that we have a lot of homework to do this next coming year. To step out. We've been asked to contact our government leaders, senators, representatives, mayors, people that can make a difference. We're asked to become senators, representatives, mayors. So please hear my cry. Please hear my voice. And I am so thankful that I have this position. And I'm humbled by the ability to have the group of men and women, brothers and sisters that are helping me to walk this walk and travel this journey. And I just wanted to let you know that I also just wanted to put a word up for the hearing. I was in a meeting here the year before last about the herring, and it was up in Anchorage. Again, very humble to be there. But I want you to know that it is a serious, serious matter. And a lot of people don't realize that hunting whales actually affects our return of herring. They have proven that whales actually help by swimming up and down in the water, and when they go to the bathroom, that gets mixed. The herring and all the small animals eat that, and so it's kind of reverse. If we wipe out the whales, we wipe out the herring and all the other small smelt and everything. So I just want to challenge you to do a research on that if you'd like. I've Googled it and studied it myself a little. But I just want you to know that, you know, I really believe in taking care of. We're stewards of the earth, and we need to treat it properly, treat each other properly, respect each other, respect the voices of our leaders. And as a president, I'm actually saying I'm a servant. I'm in my camp's humble, I'm just trying to find the words, but I'm actually under their command. I need to hear them and what they are about and what our people are about. And I chose to stand because I know that the Tlingit, when they speak, they stand. And I want to honor that for our people. And I'm half Tlingit, half German, and I appreciate this time, appreciate what I've learned. I'm going to continue to learn. I'm 64 years young and very thankful for this time. Thank you.
Chief. Thank you, Brother Karis. I know that your uncle, when he testified in 1986 before the Board of Fish, Gush Dahin, Mark Jacobs Jr., he spoke on behalf of ANS Camp 1 as well as your mother, who was a lifetime member for ANS Camp 4, and your father, who played Santa Claus for most of my life for the A&B Christmas programs. So I'm happy to hear your voice and happy to know that you're representing ANS Camp 1 in such a good way. So Gunachish, thank you for bringing those words to us. We are on a 2-minute warning. I do see Yesh Atuwu, and we are at this point, we are at 9:35. So I see there are 2 other hands raised. I asked, do you think that you could each share that 2 minutes? Is that something we can do to move on to credentials? Okay, all right, Yesh Atuwu, 1 minute.
Yesh Atuwu, Camp 14. I would just like to invite everyone and the next Grand Officers an extension to Elizabeth Paradovich Day here in Ketchikan. Camp 14 is very excited to recognize Elizabeth Paradovich. As we all know, she's K-High alumni. We're trying to really highlight her here at home, and we're trying to make our events bigger and bigger. Last year, we rounded about 300 people, and we worked within the school district and the city and had all the local officials arrive to sign a proclamation. So this is an invitation to all the nearby camps, Prince of Wales, Erangel, Juneau, if you like. Huno, would be a blessing to have you sisters here. I just wanted to extend that. Well, I am not the first chair. I'd like to acknowledge the first chair of Elizabeth Paradovich Day, and it's Mary Jones. Mary Jones was our first chair of Elizabeth Paradovich Day, and it's a complete honor to carry on all her hard work and dedication to this camp. I'd also like to respectfully ask to be Camp 14 to be excused at 5:30, as today is Mary Jones memorial services at Ted Ferry Civic Center.
Chief, please carry with you ANS and A&B Grand Camp and carry our heart with you as you go to the services. Thank you for doing great work, Chief. All right, 1 minute, Camp 87. Happy to see your smiley faces. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chair. This is Anchorage ANS Camp 87. I want to announce Indigenous Peoples Day tomorrow, Monday, October 9th at APU Mosley Gym. The event is from 11 to 2 here in Anchorage, as well as AFN Youth and Elders, October 16th, 17th, and 18th. And regular AFN 19, 20, and 21, the Sea Alaska Banquet on the 18th from 7 to 9 p.m. Our dance group Anchich Kwan is dancing on Wednesday the 19th, and as well as another, let me check. Oh, our next ANS meeting here in Anchorage is Wednesday, October 25th, and our junior ANS meeting is at that date and time as well. I'd like to introduce our alternate, Lynette Marino-Hins, who has one more announcement. Gunachish.
Hello. Yeah, I'm sorry, Grand Camp Convention, emeritus presidents and officers. I'm sorry, I'm a little rusty. My name is Lynette.
Just proceed with your announcement. That would be great. We're happy to see you.
Okay, I am Camp 87, and I am on the Anchorage Advisory Fish and Game Board. I have a seat for the subsistence and the personal use. I was at the last meeting, and it comes up again in the spring. So if anybody in Anchorage would like to email me, my address is sitkasilk@aol.com. Lynette Marino Hins. Please come to the meeting. It's very important. The last meeting, they have no regard for the killer whale incidences happening on that board.
Thank you for sharing. We appreciate you very much. And both of you sisters, you are ANS sisters, but it's nice to see sisters as well sitting together. I see many of you on the screen. So at this time, I would like to call ANS Grand Secretary Elias for the credentials report. Should I call Tam? He's in the chair. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the many hats that I wear as being interim secretary as well as treasurer and committee chair, our credentials committee. I am pleased to announce this morning that after the vote, we had a total of 42 that cast their quorum vote. 27 of them are ANS, 15 of them are A and B, 5 included on the ANS side are executives and officers, with 5 also being on the A and B executive office, as between executives and officers. With that being said, the grand total comes to 42 out of the 60 that were registered. Therefore, it is established that we have a quorum.
We weren't able to log her in.
She's in the room, so we can have thoughts. I did add her when she walked into the room.
Okay.
It was Chish. Thank you to our credentials chair.
I'd, at this point,
Not required.
not required.
Presiding officer just states we have to.
All right. At this time, we've established quorum, and we are going to move forward with the minutes. Oh, Madam Executive Paulette Marino, I see your hand raised.
Thank you. Please excuse me. Madam Chair, I move that we accept the credential report as dated 10/7/23 as presented. Thank you.
At this point, it's not required,
Thank you.
but thank you.
Thank you.
The approval of minutes, but we have not yet finished the minutes. The minutes are still coming. So as they are ready, we'll call for the grand secretaries to bring forward. At this point, we'll move forward. I'd like to hand the chair to Grand President, A&B Grand President Heather Gerko.
Good morning, everybody. It's so wonderful to see you on the third day of our Grand Camp Convention, the 111th Grand Camp Convention. We're grateful to be here with you today. We know that we have a lot of business to accomplish today. Grand President Albie and I, along with the officers here, have had discussions around the orders of the day. And so we wanted to report our recommendations to you at this time. We will hear the approval of the minutes later through this recommendation. We'll continue forward with our speeches as planned. We are asking to, we are sharing that we will share our Grand President and Grand Officer reports via email after convention. And I would like to ask the Finance Committee Chair, Acting Chair, to please come and address the body with regard to reconciliation. And then I'll move forward with the other information with regard to the agenda. As he's preparing, I'll keep moving forward. We do have a travel canoe journey update from KIC President Norman Scan. That will be a recorded message. We'll then hear local camp reports. We have 4 camps that wanted to report still. Unfortunately, we will not be able to open it up for further camp reports unless we have more time at the end of convention after those 4 are heard. We'll continue forward with the resolution committee reports, recommendations for final consideration of resolutions, And then our discussion with regard to the proposed constitutional changes in the MOA. We'll then move into a break, hopefully, and then have our speeches from our nominated officers. We'll move then forward into lunch and then continue the remainder of the day as planned. I'd like to ask our A&B Grand Camp Acting Finance Committee Chair to address the body. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, delegates. As Acting Finance Committee Chair, I'd like to report that due that we do not have the A&B Grand Treasurer able to attend the convention in person or virtually, we have a couple of updates regarding presentation of the budget. At this time, we are still just beginning the process of reconciling the budget, not necessarily an audit, but reconciling the budget, which in layman terms is going through the bank statements and ensuring that we're tracking all the expenses. And what we'll do is we will present, after that is completed, we'll present it to the executive committee. It'll be presented to the delegates after the convention is over. We've made a commitment regardless of the outcome of the elections this afternoon, whether our terms are up. We will complete that as we do feel it's part of our duties of this term. And furthermore, if I can, Madam Chair, with regards to the budget, in terms of that, there is some pending items coming up before the delegation later today regarding the Sea Alaska Memorandum of Understanding, which will change the structure of how the budget is presented. So rather than confuse the delegates, we would rather take care of that and have that addressed issue and be able to present a budget complete. So in closing, we have I've gladly taken on that responsibility, filling as interim chair for our grand treasurer, and we will complete the reconciliation of the budget from 2023's activities and present a budget determined upon the outcome of the memorandum of understanding. But again, this will not be dependent on the outcome of the election. In short, regardless whether we're elected or not in our positions, we have committed to fulfilling that obligation. So Madam Chair, that's the result of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for stepping in as acting chair of the Finance Committee and continuing our work forward. We do wish to extend our thoughts and prayers to our A&B Grand Treasurer as he's been caring for family matters and the health and well-being of his family. We had hoped that he would be able to be here with us today, but unfortunately that is not the case. So at this time, would like to know,
Madam Chair,
to the agenda as proposed. Please, Anna, Sister Camp 2, Rhonda Butler.
Madam Chair, for point of clarification from our interim treasurer, finance chair, first vice Brother Paul. For clarification, the finance committee is going to be presenting a budget to us during convention. Is that the end result of, I was really trying to follow along. That was so much information. It was great information. It sounds like you're doing a lot of work, and thank you for stepping into this interim position. I know that position is very difficult. Are we going to be receiving a budget for review?
Great question, Sister Rhonda Butler. At this time, we need to reconcile the expenditures from 2023. That's basically going through the bank statements and just saying what exactly was spent. And then the budget presented forward would be a carry forward of what's still available in the budget, because there are some items, for example, the way the budgets are, I apologize if people already understand this, but what happens is the previous leadership presents the budget for the next leadership. And in that budget, we had budgeted for an on-site host camp to be in a community, and that did not happen. So we had to go back and Grand Camp is hosting, Ozzy, as you know, a virtual convention. So the expenditures are different. We have to tally that. We did not want to take that duty away from a member who served in our Grand Camp for many years until it was determined that we had to step in. And so we're going to reconcile what was budgeted, what was spent, and then it does impact what happens with the memorandum of understanding because the structure of how the budget will lay out. So a long answer to your question, we're not going to present a budget to the body. Well, that's not up, it'll have to be amended. So just be aware, the budget that you'll be presented will have to be amended to reflect the spending, the differences of the convention sites, and also the potential outcome of the MOA with Sea Alaska. So I hope I answered that question. And Gretchen.
Thank
No,
you. Just
Mr. Chair,
clarification,
I mean-
this is Rhonda. I'd like to offer a little bit of clarification.
Yes,
So we
please,
did
thank
approve
you.
a budget from 2022 to 2023. Throughout the year, the executive committee, through guidance from the finance committee, has made adjustments to that budget, as is our practice. And one of the adjustments was with regard to switching from in-person to a virtual convention. So that was done through a joint executive committee meeting. We continue to move forward throughout the year. That what will be presented as a budget will be a budget that will be approved by the body. It'll be very similar to the Grand Camp budget last year, based on the outcome of the MOA, and also, as we know, the resolutions. Those totals may need to change, so we want to make room for that if that were to happen. So we will have a budget that will be proposed and brought forward to the body for approval. Again, it will be similar to exactly what we looked at last year. There will be modifications, of course. Excuse me, sorry, I'm losing my voice. And then just a reminder that will have to go forward to the executive committee to further adjust it if needed, if there is a change with regard to the MOA. Does that clarify the question for you, Sister Rhonda?
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. As we all know, our budget and proposed budget needs to come before the full body before we can proceed with our new year. So I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And for newer delegates, in the Constitution, you'll note that we do have 3 main objectives at Grand Camp. 1 is electing our officers, 2, passing a budget, and 3, addressing resolutions to move forward as the marching orders for our organization. So that continues to be the commitment as we move forward. Thank you so very much for your question. I think it was an opportunity for learning at all levels, and I appreciate being able to discuss it with you. Thank you. So at this time, we do have an agenda that we haven't modified it, but we have made recommendations. What is the wish of the body at this time?
Madam Chair, I move to accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Thank you.
Camp 70, ANS, Andrea Caesar.
Thank you. So I have a motion to accept the agenda as presented and a second. I apologize. Thank you so very much. Do we have discussion?
Call for the question and no objections from the chair.
Yep.
To
Madam Chairman,
proceed
this is Marvin
without a
Adams.
motion.
Thank you. The motion has been made and a question has been called. Doc, can you please prepare the vote?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, Marvin Adams.
Thank you, Brother Adams.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted clarification as well. Thank you for recognizing me, Marvin Adams, Camp 87. I thought the agendas would be approved at the beginning, and forgive me, I wasn't here on the first day. Are we now approving the budget today? Or excuse me, the agenda?
Thank you for your good question, Brother Adams. We are not approving the agenda. That was done on the first day. Myself and Grant President Albee have made some adjustments, and we wanted to make sure we are addressing the wish of the body to move forward with the final business that we do need to address. So that is the motion. So the motion was to move forward with the adjustments that Grant President Albee and I have made as the recommendation.
I understand. And you're making an amendment to the agenda.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I do see a hand by our executive committee woman of the ANS, Cecilia Tabliero.
Thank you. As I understand it, in order to make an amendment to the agenda that was approved on the first day, we do need 2/3 majority. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Dots, if you will notate that, it is a 2/3 majority.
And we do have an ask in the chat as well from Stephanie, if it was possible to clarify the adjustments.
Thank you. I mean, it really isn't a full adjustment. It is the recommendation to move items to the executive committee and then to have some distributed via email. So the grant president reports would be distributed via email. As the acting finance chair explained, that there will be a reconciliation and the report of that. Those findings will be distributed after grant gap in lieu of the audit report. And then we have local camps that still need to report today. And we did move already yesterday, the speeches, the candidate speeches to today. And there has been no change with regard to the budget. We will be presenting a budget. It will just be one that may need to be modified. So those are the changes. And I'd like to ask the parliamentarians, in this situation, since we are not fully changing the agenda, is a motion in order, or are we just asking the body to, since it was approved on day one, we aren't removing anything, we're just changing the order of how we're doing our operations and how we're delivering them?
Correct. So since we since we adopted the agenda the first day, everything must stay in order. If you move an item out of order, you're adjusting the agenda, which requires a 2/3 vote.
Thank you. So Dots, can you please continue to move forward that vote?
Yeah,
And we will
absolutely.
need a majority. Thank you.
Yep.
This is
Madam
just-
Chairman,
That's your question?
Marvin Adams here. Call a point of order.
Brother Adams, please go ahead, Brother
Yeah,
Adams.
I think what we've got to do is that the real question here is the budget and with the process of what we're going to do with the budget. It's apparent that, through, illness or whatever, we're not going to get a budget, or there's going to be a process change. So would we now go back and address the issue under a budget, under the agenda?
No, Brother
That's where
Adams. Thank you, Brother Adams.
No, maybe I missed, yeah.
No, we will be presenting a budget. We were just making sure the body was aware that based on the outcome of the MOA, it may need to be moved forward to the executive committee and the finance committee to make adjustments, as is our practice. If something happens during the year, it has to be put through the finance committee and the executive committee to adjust the budget. Per the Constitution, the A&B Executive Committee is tasked with carrying on business between Grand Camp conventions, and that is part of that duty. So if there is a modification, that is that responsibility. So there will be a budget proposed today. As we are learning and sharing organization, and my commitment to absolute transparency is that we may have to adjust that. So we wanted the body to be aware of that. So there will be a budget presented. Thank you. Dots, do we have the vote prepared?
Absolutely. So we have a motion to accept the agenda as presented. We're just opening that ballot now. It is now open. So please navigate to your voting platform. You may need to click next vote. You may also need to log in again. It may have been more than 40 minutes since our last vote. So keep that ID and password handy in case you need to re-log in. But we're going to give you, we'll give 2 minutes for this one. And if anyone's having any difficulties or issues, please reach out to us as soon as possible.
Dots, we still have a couple of our delegates that are in the process of voting. If we can keep that ballot open for a couple more minutes, please.
Yeah, for sure. We'll maybe put 2 more minutes back on the clock. And if you still need more time after that, just let us know.
And if possible, Dots, would you be able to reach Adeline DeCastro to help her with casting her vote, please?
Would it be like, would you like us to reach out, how, via chat or via like
Tell him to come to
email
the
or
back.
phone?
Her ID and password now.
We got it all.
Never mind, Dots, we actually got it taken care of.
Oh, you got to take it? Okay, great. Let us know if we can help in any way.
Giving her the next vote ballot.
Okay.
It's not loading. It's not loading. It's.
Oh.
Put the link in the chat. It's not loading.
Okay, so Dots, it seems like I got a clarification. So it looks like with Adeline DeCastro, it is not showing up that most recent ballot for her.
Okay, let me just double check here, look into a couple things.
Thank you so very much, Michael. It's appreciated.
Yeah, you're most welcome. So just to confirm, I do I do see Adeline on the ballot. Is there someone I should specifically chat to maybe get this information? Or one thing that may be happening is, I don't know if they're using a computer that might have, for example, last year's credentials saved in the browser. That can sometimes be an issue. But we have, like, I have her information here, if there's a way that I can get it to her, or if there's anything else I can do to help. We'll keep the vote open for a little bit here.
Right. Dots, if we could we get that credentials email resent to our delegate Adeline DeCastro, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll resend that right away.
Thank you so very much.
So you can.
Okay, Adeline's information was just emailed. Please let me know if she doesn't get it within the next 15 seconds or so.
Thank you so very much. We will keep you updated. Thank you, Dots. In the spirit of time, and we would love for you to continue to work with our delegate. Could we have our delegate reach out directly and cast their vote? Is that in here?
And if it would be, would that be Cole or who would that be?
Yeah, we can do that. I can take that. If they want to just, would they like to phone that in or just tell us through the chat?
I think we can have her phone it into, would it be the 800 number?
Yeah, if we do the 1-833-368-7123, that'll get through, and it will likely be Mo this time that picks up, and he can take her vote.
833.
Yeah, 1-833-368-7123.
Can I just send it through the back channel?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just do the, I'll do the legwork and I'll.
Okay, and we're just awaiting contact from the voter that was having difficulties, so we're just going to leave that open again for a bit, and we'll just stand by for a minute here. Okay, we're just in the process of reaching out from our end, so we're just going to call and get that vote cast over the phone. So we'll be with you momentarily. All right, thanks again, everyone. Sorry for the delay and thanks for your patience. We're just trying to make contact here to get that that vote cast over the phone. So please bear with us. Okay, we were able to get that vote in and cast, so we're going to close up this ballot now. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. It looks like we have the results displayed through dots. Thank you for your patience. This is why we do what we do. We want to exercise the vote of all. We do show that the motion has carried with 84.3%. That is over 2/3. Thank you. If dots could please prepare the video. It is listed under, I think it was listed under KIC or Canoe Journey on the shared drive.
It'll just be a moment getting that up. Please stand by.
Greetings, ABA Nest Convention attendees. I'm Norm Stam, president of Ketchikan Indian Community. I thoroughly enjoy the work that you guys have done over the years. The AMD ANS has carried the torch and done a lot of good work for our tribe, and we really appreciate what you do. I'm here to speak today on the paddle to Alaska that's going to happen in Saxman and Ketchikan in 2027. It is going to be a phenomenal experience. I was just at Paddle to Muckleshoot last year, and it was awe-inspiring. There were over 112 canoes that showed up to Muckleshoot, and then the protocols that happened after that lasted for 5 days. They were just amazing. Gift giving, dancing, food, and everything in between. We really look forward to it happening in Ketchikan and Saxman in 2027, and we want to invite you to not only join us, but also to participate in the organizing and the event itself. There'll be so many volunteers that we will need that we just really would like your help. The word will be getting out soon. It isn't until 2027, but the organizing has begun already, and we look forward to seeing each and every one of you in Ketchikan and Saxman. Thank you.
Thank you so very much to President Scan for your words of exciting news, and how we are going to support you is really on the minds of so many of us. So many of us participate in travel canoe journeys. I was there with President Scan this last canoe journey, and I was able to meet him and celebrate what they were planning there in your homelands. We're so incredibly grateful to Ketchikan Saxman for stepping forward. Last year at Travel Canoe Journeys, or I guess this year at Travel Canoe Journeys, many of our grand officers also participated. We had over 11,000 people that came into Muckleshoot. It was amazing, and they had over 120 canoes. So definitely there is a lot of work to be done, and I'm sure President Scan, as well as all of those involved in moving this exciting opportunity forward, will be reaching out for support. I do see a hand raised from Brother Ayith Atuwu.
Yay, Shatuwu, Camp 14. As the chair of the planning committee for Journey to Saxman in 2027, I'll be placing my email within the chat. And Norm Scan is absolutely correct. It is not Journey just to Saxman of Sonia Kwan. This is Journey, as exactly as it stated, to Alaska. We will be bringing all of the canoes of Southeast to match the canoes that are coming in from the west coast of the lower 48. Not only are we inviting all of our Tlingit canoes, our Haida canoes, our Tsimshian canoes, we're also reaching out to the southwest. We're going to be inviting into the Aleutian Islands. We're also looking at our Umiak canoes, skin canoes out of the north. So this is not Journey to Sonia Kwan as they're coming into my grandfather's shores. This is Journey to Alaska. This is me reaching out to each one of you local camps in hopes that you guys will all be present in 2027. There's room and space for everyone. Our local camp is really excited to be helping with meals. We could use other local camps to come in and help us with this as well. Not only that, we'll be reaching out to your local tribes and your local representatives within your village and community to make sure that you guys all get to have the ability to participate, whether it's making giveaways or for regalia, making jelly or jams, or deer meat stew. Anything we know how to do in Southeast is we know how to host. So we're really excited to bring this journey back into Tlingit Ani and bring it into Alaska and show the lower 48 how we can host some canoes. So Gunak Chish, President Gurko, and Chair, and I'm very excited to see you all. And if you have any questions, I'm going to be leaving my email within the chat, and you guys can feel free to reach out. We can use volunteers for here and there.
Gunak Chish, Brother McCormick, we are incredibly excited, and we're so thrilled to be with you in 2027. Thank you for sharing your words today, and thank you again to President Scan for his message. Thank you. I'll be handing over the chair to the resolution committee chair to address the not outstanding, but the remainder of our resolutions that we do want this body to consider. Thank you. AMB First Vice President Paul Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning again, delegates. I'd like to recognize Sister Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70, the Resolutions Committee Chair, to identify any additional committees that need to report work on the resolutions. The floor is yours, Sister Russell. Sister Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70, Resolutions Committee Chair, are you available? Okay, in the interest of time, if I am available to, the other committees, yep, okay. I was chair of the Finance Resolution Committee. And I'd like to, before I begin, to thank those that participated. We finished up our work last night. Sister Stephanie Waddell, Sister Rhonda Butler, ANS Grand President Daphne Elby, ANS First Vice President, Grand Vice President Heather Powell, Sister Audrey Hudson, and ANS Grand President Heather Gerko, and myself, AMB Grand President. There were 3 resolutions that were multi-committee resolutions that were addressed, and I believe that we're the last to address them. Resolution 2305, Alaska Brotherhood, Alaska Sisterhood to work with local camps to improve literacy. Resolution 2306, Alaska Brotherhood, Alaska Sisterhood Camp 87, first annual statewide civil rights conference invitation. Resolution 2307, AMB ANS banner song creation. And finally, resolution 2308, continued support for federal recognition of the Chinook Indian Nation. It's to note that the committee met and that we're reverting it back to the state and federal committee. Thank you, Madam President. Okay, the actions of the committee on resolution 2305 was to, with amendments to remove financial resources, recommends do pass. Resolution 2306 with edits to remove the commitment of $5,000 donation. It is noted that Camp 87 member abstained from the vote. With that recommendation, the committee voted to do pass. Resolution 2307 with a correction language on a not to exceed amount of $2,000 for the budget. The resolution committee for finance recommends do pass. Anything else?
Can you restate that we did remove the $5,000 and we changed language on the Camp 87?
Yes.
Because we did have quite a big change on that resolution.
Yes, again, at the request of Grand President AMB Gerko, also a member of the Finance Resolution Committee, to clarify, language was suggested for removal of the budget or the commitment of $5,000 from AMB Grand Camp, but also removed an extra whereas that had an invitation that was twice. It was invitation for all local camps as well as Grand Camp to participate. Correct?
I'm trying to find the notes on it, so they have very fair wording.
Okay.
Present them to the body. No, we were just before the recommendations, but we need to pull up the changes because we did change the wording.
Okay, one moment, please. We're conferring with the resolution 2306 to get the exact language. I guess there was quite a bit of recommended changes, edits to that resolution. We want to make sure that the body is clear on the motion for that resolution. We'll put ourselves on mute for 1 minute, please.
Mr. Chairman?
Butler? 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the heart of moving through our agenda, and I think due to the extent of recommended amendments, is it possible to please request the chair to go through the resolutions that do not have any amendments, or start with one and do one resolution at a time so we can vote on each of those based on what is presented. I think due to the extent of the language and the recommended amendments, it would be beneficial for the body for clear understanding of each of those resolutions and recommendations to be taken into consideration that we go through these resolutions one at a time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sister Beverly, for that, our question, Rhonda, sorry, Sister Rhonda, for that recommendation. Unfortunately, every one of the resolutions that the Finance Resolution Committee fed on had considerable edits. And so since the committee has already recommended due pass on that, what we will do is the chair will entertain a motion to accept. It does not need to be seconded because it went out of committee. If there is not a motion to accept, what do you deal with that?
It don't, we'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
We'll
If
entertain
they-
a motion.
If they don't,
Then a vote,
okay, and a vote, okay,
majority vote, whoever resolution approved.
okay. Okay, wait 1 second, please.
Mr. Chairman, Marvin Adams here.
Chair recognizes Brother Marvin Adams, Camp 87.
Yes, I think to expedite this along, Mr. Chairman, traditionally you would go down and present all the resolutions under a consent type agenda. And those that have questions could be pulled and then discussed and then overall be approved. So it'll save time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Adams. Chair acknowledges your recommendation. I think it should be noted that the AMB Grand President is actually trying to pull up the notes from Camp 87's resolution. If you're comfortable doing a due pass pertaining to your resolution, the chair has no problem proceeding on a unanimous consent on that portion.
Mr. Chair, with regard to that resolution, we do need to address it because the original resolution as presented, had a $5,000 fiscal attachment to it, which for the committee has been removed, and the language to replace it should be read to the body.
Okay, can you please pull it up? Okay. We'll take a 2-minute recess. So we pull up the resolution language so I can read it out fully for the body. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
It's a whole file. Oh, good, thank you.
The chair recognizes, I'm going to believe it's Sister Stephanie Waddell. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I've had my hand raised just for clarification on 2307. There was language that we asked for clarification on.
Thank you. I have all of that up right now, Ralph. If you'd like me to address these with the notes. And we can, if I could share screen.
Okay, for actually the chair is going to do a little bit. I'm going to hand the chair over to AMB Grand President Urko just for the motion. She has notes and clarification of the language. She will share her screen so the body can see the actual recommended edits to the language so that you all can vote with full knowledge.
And Mr. Chair, I do not accept the chair. I will happily present and you'll remain chair. Thank you. Dots, can you please give me permission to share my screen? And we are still at a 2-minute pause that was called. If we could please pause for 2 minutes so we can make sure our technology is in place so the delegates can see the recommended changes. So we'll have a 2-minute pause. And Dots, please make sure I have my screen available to share and can you please move. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe you should be able to share it now. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The question for clarification was on the final paragraph, be it finally resolved in the last sentence. The A&B and A&S grant secretaries will distribute the draft song at least 30 days before the 2024 Grand Camp Convention to be considered as an addition to the Constitution of the Grand Camp as the official A&B A&S banner song. Is that an addition to Onward Christian Soldiers, or is that replacing Onward Christian Soldiers? I was told that there is no official banner song. However, Onward Christian Soldiers is in our Constitution and bylaws on page 50.
Point of information, can you describe how, this is Naomi Fowler, Sister Naomi Fowler from Camp 2. Can you describe how Onward Christian Soldiers is positioned in the bylaws?
Delegates, please recognize that we're in a 2-minute pause in the office here. We are not hearing your comments because we are on a pause and pulling up technology. We will address each of these resolutions and address the concerns that you have, but we need to have the technology up so for equality for all delegates to see what we're discussing. So we are requesting a 35 more second pause so we can ensure our technology is in place to give you the accurate information to be discussed. This is important work that we're doing, and we recognize that, and we want you to have equitable access to see what we're talking about before you vote. We would never want you to vote on something that you did not see. So just please give us just 35 more seconds so we can make sure we have the technology in place to make sure you have what you need to vote as your camp would want you to. Thank you. So 35 more seconds, if we could please pause. We will not be able to hear you in the next 35 seconds. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for your patience. I would like to ask those hands that are raised, if they are not with regard to the process of sharing the resolutions with the body, and if they're in regard to specific resolutions, that we pause until discussion after the recommendations from the Finance Committee are proposed to the body. If you have your hand raised and want to save space, unfortunately, if it's with regard to a specific resolution, I ask you to pull your hand down until we are addressing that resolution. If it is something that needs to be addressed before we proceed forward, please do keep your hand raised. And I'll let the chair recognize those hands before I share about the changes. Thank you.
Okay, out of respect for just the questions portion Sister Stephanie Waddell, you had some comments that we did hear them. We just couldn't acknowledge them because we were in recess. Are they pertaining to any specific resolution we have online? In fact, for order of time, I'd like to see, do they pertain to resolution 2305?
No, they pertain to 2307.
Okay, if it's agreeable with you, can we have you, I'll call upon you when we do get to 2307. Can you lower your hand and then raise it again? I'll make a mental note that you're the first person I'll call upon.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to assume the next chair. Okay, Chair recognizes Silvia Talviero and Sister Silvia Talviero. Does it pertain to any particular resolution, preferably 2305?
Yes, it does.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Well, no, we have to present it before we can comment. We haven't presented the changes.
Okay, 1 second. Sister Chavallero, can we present the resolution to you with amended changes and have you comment after you see it?
No.
Are you able to that?
No.
Can you read the title
Okay.
of this resolution?
She's not agreeable to see that.
It's your call. I mean, we have.
Okay,
we have
let's,
a point of order.
okay. Well, Chair entertains your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, the reason I am objecting is because I'd like to make a motion that this resolution be referred 2305, the literacy resolution, be referred to the executive committee or taken on later because there's new information. Rosita Worrell with the Alaska Heritage Institute has offered free training and also a discount on the books Baby Raven reads. And that's not in the resolution. So in the interest of saving time, bringing up with amendments, there is going to be financial costs to this resolution. So the amendments would be out of order then.
Chair, thanks you for your comments, Sister Chavallero. There is a motion. Can you please type that motion in the chat so the Grand Secretaries can see it?
Yes.
Since the committee has passed it, it only requires a motion and then the vote does not require a second.
Thank you.
To revert it to executive committee.
Okay.
Apologies, conference with the Grand Camp parliamentarian. The motion does require a second. Grand Secretary, have you received the text of the motion to read to the body? Okay, delegates, once we receive the text from the motion from Sister Chavallero, ANS Grand Secretary, AMB Grand Secretary will read out the motion in its entirety for the body. It does require a second. And then we will go to a vote to revert resolution 2305 back to the executive committee for portion. Chair recognizes AMB Grand Camp.
There's a second from James
Just
Lyons.
to check, Mr. Chair, I was planning the second with request of unanimous consent.
Okay, actually, Chair check motion by AMB Grand President Heather Gurko with the condition of unanimous consent. Any objections from the body?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's point of order. You can't do that. You know, you've got to allow the people to discuss that.
Then someone has to object.
According to the parliamentarian, a delegate would have to object. Brother Marvin Adams, Camp 87, are you objecting to the?
I'm calling a point of order. The process that you guys are running by going unanimous consent and without having, a discussion on it. There's a motion on the floor. Is there, as I understand it, it's to defer this to the executive committee, correct? But what I'm trying to do is you're not allowing everybody to have an opportunity to discuss that just because one or two people spoke and now you're going to, unanimous consent.
Can you mute it for a second?
Mr. Chair, I can't hear you if you guys are speaking.
Hey, Brother Adams, Camp 87. I apologize. I was just, the chair was getting conference with the parliamentarian, just so I have the process right. We have a situation where we had two individual delegates that had seconded simultaneously. The chair recognized AMB Grant President Urko. From the language from the parliamentarian is for the chair to go back to the original motion maker. There was a comment made as per direction. Then she followed up with a motion to have it be reverted to the executive committee. And then the chair inadvertently believed that because it went through committee, it did not need a second. The chair was corrected by the parliamentarian. Then the motion was seconded with the language to request unanimous consent. And then there was a delegate that had a point of order about the process. And then we understand is that to request, we go back to the original motion maker, Sister Tabalero, to seek if that question, right?
Right, she wants to withdraw for a second.
Okay, the chair acknowledges AMB Grant President Heather Gerko.
I withdraw my
Mr.
second. I withdraw my second to provide you to continue forward. Thank you.
Okay, with the draw of second, the chair recognizes the second that was put on the floor by, I believe, Brother James Llanos.
He was first, he was second.
James
First.
did it first.
He said he was the first to second. Or they were simultaneous second.
Okay, you only recognize one. He was the first and he has to withdraw his.
No, she was first because I
You were first?
Yeah.
Then his doesn't count.
Okay, so then we have a motion on the floor to revert resolution 2305. As it stands, there's a motion to revert to the executive committee. It does require a second. The chair is open the floor to delegates, to those who wanted second for further discussion. Chair recognizes James Llanos, Brother Wells, Camp, can't read it.
14.
Camp 14. You have the floor, sir.
Would that be James Llanos Senior or Junior?
Junior.
Junior, sorry.
If this is for reverting it to executive committee, I second it.
Discussion?
Mr.
Sorry, this is a point of information. In order to be recognized, please raise your hand in the chat, and then Dots is going to give us the order. They have a chance to chronological order who raised first. Dots, can you please indicate to the chair which delegate had their hand raised first?
Yeah, so we have Paulette Marino first.
Okay, chair recognizes ANS Executive Paulette Marino. You have 2 minutes. Please lower your hand. I believe you're on mute, sister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. So in regards to this, I speak in support of it for information or clarification purposes. I would like to state that Grand President Gerko had asked me to be the committee on committee chairperson. And I was wondering if that is something that she could connect with me, if that will need help with the process of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Paulette, for your comments. Dots, please, who is next?
Yeah, we have Yale McCormick next. Yale, please go ahead.
Chair recognizes Brother Gage. You have 2 minutes. Please lower your hand.
Lower my hand.
Please proceed.
I think Bots lowered my hand. I am not in favor of this motion because I've been a delegate for multiple times, and when resolutions get corrected for local camps, I haven't seen them come back out. This resolution is very near to me, as I have 4 children and one of them just went into the 4th grade. As Indigenous students, we all know that English is not our first language. Dyslexia and slow reading are a thing within our community. I think that this resolution is going to skyrocket within local camps, and we need this resolution out there sooner than later because it's that important. And I appreciation for the resolution maker as well, Ganesh.
Thank you for your comments, Brother Ye. Chair recognizes Sister Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in strong opposition of this motion, as our brother Yates has acknowledged that in previous and our due process is that if any amendments are made, that the amendments are distributed to our delegation for consideration to be able to make excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I heard speaking in the background. I don't know where that was coming from, but I speak in strong opposition of this. There is a due process that we have, and virtual or not, I strongly stand with those processes. It is very important that we are all aware of those processes. If there's any amendments done to a resolution, out of respect for the camps that have presented these beautiful resolutions, that they go through the process. And if there's amendments, they need to be referred back to the Committee on Committees and then revised, and those recommended amendments be distributed to our delegation. So I speak strongly against, in opposition of this current motion on the floor. As we all know, that referring to the executive committee removes the decision in some retrospect to our full delegation here that is present for convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda Butler, Camp 80 or Camp 2, for your comments. Chair recognizes AMB Grant Secretary.
Question of clarification: are we discussing the cultural banner song of 2305, or are we talking about the literacy? Those are 2 separate resolutions, Mr. Chair.
2305 pertains to literacy.
Okay.
Okay. Grant Secretary, AMB Grant Secretary, has the language for the motion been submitted to you?
Yes.
The chair recognizes Cecilia Tavalaro. This is your second time commenting. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am the author of this resolution. If there have been amendments made regarding no financial, anything financial associated with this resolution, there was clarification that there is going to be a cost at a discount purchasing Baby Raven Reads books. And we greatly appreciate Sealaska Heritage Institute offering that. So I would like to see what the amendments are, and then maybe just amending the amendments would clarify everything, and it would proceed as it has been amended. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair requests a 30-second pause here so I can confer with the parliamentarian. Can you please put me on mute? Elias, please. Thank you, delegates, for that chance. I just conferred with the parliamentarian, the maker of the motion, Sister Tavalaro, where we're at a point of 2 choices. You can decide to, we could decide to withdraw your motion with the agreement of the seconder, which is Brother Lanos Jr., or we could vote as the motion has presented and the delegates can vote as they deem fit. What is your wishes as the author of the motion, Sister Tavalaro?
Please repeat those options.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Rhonda Butler. This is your second time commenting. You have 2 minutes.
And this is a point of order. This is a
Okay,
comment,
please proceed.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you are the facilitator as the chair, and we don't dictate orders or options to your accord. If there is any recommendations from the parliamentarian, it needs to come from the parliamentarian, and in accordance to the current motion, I would refer to the parliamentarian. Again, with the virtual, when consultation occurs and questions occur to our parliamentarian, it should be able to be heard from our delegation, and we keep getting muted from everybody in the room. So for just the process, it would be greatly appreciated if that respect is given. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Understood. Thank you, Sister Rhonda Butler. The chair acknowledges your comments. The chair invites the parliamentarian to the podium to speak to you on that process path as recommended. Sir?
Mr. Chairman, Richard Jackson here. Mr. Chairman.
Brother Jackson, AMB Grand President Emeritus.
Sister Rhonda Butler made a very important point. This is a business meeting, and when we're talking and we're in business, that button should be on. If you have to confer with the parliamentarian, you must go over to him and keep it low. The floor should be left open.
Understood.
And your button's pretty powerful. You have to be careful with it.
The chair
We're getting
appreciates.
muted on occasions, and there may be some discussion that need to be happen or not, but it has to be available.
Thank you, AMB President Emeritus Jackson. Chair, appreciate your comments. I've taken that lesson and I am applying that lesson. So in further time, if I'm chairing a meeting, I have a question for the parliamentarian, I will not put the meeting on mute. I was just doing it as a courtesy, but I understand the motion. Thank you, sir, for the correction. Chair calls up the AMB Grand Camp parliamentarian. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We have a couple of options. Number one, it sounds like Celia, you are open to withdrawing your motion. Is that correct?
Yes, with
Okay. No explanation. Your answer is yes, you'd like to withdraw. The person who seconded, Lanos Jr., does he accept your withdrawal? If so, the motion is gone like it never happened, and then we'll just move on. Sir? Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
If she withdraws her motion, then that point of business is over.
Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Sister Tawalero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am agreeing to withdraw this motion and make another motion.
Finish the business, the second has to withdraw.
To complete the business, does the second Brother Lanos Jr. agree to the withdrawal of the motion?
Mr. Chair, James Lanos Jr., I agree.
Thank you.
Okay. They taken care of that issue there. Prior to this, the chair is going to recognize Marvin Adams, AMB Camp 87. Mr. Adams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to acknowledge that Sister Rhonda Butler is correct. You know, if there's any issues or questions regarding those resolutions, that they should be referred back and given them the opportunity to at least meet with the committee to discuss those changes. And I strongly encourage that the assembly pass those. That's why we come. It's one of the three major things that we do at this assembly. Above all else is to get these resolutions passed, have our elections, and get our budget approved. So my recommendations, if there's some questions and they really have a right to hear it, we should refer it back to the those committees and kind of work it out. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Brother Adams, AMB Camp 87. If there's no further discussion on this resolution, the chair entertains, I'll ask AMB Grand President Heather Gurko to come to the podium, and she'll be able to share the screen with the comments and components of the resolution in comments. One last comment here, Sister Tavallero, the chair recognizes you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make another motion that this resolution 2305 go back to committee, finance committee. Or new amendments. Thank you.
The chair entertains a
Madam,
second.
Mr. Chair, second, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Mr. Chair, the resolution is still under review, correct?
Yes.
So then it's still under review. You can just send it back to committee.
Okay.
So
And with the
actually-
committee. Okay, 1 second, make sure I get all the hands there. Okay, chair recognizes A and B Grant President Heather Verko.
Thank you. For clarification, through a parliamentarian, would this body be able to make those amendments if the due pass is accepted with the current finance committee amendments? When the body goes into consideration, could they make their own amendments as per what was brought forward by Sister Tavallero at that time, and to make sure that we can have the voice heard? Or does it need to in fact go back to committee to have any modifications made?
If the resolution goes through more than one committee, both of them have to resolve their issues with it, correct it, and then re-present it as amended. Then it's brought in front of the body, and if there is a unanimous, vote from the resolution committee to approve, then the chair will simply ask for a unanimous consent to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a clarification of that question. So in previous conventions, when we've had a resolution brought forward by a resolution committee, they make their recommendation. That is not the end all be all. That's their recommendation. The body has the opportunity to debate and change that resolution on the floor. And that is where my question lies. If we were to move forward with approving, going forward with the recommendation, the body would have the opportunity to make a motion and then amend it under discussion, amend the original motion, and then pass it with those amendments. So I'm in the spirit of not wanting to have it go back to committee, I think this could be addressed live, as we have done many times with motions on the floor without the motion for it to be approved. When the finance committee makes their recommendation, it does not have to be a motion. It is just making that recommendation to the body, and then for you all to do so as you please. So we could amend it live on the floor with those additions and have the voices heard. Thank you. And am I clear? And
Mr. Chairman,
okay.
Point of order.
Chair
We do have a
recognizes-
motion on,
Okay, understood. Chairman recognizes Rhonda Butler. You have the floor.
we do have the motion, current motion on the floor pertaining to the motion to refer back to committee to be represented. If we could refer to the motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sister Butler, actually, that motion was withdrawn and the second agreed with the original motion. This topic or this motion right now, or this resolution, excuse me, is open for motion or discussion. But the original resolution, our motion was removed.
Yes, in the motion, can we have the chair please repeat the current motion that we're discussing? Thank you.
There's no motion on the floor.
Point of information, actually, there is no current motion on the floor. The motion,
There
original
is.
motion.
There is, I'm the second of the current motion on the floor. Sister Tavallero has made a motion to refer back to committee.
No, that's right.
Mr. Chair, I was
And I have
under,
seconded it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
my comment was under discussion and brought in the parliamentarian. So we were under discussion at that time.
So there is a motion live.
There is, but I was under discussion with that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, 1 second, please. Are you? No. Thank you, sorry. Are you able to receive the chat for the language from the motion? Okay, can, the chair recognizes actually, Sister Butler was correct. There is a motion on the floor. We'll have ANS Grant Secretary read it off for the delegates online. Can you please read out the motion presented by Sister Tavallero? which I believe is to revert back to committee. Yes, Chair recognizes ANS Grant President LB.
Last I heard, I thought she was withdrawing the motion. Did she make another motion?
She made, I was corrected that she did make another motion, and it was seconded by Sister Rhonda Body. So we have to revert back to committee. Correct. I'm trying to keep up with the.
Mr. Chairman, I have my hand raised. Thank you.
I understood. Give me 1 minute, please, Sister Paulette, ANS executive. Okay. Okay, all right. Chair recognizes ANS Executive Paulette Marino. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in favor of this motion. I believe it's a correct procedure that we do. We do go back to refer it back to the committee for any changes and then bring it back before the body for true transparency. I thank you for your work. And if there's no further discussion, I call for question. Thank you.
Thank you, ANS Executive Marino. Chair recognizes Brother Yesh Atuwu. You have 2 minutes.
Yesh Latuwu, count 14. Respectfully in opposition of this motion. The only reason why I'd be in opposition to this motion, with full respect to Cecilia and Rhonda, is because I think we could just do it on the floor. We can add those sections in on the floor. That's what President Brother Gurko was explaining, is that we can just bring it right back up right now, and we'd fix it within the, we'd be done within the discussion that we're having now. If we could just fix it and make those additions and then pass it as is with those additions, amendments. So I'm in opposition of this motion, and I'm hoping a new motion can be made so we can just fix it now.
Mr. Chairman, Richard Jackson here.
Okay, Chair recognizes A&B Grant President Emeritus Richard Jackson. You have the floor, sir.
Well, I just want to go through process here. Executive member ANS called for the question. Is that correct, Paulette? I heard you call for the question.
Through the chair, Mr. Chair, if I may respond.
Yes, please. You may.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did call for question. Thank you respectfully. ANS Grand, A&B Grand President Emeritus, Mr. Jackson.
So that has to be dealt with, Mr. Chairman.
Understood. Chair recognizes your comments, A&B Grant President Emeritus Jackson. You are correct. ANS Grant Secretary Elias Chase, is pertaining to the discussion because the emeritus is correct. The chair should have acknowledged that it was called a question. We should have a ballot raised on that second motion presented by Sisters Tavalero.
Point of question, Mr. Chair.
Hold on, please. Chair recognizes.
Mr. Chair.
Chair, 1 moment, please. Does your question pertain to this discussion here?
It pertains to the motion itself based off of the clarification you were asking for, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, sir. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Go ahead. You have the floor.
So you, Mr. Chair, you asked if the motion was put in the chat. In fact, it was put in by ANS Executive Committee member Cecilia Tavalero. It was another motion to refer back to the committee because as amended, it is recommended to do pass. Mind you, that it was put in the chat based off of the most recent motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, ANS Grant President, our Grant Secretary Elias. The question has been called on the motion. So our next action of responsibility, I believe.
Mr. Chair, I believe there's a point of order call.
There was a comment in here, point of order.
Oh, I heard, I just think.
I'm sorry, the chair would just want to make sure it's in comments over.
Mr. Chair, a point of clarification.
Okay, the chair recognizes Yesh Latuwu. You have 2 minutes. Is your second time commenting?
What? This is not a comment. This is a point of clarification. Paulette Moreno called for question with there is no more discussion. My hand was raised before Paulette Moreno even spoke. So I was part of the discussion. The question hasn't been called yet until the discussion's fully over. It's up to you to decide if the discussion's over.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, Paulette Marino.
Chair, 1 second. Yetu, is there any further else to comment on that? Is the session being open?
It was just clarification. I appreciate you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, and I do apologize. What the process, as we're still learning, and I need to keep a following by, is to ask dots who raises their hands first. Again, that's why we do ask. I'm not pushing this off. I take responsibility for it. But if you wish to comment, please raise your hand, and I will ask dots who in the chronological order. Hand is up first. I realize that, and I take responsibility. I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to comment, but I do follow process and procedure. So the chair does, thank you for your comments, Yetu. Chair recognizes ANS Executive Paulette Marino. This is your third time commenting, or is it pertaining to the process or recall or question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's in response to Sister Ginger McCormick's, or Brother Ginger McCormick's comment. I was just getting ready to put it in the chat. My comment was I spoke in favor of the motion for transparency to return to the committee where it would be brought up after committee review. If no further discussion was rendered, I call for question. So I'd like to speak to that. I did say if no further discussion was rendered. Thank you. And there was further discussion rendered by Ms. McCormick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is your call.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
yes, Mr. Chair recognizes the parliamentarian.
So Paulette is called for the question.
Yes.
Madam President, could you second her call? Let's do it formally. Second her call for the question.
I'll second call for question.
Question has been called
And second.
and seconded by A&B Grant President Heather Gerko, but if it's already called the question, we need to have dots pertaining to the vote, right? The
Right
ballot.
now,
Yes,
now debate is closed.
yes.
In order to open debate from this point on, we need a 2/3 affirmative vote.
Okay. The question has been called. The chair does acknowledge there's a delegate with their hand up. We would need to have 2/3 of the delegates vote in favor of reopening discussion on the subject, which is approving the motion presented by Sister Tavalero. What are the wishes of the delegate?
Mr. Chairman, this is more of a, I'm confused now. I don't understand. Could you explain that again?
The chair will bring up the parliamentarian to clarify the process we're going through right now. Please, sir.
Thank you. In order to move things forward, we'll just stick to the absolute rules, Robert's Rules of Order. Now, we've had discussion on it. We had Paulette, she seconded the motion. By rule, Robert's Rules of Order, and President Heather seconded her motion to call for the question. At that point, debate is now closed. If anybody on the floor or online wants further discussion, we have to have an affirmative 2/3 vote to reopen discussion. If not, we're going straight to the vote.
This is from the secretary.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. A&B Grand Camp Parliamentarian. At the direction of the chair, there's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. There's been adequate discussion. There's been questions been called. It's been seconded. Dots, please prepare a ballot to vote on the motion. For the benefit of the body, A&B Grant Secretary, can you please read the language of the motion that we're about to vote on?
Yes. Give me 2 seconds, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, does Dots have it to present on the screen?
They're gonna get here.
It needs to, per Robert Rules, it needs to be displayed for the body.
I understand this. We're gonna get to.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Chair recognizes Brother Demert.
Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of confusion here. when someone calls for the question, calling for the question is not binding on the chairman's to call for the vote. What it is a signal that I think that we've had enough discussion. I would like to vote on the motion, but that's an informal signal. If the intent is to close discussion, the proper motion is I call for the previous question. And if someone calls for the previous question, then discussion is closed. And there must be a vote on that, and it takes a 2/3 vote in order to end discussion. But just calling for the question does not end the discussion. At that point, it's still up to the chair to decide whether or not there's been fair time for discussion. And the chair has that responsibility, but simply calling for the question does not mean that the chair has to end it. He may or may not, depending on how things are going. And by the way, I'm not clear on what motion is being voted on. The vote on the main motion or to refer. The last motion that I heard was to refer, and that should be, and it's responsibility of the chair to make very clear what motion we're voting on. And I'm confused from what I've heard so far about whether the vote now would be on the motion itself or the motion to refer. And that's clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Brother Demmer, for your comments. The chair acknowledges your experience in that area. AMB or ANS grant secretaries, can you please read the language of the motion and ensure that DOTS has it to present prior to vote, please? Please
Yes.
proceed.
Mr. Chair, I did send that off to our DOTS team so that they do have the language for their necessities for the ballot. The motion that was originally put back on the floor, which was the second motion after the first motion was strike, was motion to refer back to the committee because as amended, it is recommended do pass. And DOTS does have that on their side, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, ANS Brent, our Secretary Elias. DOTS, can you please prepare the ballot and please put the language of the motion on the screen for sharing for the benefit of the delegates online, please?
Absolutely. We're just getting that prepared. The ballot is open and Alejandro will have the visuals up shortly. Once again, though, just a reminder to access your voting software or voting platform, and you may need to log in because I believe it's been more than 40 minutes. So do keep that ID and password handy. If you are logged in already, you may need to click next vote and you're looking for the link that says vote now, motion to refer back to the committee because as amended, it is recommended do pass.
Mr. Chair, just as a. So then my question is, I understand the motion. This is common.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair recognizes
Mr. Chairman.
Sister Rhonda Butler. You have the floor.
I'm a little, as the second of the motion, I apologize. The wording that is listed on the ballot right now is not the motion that Sister Cecilia placed in the chat. So I would, not to delay things, but I would like to assure that, you know, as the second of the motion, that the correct wording is there. She placed it in the chat. If you scroll up, it states, I move that we revert resolution 2305 be sent to the ANS executive
Correct. Look at
committee
that.
as the amendments will not be reverted as it does have financial cost associated with its passage. And that wasn't the, so I'm just trying to find out
Understood.
exactly. I want to make
I
sure that as the second of the motion that it's clear, because there was, in the motion that I seconded, was not stating anything in regards to do pass. It was just recommendation. I second the motion that was recommended to refer back to committee for consideration and to be presented back to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comments, Sister Butler. Actually, I think the language that you're citing from the text, and I'm getting indications from the grant secretaries that wasn't the correct motion. There was point of information brought to the chair's attention from ANS grant president that the motion or the discussion on the ballot should have been refer the resolution back to committee. The second half of that was a comment that shouldn't have been included.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
If that do pass can be please not considered for the ballot. It was just I seconded the motion, and as the second of the motion, the current ballot should state that we're referring it back to committee for the amendments.
We're done.
I think we just move forward, and then when it comes forward, we can recommend for due pass at that time.
Yeah.
But that's two separate action items.
Well, the word she has in it
Yes, thank
is because it says do pass. That's the
Right.
reason for sending it back to committee.
Yeah.
But there's no changing anything now. We are voting on it and we are done. No changes.
Okay, if you.
Thank you, Mr.
delegates-
Chairman. Thank you for that clarification, and thank you, Parliamentarian Jay. I appreciate that as it's just a comment stated in that. So thank you for that, and I will go and cast my ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sister Butler. Please notice the language has been modified correctly by dots on the screen in front of you.
Yeah, just a note, Mr. Chair. We have the ballot has been opened for these last couple of minutes. Do we need to close that ballot and make a new one with this corrected language?
Actually, the direction of the parliamentarian, we do not. We just have to ensure that the members, the delegates are aware that the language should have been shortened to refer the resolution back to committee. The latter part of that should not have included.
Okay. Perfect. Just as information, just so that we know, we'll remove that for the sort of voting report aspect afterwards. But everyone that's voting will see the original language with that extra bit in it as well. But we will shorten that out for the reports.
And to the benefit of the delegates, what the chair is going to recommend is that we do hear the language of the resolution back, and we'll just confer amongst the grand presidents or the parliamentarian that the language is appropriate. Again, we don't want to put the onus on just the motion maker. Sometimes the language does get audited. Trust me, I know I'm making mistakes and rolling through it, but we'll make sure that prior to going to docs that the language is exactly what you was intended, so there's no confusion in the future. Thank you, Notch. Dots, the language on the screen is not correct. The previous one you had is correct.
Yeah, we're just getting that switched back. Apologies for that.
Thank you.
And once we get that back up, we'll throw a timer back up, maybe for a couple minutes, just to make sure that everyone who wants to has been able to vote.
No. Struck some of the language out that should have been in there was comment. Yeah, that's something that we just didn't catch before. For docs. Thank you.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Okay, thanks everyone. We're just, we have that language back up on screen as well as a timer. So for those of you who haven't had a chance to vote yet, please go ahead and cast your vote on the voting platform. We have that support information once again in the chat. And if you have any issues, please don't hesitate to reach out to Dots.
Yep, not too bad. Yeah. That's what we're gonna do for all of them, because it's a long version.
Yeah. And now I learned.
Yep, they're ready.
We're just now reaching the 9:31.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
And just a reminder that we have 30 seconds left to cast that vote. 30 seconds, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is Marv. My vote says the same thing as amended recommendations to pass. Is that going to be changed yet? Because that's the only one I got to vote on.
Yeah, so just to, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Dots. Chair recognizes Brother Marvin Adams, AV Camp 87. Actually, Marvin, to my best of my knowledge, if you hit refresh on your browser or the next vote button, it'll update the language.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Chair, that's actually incorrect. The vote, because it's been open this whole time, we would have had to close it and start a new vote.
Oh, okay.
So we have no ability to edit the language once the ballot's been opened. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove that language once the ballot's closed, so that in the reports it's reflected correctly.
Thank you, Dots, for the correction. Brother Adams, does that meet your inquiry?
I'm a little uncomfortable because we don't know, other than taking everybody's word for it, that it's going to happen. It's normally done as presented. It's very unorthodox, actually.
Yeah. So just a note from Dots, if you wish, Mr. Chair, we can stop that vote and start a new one, but we would need to do that to edit the language.
Mr. Chairman, how long is it going to take? How long is it going to take you to change that? Is it going to be a couple of minutes?
Take about a minute, but then
Yeah,
we'll have
go
to
ahead and-
we'll have to open it back up and start a new vote.
Yeah, let's just do that. Let's keep it clean. My recommendations, Mr. Chair.
To leave it as is. You know what? At the direction of the chair, I hate to be authoritarian, just for the confusion, and we are operating in a new world and a new process. Docs, if you can go ahead and strike that last vote. Members, I apologize for taking your time on this. Can we please have a ballot fresh with the language as originally intended of having to refer back to committee? All delegates will have to re-vote on this issue. I apologize, but I just think it's the cleanest way in dealing with this language oversight. I take responsibility for that, but I think it helps move forward.
Absolutely. So I'm just working on getting a new ballot open. It'll just be about 10 or 15 seconds.
Very good. Good job. So, we need to make sure that has the wording, the adjusted resolution prepared. We need to know exactly what it is. So we can bring it back to the body of the amendment.
Reach out to her afterward.
No, you'll just ask for the, on the floor, so, can the majority motion is the amendment.
Because
So that the finance, or the finance committee can consider them to bring back to the floor for the body.
Because she was the draft of the motion. Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, just a note from Dots, we have that ballot ready and open with the language that you see on screen now.
And that's only if this passes, right?
Thank you, Dots. Just a reminder for all delegates, we are voting on the motion that pertains to 2305. The chair had requested the strike of that first voting, if only because of confusion in language. So this is the language as requested by several delegates. Thank you.
And another reminder from Dots, even if you voted in the last ballot, please cast your vote on this fresh ballot or your vote will not be counted. Please make sure you go back into your voting platform and cast your vote. You may just need to click next vote and you will see it refresh.
Yes. It let me vote and.
Chair recognizes A and B Camp 87, Marvin Adams.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, that was, you addressed it. I just forgot to remove my hand.
All right, thank you.
And I voted on what that says. Wasn't that on the previous sessions? I'm sharing in a moment.
That's all he does.
Yeah, I probably should leave it open and confirm with you. I thought it's more for my own. Stuff, but I appreciate that.
Here's right. If there's any time you want me to be next, so that we hear it. Okay. Is that right? Is that good?
Oh, yeah.
Because he's right. I'm reading.
You're right.
They are on the phone, if they're on the.
The last thing we want to do is give the perception that we're doing stuff behind and leaving it out.
Yeah.
They would normally hear, and it's really for my own knowledge and learning.
While I'm sharing here.
So you guys know there's a hotline 24-hour now. Yeah, hotline.
Oh, well,
There you go.
I'm fine until we actually start the debate. And he moves towards the motion.
So it's up to you. I already voted.
Excuse me, the Dots team?
Yes.
Let's see, Millie Schoonover, her app will not update. We closed it, reopened it, but it won't move to the next vote.
Sorry, who is this again?
Millie Schoonover.
Okay, let me look into that.
Thank you.
And Dots, for reference, within that spreadsheet, she is an ANS executive. She is our ANS Grand President Emeritus.
Yeah, sorry, this is Millie Schoonover.
Yes, that is correct.
We see that the vote has been cast for her on this.
But it came back and said I already voted.
Yeah, we've received a vote.
Then we're good.
Okay, then it looks like we're good, Dots.
Okay, yeah, great. Okay, so I think we're gonna go ahead and close this ballot up. We have no other support requests. So we're gonna,
Dots, if we could wait a moment.
Absolutely.
Our Madam Secretary is currently assisting one of our delegates, Adeline De Castro, in casting her vote.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll pause that for a minute.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Yeah, that's for me. Yeah. Another thing to send to Robert. Accepting motions and all that. Okay.
Oh, I only, my committee only has one resolution.
I cannot wait till you get a chance to come up here to watch the master.
We're referring it back to the maker. It's to be.
Okay, so this is from Dots again. We just got word that they are good, so we're gonna go ahead and close that ballot.
Thank you, Dots.
We have wasn't able to cast.
Oh, sorry, do I hear one other person with an issue?
We can proceed closing this vote now. We're working up with the next one. Thank
Okay.
you, Dots.
Okay, great. Closing that ballot.
Mhm. Okay. Chair recognizes the outcome of the vote. We see 39 votes in favor, 6 against. The motion to refer resolution 2305 has reverted back to committee. I've also received word from one of our committee members, the original maker of the resolution, Sister Tabalero. Could you be in contact with the resolution committee to give us specific language that you would like to be stripped or stricken or edited from your resolution? Any further business on resolution 2305? The chair is going to call up Finance Resolution Committee member, A&B Grant President Heather Gurko. She will share her screen as well as be able to see the notes and comments and the language of resolutions.
6 and 7, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're doing a fine job. We're a learning organization, and I'm learning a lot today. So thank you to you, Mr. Chair, and to our parliamentarian, and to Dennis, our brother Dennis Demmert, as well as our Grand President Emeritus of the A&B, Richard Jackson, and also our delegates who are helping us continue to move forward in a good way. But oh, geez. I'm sorry, I should have asked for permission before to say that. So we're going to be looking at resolution 2306 that will be displayed here momentarily, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So 2306 did go to the Finance Committee. This resolution is Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood, Camp 87, first annual statewide civil rights conference invitation. The committee recommends to pass with amendments. I'm scrolling down to the amendments. They're in the final section of the resolution. The first amendment is now therefore be it resolved. The recommended changes are to the last sentence of that clause, which states, the change would state, and it's to the right here on my screen. You can see it to the right. The A&B and the ANS Grand Camp can offer encouragement by supporting and promoting the event and encourage local camps to support and promote this historical event. But what it is replacing is Alaska Native Brotherhood Camp 87 asked the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp to donate up to $5,000 to help defray the cost of the first annual conference. So the recommended amendments are to the right, removing the monetary amount, but offering guidance, the word is encouragement and support. The next amendment that is being recommended is to remove the final section, which says be it further resolved. The Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp and Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp send as many executive committee members to this convention. With the amendment to the previous clause, the Finance Committee felt that was redundant because it was already stated in the original there. Now therefore be it resolved, Mr. Chair. Those are the recommendations from the Finance Committee. Again, the recommendation from the committee is do pass with proposed amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A&B Grant President Heather Gurko, and also Finance Committee member. The chair recognizes Brother Dennis Demmert. You have the floor, sir.
Can you tell people that I can't see because the screen is being shared for just so they can point out some of the best.
Brother Demmert, your hand was raised. I saw in the chat. Thanks to ANS Camp 87 Sister. Any comments, sir?
He's muted.
I think your microphone is off, Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chair, he just needs a second to unmute.
No problem. Thanks to you,
Yeah,
Brother
Dennis,
Yang.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir. You have 2 minutes to discuss.
Okay. What I'm requesting is that I be excused. I have an appointment here in Ketchikan that I can't change and I cannot miss. I'm not sure how long it'll be, but it's important, and So I just request that I be excused until my appointment is over. May I be excused, please?
The chair acknowledges your absence and you are excused, sir.
Thank you.
With regard to resolution 2306.
Chair recognizes Brother Marvin Adams, A and B Camp 87. The floor is yours, sir. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to comment on the resolution as the maker of this. This is the first Alaska statewide civil rights annual conference. And there's been a lot of sponsors, but we wanted to include A and B Grand Camp because, A and B Grand Camp is, our founding our organization. And we felt it was imperative that they be part of this. It's the first annual statewide civil rights conference, and it follows right in line with our mission. So my hope is that the assembly recognize this. We believe in 4 or 5 years, it's going to be a 4-day event, and it's going to be a major draw. Right now, we've got major leaders participating in this, and it's very important. And I just needed to recognize that the A and B Grand Camp, ANS and A and B are recognized as participants in this. And how we did that was by, showing them that you're a major sponsor. It's important that we recognize that. The second thing I think is important.
Brother Marvin, I apologize. I should have asked what the wish of the board, entertain a motion, allowing discussion. I apologize. Puts me in an odd situation. You are my local camp president. I understand the event. Could we please have an action direction on the resolution? Then we can have your comments. I apologize, sir. That is on me. I got a little ahead of myself. So what's the wishes of the body on the resolution? Oh, 1 second. Chair recognizes Sister Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I make a motion to accept the amendments as presented on screen for purpose of discussion.
Okay, the chair recognizes ANS Grand President Albee.
Second motion.
So a motion has been seconded. Just to clarify, to be fair to equitable to delegates involved, the chair is going to recognize Marvin Adams, A and B Camp 87, to please pick up your comments where you left off. I apologize, sir, if you have to repeat them, but that is the discretion there.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think we kind of got it backwards. I think what you need to do is get the motion to approve the resolution and get a second, and then go into a discussion, which could include the amendments and the recommendations by the council or the finance committee. So, I just wanted to get clarification for that, but thank you for allowing me to speak.
Understood.
I would also,
just so you know, Brother Marvin,
the motion was, the motion was for approving the amendments.
Okay, so for the record, Sister Rhonda Butler made the motion to accept the resolution as amended, and it was seconded by ANS Grand President Albee. We're in discussion now. You're offered the floor now to your comments on the resolution and on the motion to accept as amended. Sir, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll just go ahead. I understand. I'm just trying to get my arm around the process here. I felt it was really imperative and important. Number one is to have the executive committee and the A and B at this event because it's the first one, and that's what our mission is civil rights. It has been since for the A and B Brotherhood since 1912. And I felt it was imperative that we all stand together as we have this and host this event. The second thing, the 5,000 is not so much that we need it, it's just a show of support from the organization. I looked at it as well as the fact that it's imperative that we show the community and the state all the organizations that are participating, the A and B Grand Camp and ANS Grand Camp are here. So that is why we presented that resolution, and I wanted to get it approved by the assembly. Also wanted to invite all the other camps to participate because this is going to be a great event 5-10 years from now. And we wanted to make sure that the A and B Grand Camp is part of it. So in disclosure to everybody, we have all the money we need right now to host the event. It's not going to be in the red. We have all the tables all sold out, literally, for the banquet. And we're honoring Emil Nadi, which many of you know, is one of the first presidents of Alaska Federation of Natives. But ironically, he was also the first field representative for the Human Civil Rights Commission for Alaska. So we're recognizing him as well. And I'm wanting to, make sure that it's presented with the support of the A&B Grand Camp, ANS and A&B. So there you go, Mr. President. I would like, to have some support financially to show good faith by this organization. And the fact that you're hosting the Grand Camp convention by virtual, there's really no expense for this convention. So my hope that you can consider. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Brother Marvin Adams, Camp 87 A and B. The chair recognizes Brother Ye Tu Wu. You have 2 minutes.
Ganakshish, Ye Shatuwu, Camp 14. Hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, sorry, I pushed mute. I speak in opposition to this motion. Not that I don't support the event, because I think we should all be there. And since we all tuned in here virtually to Grand Camp, maybe we can all individually in each camp use our travel funds to go to this event. I'd like to uplift it. However, we haven't even approved a budget. So we don't even know what's going on there. So I don't know if we can accept a resolution that's asking money when we haven't even voted on a budget.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Brother Ye. Just for our point of information from the Resolutions Committee member, Chair recognizes A&B Grand President Heather Gurko for clarification of the language on them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. What you're seeing on the screen on the right-hand side is the recommended changes. I did not have it in there to strike the section that's highlighted. I did say it out loud, but we would strike the financial piece where the wording would then be the A&B and the ANS Grand Camp can offer encouragement by supporting and promoting the event and encourage local camps to support and promote this historical event. There would be no financial commitment based on the Finance Committee's recommendation. That entire last sentence would be removed, as would the be it therefore for the resolve section would also be removed because it would be redundant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Chair recognizes Brother Ye.
Ye Camp 14. I am still learning, but I'm sorry, I thought the highlights were additions because I'm on a smaller device, but I would like to withdraw my opposition and be in favor of the resolution. I don't know how that works. I'm still learning, but that's where I stand. I appreciate this event and I want to uplift.
Chair recognizes your comments. As chair, I can also thank you're joining the club of learning. And since you're just such a comment, we will take your comment to portion. Thank you for your comments, brother. Chair would like to acknowledge A&B Camp President, A&B Camp 70 President, Marcelo Quinto to comment on the subject. Sir, you have 2 minutes.
There's no microphones, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that the opportunity to gather as civil rights groups is very commendable. However, I think if Myron, if you're thinking that the Brotherhood and Sisterhood are able to provide dollars, we are not an organization right now that has that type of funds. It does not mean that we not care that we can't afford to pay, hopefully send somebody to that meeting if it's, as we find out what it's totally all about. You know, I also know that you are honoring Emil Nadi, who has also been a member of the Alaska Native Brotherhood for years and years and has attended our conventions, you know, in Anchorage. And I commend you for bringing the subject to us because it's very important. At this time, I don't believe that our organization has funds to contribute, but we certainly are supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Marcelo. For point of information, the chair is going to call A&B Grant President Heather Gerkel, who's also a resolution, our Finance Committee member, on some technical suggestions here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Finance Committee did not want to alter the original resolution because we are only making recommendations. If there's no objection, I can click this little check mark on the right-hand side, and it will change the resolution language, which can be redone if this motion does not pass. But that way you all can see exactly where it would fit. On the future resolution, I would walk through the same process, explaining what the changes are, then make the change so the body could see what it would look like if they were to approve it. So, Mr. Chair, at your discretion, would you prefer that I go ahead and do that now, or would you like to take comment with regard to that? And this is not the only document we have. We have other ones to revert back to if need be.
The chair would like to follow your recommendation on viewing as modified for the benefit of the delegates viewing remotely.
And on smaller devices.
Yeah, on smaller devices, we understand that everybody has the big screen, so the chair will go ahead and accept that recommendation. Thank you.
So the presentation in front of you of the resolution on the now therefore be it resolved should have, see, this is where it got fishy. I apologize. Let me go ahead and revert back. And then we will make that change, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So I can real time do it.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark. If I could help this along, I would support the amendments as presented as the maker of the resolution. After Marcelo's eloquent speech today, I understand the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Marvin Adams, A&B Camp 87. Chance to comments.
So you know that it now represents the recommendations of the committee.
Let's have you finish that part.
Thank you. On your screen now, you see the recommendations of the committee as the final resolution would read if this motion passes. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, A&B Grant President Heather Gerkel. The chair is going to go in order. Dots, can you please give me the order in which the hands were raised for comments, please? Dots?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
Dots just sent me a notification. This is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. They just sent me an unmute. So I think that was them acknowledging that I was next, maybe? I'm unsure.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
the first one is Rhonda.
Thank you very much. We thought we lost them. Okay. Okay, I believe the chair will recognize Sister Rhonda Butler, and I believe that this is your first time commenting on this motion. Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you calling on our A&B Grant President Heather Gerkel for further clarifications as respect to the makers of the resolution. I sat on the committee and we heavily support this cause that has been brought forth from Camp 87. And out of respect for them, we wanted to assure that the only thing that we were removing was the monetary request for the money, and that we still expressed the encouragement for all members to attend this amazing event as recognizing Umunati that is going to be present, and the cause for this is a great event, and I speak strongly in favor of the amended resolution as presented now on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comments, Sister Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Dots, can you please give me the next person in order of the hand being raised?
Yeah, absolutely. We have Sobolev next.
Chair recognizes, I'm going to assume it's Brother Sasha Sobolov. You have the floor, sir, 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really applaud the effort that's being made forth to keep the real essence of our organization right on task. But what I really challenge is that all the delegates who are reviewing this information, which is currently on the screen, which has been before committee, is whether or not they support or whether or not they don't support the passage of the resolution. And I concur with Brother Marcelo that one of the things that we really want to be careful of is even acknowledging that we really do support them, and we really do support Brother Marvin in his effort to make this happen. That one of the things that everyone should know is that it is up to the discretion and the voting of the delegates who are currently in our Grand Camp endeavor that's going on right now. And I would really encourage the delegates to think carefully about this, because you're the ones who are in charge of this. And I think that's an important facet too. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Brother Sasha Sobolov. Dots, who is the next in order? Comment?
Yeah, so we have Stephanie Waddell next. Stephanie, please go ahead.
Chair recognizes Sister Stephanie Waddell, ANS Camp 4. Ma'am, you have the floor, 2 minutes.
Just a quick point of clarification on this motion. Was this the event that Grand Presidents Elby and Gurko were going to be attending next week?
According to the AMB Grand President, Heather Gurko, there was a scheduled conference. It's a different event.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for your comments. Chair recognizes Andrea Cesar, Camp 70. You have the floor, 2 minutes.
Andrea, you should have a notification to unmute. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, I saw her step away temporarily.
No problem. You have the floor, 2 minutes.
Andrea. No, that was.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I apologize.
This is Andrea Caesar, Glacier Valley Camp 70.
Yes, ma'am, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I concur with my brother, Marcelo Quinto, and just everything he said is correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sister. And are there any further discussions, comments on the motion? Just we've been at it for a little while. I'm going to go ahead and reread the motion. Resolution 2306. The motion has been made by Rhonda Butler, seconded by ANS Grand President Daphne Elby. Motion to approve Resolution 2306 as amended.
And we have one more hand up.
Understood. Chair recognizes Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. Ma'am, you have the floor, 2 minutes.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to this motion, even though, in regards to this motion, I concur with Brother Sasha Sobolov, the executive, that it is up to the camps. I know that without a budget currently, and knowing what our financial future looks like, I understand why this should be considered. However, once again, the local camps under discussion in the future, I would like to see the local camps support it from the Grand Camp budget to be able to participate in events like this. So that is my only comment at this time. Thank you so much. And that's what the local camps can do. They have the power at meetings and things like this to, the money is there for the local camps, and the money is there to support each other. So I just wanted to add to that comment, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comments. Sister Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. Chair recognizes A and B Grand Camp Emeritus Richard Jackson. Sir, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is going to be an exciting conference. One of the reasons I know it will be for the A and B is because we have initiated the civil rights movement from the voting to the land claims. Our rights have been suppressed, but it went to the A and B through the 1945 Convention for Equal Rights. Voting rights came out of Wrangell and Ketchikan. Schools came out of Ketchikan through the A and B, through William Paul. Our history is really dynamic in the state. There still are concerns about our civil rights. We recently heard about Ketchikan in a school district when they had a basketball game, and they had to have an apology made to Metlakatla over what happened at a game. So to go to this event will be a reminder of our state and of our neighbors that we always stand up for what we believe in is our civil rights. And we're proud of it. And I'm proud that Marvin has mentioned this, that we should attend, and I'll make every effort I can to get there. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Richard Jackson, A&B Grand President Emeritus. Chair recognizes A&B Grand President Heather Gerko. Ma'am, you have the floor, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to just state to the local camps that at this time under discussion, you have the opportunity, if you so choose, to put forward an amendment, which we could vote on. We are still accepting amendments to the motion. We're simply looking at the resolution as put forward by the Finance Committee with amendments. So that is an opportunity. On a personal note, we do have on our general budget the opportunity for host camp visits. That would be at the discretion of the next Grand President to make that a possibility. So it is not impossible for the next Grand President to either attend themselves or send a person in their absence. That is a possibility and is generally part of the Grand Camp budget, and that is within the realm of possibility. So I just wanted to state that A, this body has opportunity to offer amendments still, and B, the note with regard to the future budget. And we do usually have a host camp budget line item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments. A&B Grand President Heather Gerko. The chair would like to recognize ANS Grand President Daphne Elby.
Thank you. I call for the question.
The question has been called.
Second.
Called by ANS Grand President Elby. Second has been made by First Vice President, ANS Vice President Heather Powell. I'm not getting mine today. Okay, Dots, you should be receiving the language for the motion. The motion to approve resolution 2306 as amended.
Okay, we actually have that already. We took it off of the document. So we have a ballot for 23-06, ANB 87, first annual Civil Rights Conference as amended.
Thank you, sir.
So we're gonna open that up right now. And there we go. It's now open and live. We have the voting information in the chat, as well as the support information. So please don't hesitate to reach out if you need any help.
Mr. Chair, as we put forward 2307, I will read through the current placement, and then I will read the comment, and then I will replace it so that we see what it would look like. So those are on the smaller screen, if you're not able to see those comments on the side, but I'll make sure to go through and share where that's going to change and make the change so they can see it. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
So when you refer to the statement that we don't.
It should never have come to us.
Okay.
It was never submitted to us.
So we will just keep it in mind, right?
That was never on us.
I don't think it's something.
Oh, yeah, and you can just state your miscommunication. The resolutions committee chair assigned it. Resolutions committee, in fact, assigned 2308 to state federal, not finance.
Yeah.
So it was not addressed for finance.
I'll correct that comment in there. If I was mislabeled, that was right. All right.
Trace that right there. Because it wasn't. It's okay. You're doing great.
As if
You're
we
doing
need more,
great.
as if we need more to
Don't you need a water or anything?
No, I'm actually doing good. I do appreciate that.
You got me a water when I was.
I did bring you a stress ball.
You were fine.
I didn't take my allergy medicine. Sometimes it.
That's a good.
I appreciate you giving me the right moiety.
I think it would be okay to mute during this time because we're just chatting, we're not doing anything official. So
Mine still says no.
the body doesn't hear everything.
I think what I'll do, if you guys don't mind, when I'm sharing something, I'll leave that mic on. I got chastised a couple times today, so.
Sure.
Just so you guys know, when Paul's up here, everything's civil.
I think it's a great thing though, that they can voice that, because when I was virtual yesterday, I was wondering if maybe you were talking and it was supposed to have not been muted. That was one thing I wondered.
No,
And so I was really looking at your lips. I was trying to figure out what you were saying.
And then.
No, it's a good point, and as we're learning to traverse this new approach, that we need to be able to acknowledge that. We don't want anybody to think that we're, and all my muting, when I talk to parliamentarian, I'll put this out for secure, is for my own, and making sure I'm doing the process
You know
right.
what function is missing though, is the boiler room.
Yeah.
So we are ultimately doing all of those things. So when it feels like we're being, we're meeting for comfort for them, they don't understand as far as what's happening virtually, what's happening here. We're doing copies, we're having things move. So the boiler room is functioning through the grand officers. And it's a different feel, right?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Sister Rhonda Butler?
Yes, too.
Oh, sorry, I see the hand.
Thank you. I do have my hand raised and I'd be called after Ginger.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
sorry.
have to learn her pronunciation for her name, but sorry. Yes, I'll speak after.
I apologize. Sorry, brother Yesh Atulu. I've been pronouncing your name wrong. You have the floor.
Ganachish. As I'm still learning in this virtual process, and I'm pretty tech savvy and Robert's Rules of Order savvy, I'd ask, as in we watch virtual tribal council meetings and other things like that, just because you guys are being forced to unmute, you should probably pay attention to your conversations and stick to the issues at hand, because we're all still listening. And you wouldn't normally be talking like that up there if we're in person. That's all.
Actually, point of personal privilege, we would. And I've actually, as chair, just said, well, I'm chairing a committee or a portion. I want the mic on. I take A&B Grand President Emeritus comments about the meeting seriously. So there's open transparency, but I appreciate your comments. But I won't tell my jokes, but we want you to know that the operation, we're just trying to do what we're asking of you when you're talking or you're not talking, you have muting back and backside, but I appreciate your comments. The chair is going to recognize Sister Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Normally during convention and in person, during times where we have like lulls like this, sometimes people and other camps do different gestures. And at this time, because I feel it in my heart that I would like to ask, I placed it in the chat also as a show of support to Camp 87's efforts in the first ever civil rights convention and hosting that. I personally would like to request a passing of the hat. And if Camp 87 can place some contact information as to where we can send a personal donation to Camp 87's efforts, because I am wanting to donate $50 on behalf of my grandfather, Richard Stokes, and his efforts in regards to civil rights, and my grandmother, Wilma Churchill Stokes, in their memory and honor, to donate towards their efforts. And I would encourage this opportunity to pass the hat for Camp 87 and their efforts for this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Chish, thank you very much for your generosity. I'm certain that Camp 87 A&B Anchorage appreciates it. To keep moving forward, I believe Dots, have you closed out the voting and we ready to present the results?
Yes, that's correct. We have closed that ballot and please stand by for the results. They'll be up there shortly.
Thank you. Per the results, we have 40 in favor, 1 against. The motion to approve resolution 2306 as amended has passed. Next on the last item of the Finance Resolution Committee is resolution 2307, the A&B A&S banner song. The chair is going to have Finance Committee member and also A&B Grand President Gurko come up and take over the screen to share with the delegates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So my screen is being shared right now, and I'll walk through the same process as before. And then I will put in the change for you all to see on your screen how the resolution could potentially look if there is a motion to accept the resolution with amendments. The resolution is 2307, A&B A&S banner song creation. You've all had the resolutions before you, so I'm not going to read every line. But we will go to the first, the therefore be it resolved by the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska and Sisterhood Grand Camp meeting virtually October 5 through 7, 2023. There is a typo there. Will continue previous budget year's funding and allocate the same amount to provide honorariums to Alaska Native language speakers who contribute to the creation of an Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood banner song. Guided by the spirit of inclusiveness, the A&B and the A&S Grand Presidents will develop a committee of Alaska Native language speakers to continue this work. Be it finally resolved that the A&B and A&S banner song will be presented at the 2024 Grand Camp Convention for consideration and approval by the Grand Camp delegation. The A&B and the A&S Grand Secretaries will distribute the draft song at least 30 days before the 2024 Grand Camp Convention to be considered as an addition to the Constitution of the Grand Camp as the official A&B and A&S banner song. That is how the original presented resolution reads. The recommendations from the Finance Committee are in the section stated, therefore be it resolved. The portion that is highlighted, continue to provide previous year's funding and allocated the same amount. It is recommended by the Finance Committee to remove that section and add will contribute $2,000 to provide honorariums to Alaska Native language speakers. So I'll make that adjustment now. And I totally did what I did last time, please forgive me. Let's do it manually. We'll continue, okay, it now reads, therefore be it resolved by the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp meeting today, at this time, will provide up to $2,000 to provide honorariums to Alaska Native language speakers who contribute to the creation of an Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood banner song. Guided by the spirit of inclusiveness, the A&B and the A&S Grand Presidents will develop a committee of Alaska Native language speakers to continue this work. I'll enlarge it for those who may be on smaller screens, so you can see how the committee recommends amendments on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, A&B Grand President Heather Gurko and Finance Resolution Committee member. The chair will entertain a motion or accept or portion on here. Docs, can you please give me the order in which the hands were raised? Again, we are looking to entertain a motion. Discussion will happen after it's been seconded in discussions. So if your hand is raised for raise a motion, please leave it raised. If it's not, more discussion, please lower your hand to that portion.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on one second.
Dots, please indicate the order in which the hands were raised, so I request information from the right person in order.
So we have Mary Suits first.
Chair recognizes ANS Camp 87 Anchorage, Mary Suits. You have the floor, 2 minutes.
I'm Mary Marino Stoops. Anchorage Camp 87.
Sister Mary, you might want to have somebody in your room turn off the audio on their phone or other computer. You're getting a kind of a big feedback and echo.
Is that better?
Yes, it is. Please proceed. Your 2 minutes are starting now.
Thank you. I make a motion to, or I state my opposition in this motion, and I'd like to state why in our official.
I'm sorry, Sister Mary, point of order. There has not been a motion on the floor. This hands being raised is if you wish to submit a motion. It sounds like your conversation is more for discussion. Are you ready to make a motion or not?
Do I make the motion to open discussion?
Mr. Chairman, this is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Hold on, please. Sister Mary still has the floor. Sister Mary, are you making a motion to accept are you making a motion?
I respect, sorry, hold on. State that you would allow me to speak on this first when it comes back up, please.
If you raise your hand in the right proper order, Sister Mary, dots will indicate, and that's when I'll do. So if I were you, as chair, recommend that you be ready for discussion on that portion.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Dots, who was the next person in order? Again, we are raising hands to whether or not they're going to suggest a motion or not. We're not in discussion at the moment. Dots, who was next?
So we have Jimmy Lanos Jr. Jimmy, please go ahead.
Sorry. Chair recognizes Brother Lanos Jr. You have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to accept this resolution as amended.
There is a motion on the floor. The chair will entertain a second.
ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler seconds the motion.
Okay, we are now in discussion. Dots, who will let our hands raised for discussion, and at the request of Sister Mary Suits Marino, I'll recognize ANS Camp 87 for the first discussion on the motion at hand. Ms. Suits, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This is Mary Marino Suits, Anchorage Camp 87. I would like to state that I believe that this motion is out of order because of our Constitution and bylaws of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, adopted on October 6, 2011. This is on the last page, which is page 51, stated, we do have our banner song, Onward Christian Soldiers. It is under the duties of Sergeant at Arms, and as past Grand Officer Sergeant of Arms, I can attest that this was one of my duties to provide this song and provide copies of this song to all of the delegates and all of the officers, as well as providing it to the secretary, to the Grand Camp Convention. If I can turn the camera around, I don't know how, but I do have these documents in front of me. I also have the ANS right now is the Grand Camp Alaska Native Sisterhood Organization Handbook Guidelines, adopted 1982. And our battle song is on page 49. And the entire battle song is Onward Christian Soldiers as well. And I'd also like to point out that 1929 minutes. Grand Camp in Haines states Wednesday, third session, the Brotherhood was sung by convention, which is also known as Onward Christian Soldiers. Gonna cheese, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Sister Mary Suits. ANS Camp 87. Actually, at the preview of the chair, I'm going to bring up the parliamentarian to ask specific questions about that, because one of the subject topics has come up several times. Sir, if you could come to the podium and reflect on the direction. There's a couple of questions on the Constitution component, and then there was something about whether or not the battle song proportion. You please take the.
If you have it, just explain this, let me know.
Yes, and for your discretion, we do have available the screen to share by A&B Grant President Gurko on the specifics within the Constitution. I believe Sister Mary was referencing. Sir, it is your podium.
Thank you. Now, from what I understand, the question about the song has been pretty emotional. Now, when we think about this, let's stay in touch with the business at hand. The song is actually like a back cover of the Constitution. From what I have read in the standing rules of order, the Constitution, there is no actual business appointing singing of the song. Now, this may have been something we've done for years and years, which I can attest to. I remember singing it myself years ago, but it's only something we've done many, many years in a row. It's not a part of business of the Constitution. That's where I see it, and that's where the stand is currently. But this thing is so emotionally connected. I think it merits a little discussion at the call of the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, A&B Grant parliamentarian, for your comments and insight. Dots, can you please give me the order in which the hands were raised and the discussion on the motion at hand?
Absolutely. So the first hand we have is Stephanie Waddell. Stephanie, please go ahead.
The chair recognizes Sister Stephanie Waddell. You have 2 minutes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you. I would like to clarify on that it is in our Constitution. It has been sung at every Grand Camp. It is sung at every installation. I believe that it is part of our order of business. If you look to the chat, Jimmy Lanos Jr. has stated, if something's done traditionally, then by Robert's Rules of Order, it's turned into a standing rule. I think this would apply to Onward Christian Soldier Song. The parliamentarian can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that this is where we're at. And if this is not the case, then we need to reconsider this and send it back to committee, either to state and federal or to health and education.
Thank you, Sister Stephanie Waddell, for your comments. Dots, who was next in order for discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. Next, we have Juliana Smith.
The chair recognizes Juliana Smith. Please take for 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
We can. There's a little bit of an echo. Please be sure nobody in your room has another voice connected to the audio.
Gotta turn this one on.
Okay, I'm going to, I'm standing in oppose. And I'll read what I have to say within 159. This organization was established under the church, so this is why the song is being used. Our native corporations and central council wasn't established under a church. I have asked for feedback yesterday from other leaders within that have met with us. Older camps have had their IRS government EIN number registered under church, and it's possible that we may register a different way. Now, it's my understanding if it's not something that is part of it and it's just something we sing at the Grand Camp, then I request that we speak it in a Tlingit language to honor our ancestors, honor those people that have suffered through the churches, suffered through the boarding schools, and also because they used our language to help save the Americans, Christian soldiers, or so forth. But our language was honored by the Americans, and I think it's important that everything that we do goes back to our language and culture.
Thank you, sister, for your comments. Dots, please indicate who is next in order for discussion.
Mr. Chair, yes, next in line is Marvin Adams.
Chair recognizes Brother Marvin Adams, A and B Camp 87. Sir, the floor is yours, 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I've got to go back to our original organization and this whole organization was founded on Christian principles. And it was through the Presbyterian Church that helped us organize this. And the Onward Christian Soldiers song was not an accident. It was actually placed in there because we were fighting for our rights to exist. And this song was appropriate in helping us with that fight. And that's why it's been in our system for so long. More importantly, Dr. Soboleff wrote up a memorial booklet that all camps, all Grand camps, when we hold these memorial activities, that Onward Christian Soldiers is sung at these memorials. So for us to now come in, because there's assumptions that it's not really part of our Constitution, is ultimately wrong. We have this in our Constitution and we have this in a memorial booklet. So for us to be discussing this in October of 2023 was a real surprise to me. I'm actually offended a bit because, you know, this is something that I firmly believe in, that we should be, you know, working to get this removed as the resolution. So I would support in removing it because I think it's already established and long been part of our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Marvin Adams, A and B Camp 87 for your comments. Docs, please indicate who is next in order for discussion.
Hey, Mr. Chair, from what I can see is Paulette Marina.
Okay, Chair recognizes Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. Ma'am, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not see the time on the screen, but thank you for the recognition. In regards to this particular resolution at this time, considering deeply for many years as this discussion has come up, I'm hesitant in regards to this because I want to say from my heart, from what I understand from my grandmothers and aunties and many of our trainers, Onward Christian Soldiers was a song that they sang that was originally formed, that was composed to sing from one village to another village, early in the mornings, late at night, as there was darkness that was outside. And sometimes the children came forward and they sang the song along with their families as their families walked from one place to another. And it was in reference to an actual darkness and going towards a light. And also I'd like to say that my father went to Pius X Mission. My mother went to Wrangell Institute. It was not wrong. I mean, it was very, very wrong what people did as individuals to our people. But hymns, the 2-minute hymns and the power of music, the power of sound is something that has set the tone along with our traditional songs and other things at conventions for over 100 years, bringing forward a new banner song that we haven't seen yet that I know is going to be absolutely wonderful. I think we should consider that in 2024 when we can see the banner song. But I think that to replace our hymn in the Constitution, why are they not able to sit side by side? Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Hymns and music are powerful. Goodness sheesh.
Goodness sheesh, Sister Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. Okay, Docs, please go ahead and indicate the next individual that's due to comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next up is Rhonda Butler.
Okay, Sister Rhonda, 1 second, please. Just because the author of the motion, that discussion is from Camp 49, she's going to allow me to read the language clarification, just so we don't get off of task at hand of business.
Did he freeze or did I?
No, Sister Rhonda,
1 second, as the chair is going to go ahead and provide some clarification on language, because it seems the discussion is drifting whether or not to replace onward Christian soldiers and talk about constitutionality. The drafter of the motion is from Camp 49. So she's going to go ahead and confer over to me that I read the language out to be sure that we understand what we're discussing in the motion. If I can, for privilege, be it finally resolved, the ANS banner song will be presented at the 2024 Grand Camp Convention for consideration and approval by the Grand Camp delegation. The AMB and ANS Grand Secretaries will distribute the draft song at least 30 days prior to the 2024 Grand Camp Convention to be considered as an addition to the Constitution of the Grand Camp as the official AMB ANS banner song. Thank you. The chair will recognize Sister Rhonda Butler. You have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, this is Richard Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed, Sister
Chair,
Rhonda.
Out of respect for our Grand Emeritus, is doing a point of order, I can wait and refer to him being able to speak, and then I would follow him.
Actually, Sister Rhonda, I appreciate your consideration. However, there were other delegates that had their hands raised prior. If you
Okay,
please
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if his was
Unless
a
it's
point of
a
order or
point of
anything like
order.
that.
Unless it's a point of order, I will follow the designated line of succession of comments.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Is it my turn now?
Yes, Docs, please give Sister Rhonda Butler 2 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your clarification. We currently have a motion on the floor, and that motion is pertaining to this resolution in its present form. In this resolution, at no point is onward Christian soldiers being brought forth or the dispute of onward Christian soldiers. This resolution is in support of the same resolution that was brought forth from last year's convention that was approved. We are continuing the efforts. This resolution is to continue those efforts that was passed last year in regards to, as stated, that this is for the continued efforts of the development of a official ANB ANS banner song. So I would like to stay focused on the current motion at hand. This is to I understand there is argument that Onward Christian Soldiers is the official banner song, but in nowhere in our Constitution does it reflect that Onward Christian Soldiers is our banner song. So unless I see a resolution that's brought forth with that, which it was, and it failed last year, and this one passed. So I speak strongly in favor of this resolution to continue to its fruition. And I think it's a great gesture. It is 2023. And I think moving forward with strong force in supporting our Native traditional values and our culture and our language, that we continue to allow the efforts to be brought forth to support
Thank you,
that.
Sister Rhonda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate it. The chair would like to allow for a point of clarification, a call up AV Grand Camp parliamentarian to the stage, please.
Thank you. For a point of clarification, the Constitution, as Sister Rhonda has mentioned, it doesn't refer to anything about honorable Christian soldiers, and neither does the standing rules of order. However, now let's think about this. We've done it for many, many years. This is a heartfelt song with everyone. Things in Robert's Rules of Order, there's one issue that, not an issue, there's one instance where custom comes into play. And I'd like to read something for you. In some organizations, particular practice may sometimes come to be followed as a matter of established custom. so that it is treated practically as if it were prescribed by a rule. If there is no contrary provision in parliamentary authority or written rules of the organization, such an established custom is adhered to unless the assembly, by a majority of vote, agrees in a particular instance to do otherwise. So here we are, we're discussing the resolution to add a song. Nowhere in this resolution does it say Onward Christian Soldiers is being removed. Thank you.
Thank you, AME Grant parliamentarian. The chair would like to recognize
Clarification.
AME. Chair recognizes Rhonda Butler. Point of clarification.
No,
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I said thank you for that clarification and staying focused on the current motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda Butler. The chair would like to recognize AME Grant Emeritus Richard Jackson. Sir, you have the floor, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I was the chairman of two conventions, Cake and Pawak, when its constitution was revised to be inclusive. The word inclusive is really important. Nowhere in our history were we not inclusive to our children, whoever they were. And I'm talking about myself, and I'm talking about you, and I'm talking about anyone else, children of the earth. They passed the whole Constitution. The history on that is the AMB walked out. I stood alone with my wife. She did get this Constitution for you. At the end of the meeting, when they ratified it, SO1, with all that were there, a few AMB members were with me, went on the floor singing Onward Christian Soldiers. And the main part of that song is we are not divided, all one body we. And my wife and I were standing up on the stage, worn out from the Onward Christian Soldiers song, the battle song. We were worn out from the battle of the Constitution. And I read this resolution. It does not mention exclusion of the Onward Christian Soldiers from our Constitution or replacement. It's just simply adding a banner song, which could be added to the Constitution. But the Onward Christian Soldiers, as it was passed in 2011 and amended in 2012 by Dim Stemmer, it's inclusive, it's included in the Constitution, it's part of our document, whether it was in the history or not, it's part of our document now.
Thank you, AME Grant Emeritus Jackson, for your comments. I apologize, your time has expired. The chair would like to recognize AMB Camp 70 President Marcelo Quinto.
Mr. Chairman, I got to call a point of order.
Chair recognizes Brother Marvin Adams, AMB Camp 87. Brother Adams, are you there? Chair recognizes AMB Camp 70 President Marcelo Quinto. Sir, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that my comments really are based on the Onward Christian Soldiers. And really, I don't remember going in the Constitution, but it's always been something that we've sang every year. Basically, like when other meetings go to, it's a Pledge of Allegiance, it's a Star Spangled Banner. I look at that song as a song that we sang. I think what the problem we've had in the past number of years is that when we've gone into it, we have done more than just saying it as a Pledge of Allegiance type thing. We've gone into dancing and drumming and running around the hall. And I think that's where you start to find the objections of people, all right? I think if you want to utilize the Onward Christian Soldiers, it should be as you introduce the convention, sing your song. Yeah. That way, if people who don't really appreciate it believe. One of the things I believe in talking to other young people is that when we do that song and do what we normally have done in the past number of years, they think we're a cult. You know, I mean, they really do it. So they think it's, hey, guys, you're basically trying to shove religion down our throat. That's not our point. The song came from people that, you know, started this organization from SJ. It was, you know, they came from a Christian school, you know, and a lot of us were in attendance of Christian schools. And so prayer at the beginning of almost everything was there. So I have no argument against that, but I do think that we need to take a look and say, hey, this is a business organization that we're trying to do. We're not trying to put on a show. We're trying to carry out business for people. I think that if we take a look at it and say, hey, utilize it like we would do a pledge of allegiance or something in that order, I think people would be, overall, we might be able to gather together and escape this fight we've had for years over the song. Because the song takes all of probably 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, we're not going
The
over
time.
the song.
Yes, thank you
Point of
very
order,
much.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your
Chairman,
comments,
point of
Brother
order.
Marcelo Quinto, A&B Grant President, Camp 70. Dots, can you please indicate who is next in order for the comments on the motion at hand?
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
Mr. Chair.
point of order has been called. We gotta
Sorry.
Point
adjust
of
that.
order has been
Sorry,
called.
hold
Mr.
on,
Chair.
sorry, I understand. Point of order has been called. Chair would like to recognize the delegate who mentioned the point of order first. Honor system, who was the one, point of order? You know, we didn't catch it when people are talking over each other.
Camp 14.
Apologize.
Mr. Chairman, I called point of order first and I
Mr.
couldn't get
Chair
unmuted.
recognizes Brother Marvin Adams, A&B Camp 87. Sir, point of order, your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I've been a member of A and B since 1991. And we've always held our president emeritus from ANS and A&B to the highest level.
He's out of order. He's got to state his point of order, not discussion.
Okay,
No,
Brother Marvin Adams,
no, wait a minute. No, it's not out of order. I'm going down to state that our president emeritus was cut off, and I think that's not right. And I'm saying you as the chair have the right to extend that time as the chair of the floor. So I please ask and plead with you, when our camp emeritus get up and talk, they demand the respect of our organizations because they earned it. It's not something that we hand out lightly. Thank you.
Okay, what I will do, Brother Marvin Adams, thank you for your comments. The cutting off of time was not to be disrespectful anyway, as you know. Some of the time does revolve around, I try to capture the delegates' chance to speak and try to finish up their point in there. I believe everybody should see the clock on there. I understand its comments. However, the parliamentarian did, the microphone's still on, indicate to me that I could ask the body whether or not to extend the time.
Is there any objection?
If there's any objections to expanding the time, then members would raise their hand in rejection. So I apologize specifically to A&B Grandparents Emeritus Richard Jackson. Sir, it was not of any disrespect to you. We all do respect your commitments. We were just trying to be equitable in time. I apologize if it was taken out of order.
I accept your apology. I was pretty much done on my conclusion was looking at what we had finished in 2011. So, and I somewhat agree with Rhonda Butler's statement. There's nothing in here that says it replaces.
I appreciate this. Yes, sir. And thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments, A&B Grand Emeritus Richard Jackson. I appreciate that. And I will do never better. I've always tried to be respectful to folks, but do call me out. I am willing to be corrected when it's time. But if I'm also getting corrections from the parliamentarian, that is his job to inform me. I'm making sure I'm doing my job correctly. Dots, can you please indicate the next delegate in line for comments in the section?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Sasha Sobolev. Sasha, please go ahead.
Chair recognizes Brother Sasha Sobolov. Sir, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the discussion that you had to lay out something clearly has arisen that there may not be accurate information. It is absolutely true that the song Honored Christian Soldiers is not in the Constitution, nor is it in the bylaws. Where it is in what's called the Manual of Ceremonies, which was first put forward in March 7, 1968. It was the Manual of Ceremonies was revised in 79, 89, and 92. And in that Manual of Ceremonies, on page 10 and page 13, has that song listed specifically to be sung during the memorials. It also lists on page 17 of the Manual of Ceremonies that during the paddle ceremony, the Honored Christian Soldiers is listed. And lastly, the song has been attached to every constitution that's been printed, and specifically in a couple of them on page 20 and page 28. So it's somewhat misleading for you to think that it is part of the Constitution in the bylaws, when in reality, that is a false narrative, because it isn't in there. It is in the Manual of Ceremonies, which is adopted and usually amended accordingly, depending upon what it says. And it even says in the Manual of Ceremonies that it is our hope presented have been the basic patterns, and surely each camp has the creative ability to add or adapt it to its local needs. I just throw those pieces of accurate historical information out there for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Brother Sasha Sobolov. And I also, as chair, point of privilege here, we've heard your comments. And so I want to let the body know that I hear them and we're going to apply them. There was a comment earlier from Brother Gates Atuwu about, we understand about muting you when there's business going on. So I will make sure that when we are voting or we're kind of in an in period time, we will go on mute. But there is any business on the floor, that microphone will stay on and you'll hear everything out that. The second component, which I want to make sure is desirable, when we do have a grand emeritus or any member on a passionate speech that's coming up, I will say, madam or sir, your time has expired. If there's any objection, we will extend that time. If there's no objection, that member will be allowed to speak on that. If that's agreeable, as we're all navigating a new world, we want to make sure you are heard on those options, but also trying to be considerate of the next people that are in line. So that is the direction of the chair. While I'm cheering, I can't guarantee it'll happen, but I'm pretty sure a lot of nods going on. So Dots, please indicate to me the next person in line.
Yes, absolutely. We have Kevin Hall up next. Kevin, you can go ahead and unmute.
Okay, chair recognizes Brother Kevin Hall. Sir, you have 2 minutes.
It's not Kevin Hall. My phone died. It's Ye Flatuwu Camp 14. My apologies for the technical difficulties. However, any of you whom, and I just wanted to, I can't do that right now. Okay, back to my 2 minutes. Religion and the Tlingit language, or if you went to any of those court cases this year, you would know we fight real hard not to have them intertwined. Our language, our culture, our spirituality, if you even want to call it a spirituality, because it's deeper in depth than it's our way of life, does not intertwine with any of the colonial constructs, including their religion. I'm not going to go into the other song because that's not what this resolution's about. This resolution's about having a banner song. The only thing that concerns me is the banner song is in an Alaska Native language. The only thing that concerns me about that is that we all know within the state of Alaska, we hold 244 federally recognized tribes. That's over 40% of the whole federally recognized tribes. Which Alaska Native language are you putting into that? And not only that, from which region? We have Seattle chapters, we have Portland chapters, soon to be San Francisco chapters, and then we even got non-natives within our camps. So I don't know how strongly I feel putting what Alaska Native language on here is, for one, And for two, I'd highly caution everybody, as we're the forefront in the civil rights movements, to not intertwine religion and the Tlingit. We are completely separated. We fought a really hard court case this year and came out thriving to show that they are not connected. And however you choose to perceive everything is your choice. I do my own things, and anything to push the Indian out of the room while religion is forced on us is great.
Sorry, brother,
But that's all I'm going to say.
Okay. Apologies. Okay, Dots.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Chair recognizes A&B Grant President Heather Kirko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise with a point of order. This resolution nowhere states anything with regard to onward Christian soldiers. In my point of order, I state any further comment with regard to onward Christian soldiers is out of order. Next year at convention, when the song is presented, is when we will debate what is what. But at this point, this resolution stands as creating a committee to create a song to bring forward to the body. I understand, Mr. Chair, since I still have time, that this is a very meaningful conversation, but I urge you all to continue it throughout the year. If this resolution passes, we will have something to debate on the floor. And nowhere in this resolution does it say anything with regard to onward Christian soldiers. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you understand my point of order?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the point of order presented by A&B Grant President Heather Kirko. Dots, can you please give me the next delegate in line for comment?
Yeah, absolutely. We have Stephanie Waddell. Stephanie, please go ahead.
I'm sorry, Sister Stephanie, you've already spoken twice on this subject matter. Sorry. Oh, apologies.
And you said you
Okay, just tell me people at twice. Sorry. Chair recognizes Sister Stephanie.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So when they've spoken once, we have to give opportunity for the people who have not spoken at all first, and then we go
I understand,
back to the second.
but they're in chronological order of hands being raised.
So
we're still in round one.
Excuse me.
Sorry, 1 minute, 1 minute, please, Sister Stephanie. We're just going to clarify the order here. We're speaking.
So we are on round one. So the people who have already spoken need to wait to the back of the line for the people who have not had a chance to speak. And then, once everybody's spoken, then they have another opportunity to speak.
I just don't understand how if Stocks is giving the right order, somebody lowered their hand and raised it again.
But they've already had a chance to speak. The person who has not had a chance to speak.
Oh, she was disconnected.
Okay. All right, delegates, wait 1 second. Delegates, we're just adjusting a portion on here. We are getting the order in which hands are raised, but ANS Grant President Daphne Elby is making sure that those who have not had a chance to comment yet get a chance to do so first. So Dots, I'll ask for the order. I'll turn to my right and confer with ANS Grant President to make sure that we're not skipping over people. So Sister Stephanie, I apologize. Is there
with all due respect, Mr. Chair, there are several who have spoken several times before me.
Yeah. Next, Robert has not. Cecilia has not.
I'm just getting conference from the ANS Grant President, who is actually helping me ensure that the people in order. Dots is making sure the chronological order, that portion. Chair recognizes A&B Grant Secretary Kelvin Alzu.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think you need to be fined $10 for pronouncing my name wrong. Okay, actually, Mr. Chair, before we open today, Sister Stephanie of ANS Camp 4 did try to address it, and you said it would come, that she would be the first one when it came to discussion, and she has been waiting in line for quite some time.
Madam Secretary, I did allow her first comment on the first motion of that. I actually superseded the list to get to her.
Okay, well then I stand corrected. The other thing is, we need to remind the delegation that they are responsible for their technology on their side. So if their internet goes out, their phone goes down.
I don't mean to cut you off, madam. It's your comments are important. I think this issue is whether or not someone has already spoken before and where their order is, like Dots is given.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Thank you very much for your comments. They're appreciated.
There's a list of people who have already spoken.
Okay, Dots, can you please give me the next person in order? If it is Sister Stephanie Waddell, please let me know.
So yes, the next person in our chronological order is Stephanie Waddell.
Okay, and please, folks, when you have spoken, please lower your hands. Just for clarification to move things forward, the chair is going to recognize Sister Stephanie Waddell. Ma'am, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you. I just would like to recommend, since there is so much controversy and confusion over the language, I would like to recommend that this gets referred back to community or to committees, rather, to either state and federal or to health and education for some revision for clearer language.
That would require an amendment, right?
Are we moved and seconded to approve this resolution?
Yes.
I can make that a motion if so wish.
1 minute, sister. 1 minute, sister. Please hold the clock. Thank you.
Okay, so since we're under review. Motion to review to.
Refer to as a different motion.
Is a motion, right? So she can do it now. And you're gonna need majority vote.
To accept it?
To refer it to committee.
Okay, Sister Stephanie?
I didn't hear her make a motion on.
She asked if she needed to make one.
Then yes, she does.
So after conferring with the AOB Grand parliamentarian, it sounds as if you were making a motion to refer this to committee. Not to telling you what direction to go to, but you still have 1 minute, 25 seconds of your comment period. Please proceed.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to refer this back to either the state and federal or the health and education committee for clarification and better language that's more understandable in this, and get it more resolved for understanding education purposes.
Type that in.
I'll type it in.
Okay. And just for clarification, to be clear on the committees that it would properly go referred to. We have a couple of committee chairs that are indicated it would not go to their committee, but would please type it in.
Yes. I rise to a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Rhonda Butler for your point of order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution was assigned to the Finance Committee as it has a monetary donation, or not it has a monetary obligation, and this is at the recommendation. It is currently in the appropriate committee. I think we're muddying the waters again, Mr. Chairman. I would respectfully request, Mr. Chairman, that any and further discussion pertains to the motion on the floor. The current motion on the floor does not have any reference or reflections to Onward Christian Soldiers. This is pertaining to a banner song and to its continuance fruition. So please, Mr. Chairman, I urge the muddying of the waters to be clear with the assistance of you, Mr. Chair, in regards to the discussions that are being brought forth, that it is reminded that it is pertaining to the current motion on the floor. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. This had nothing to do with.
Hold on. You please wait to be acknowledged by the chair. Chair appreciates the comments of Sister Rhonda Butler. Okay, the second point of order, please indicate your name and camp, identify yourself.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. This is Stephanie Weddle, Camp 4. I was just saying that this had nothing to do with Onward Christian Soldiers. This was sending it back to different committees for clarification on wording. It had nothing to do with the funding that has already been discussed and changed the wording of in the document. This is more about clarifying the wording and getting a better understanding of the resolution itself.
Okay, thank you, Sister Stephanie, for your point of order. The chair's going to inquire of the hands that are still raised. Are they pertaining to the discussion on the main motion? For your benefit, we're going to read it again. That's the discussion is resolution 2307, banner song resolution. Motion was made and seconded to accept the resolution 2307 as amended. That's, if your hand is raised for that, that's a little different topic. There has been a motion on the floor right now that's discussing about reverting it back to committee. That second motion has not received a second. The chair is entertaining. If there's no second, the second motion will pass. And give some time.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, point of order, point of information, the motion has not been seconded.
I'm seconding it.
Okay, Sister.
My hand has been raised. This is Sister Cecilia
Understood.
Tavalero.
Understood, Sister Tavalero. The chair has to take hands in order, which they were raised. Okay, so Sister Tavalero, which motion are you seconding? The main one that's under discussion or the motion to revert back to committee? Please
Motion
clarify.
to revert back to committee. Thank you.
Okay, the motion to revert, the motion to revoke the resolution back to committee has been seconded. Discussion? All those in
Mr.
favor?
Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
The motion to revert
Mr.
back to
Chair-
committee, the motion to revert back to committee has been seconded. Now,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
discussion- Before that, if your discussion pertains to that second motion, the chair will acknowledge you. If it is not, we'll have Dots put up the ballot to voting on this, our second motion to revert the resolution.
Point of
2037 back to committee.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Rhonda Butler, please.
Mr. Chairman, as this resolution was assigned to the Finance Committee, is the deferring to the committees? Can you please clarify the deferred to the committees, the list of committees you're requesting it to be deferred to? Because Finance Committee is trying to deal with this right now as we are in the Finance Committee resolutions. What is the resolution? What is the committees that the maker of the motion is deferring the resolution to? And is it adding additional committees to review this resolution as it was assigned to the Finance Committee resolution?
The chair is going to, thank you, Sister Rhonda Butler. The chair is going to recognize the maker of the motion to defer back to committee. Please clarify the committees in response to Sister Rhonda's questions. Which committee do you want to defer back to?
Thank
It
you,
is
Mr.
currently
Chair.
coming from Finance Committee. Chair recognizes Sister Stephanie Waddell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For clarification, I was asking this to be sent to state and federal and or health and education. Finance has already done their piece with this. We would like it sent to the other committees for clarification in language and better understanding. Considering the ongoing discussion of this over civil rights and the health and well-being of our people, I think that those are the more appropriate committees to discuss this now.
Mr. Chair, this is Marvin. I've had my hand up for a while.
I understood, Brother Marvin. We will continue our.
Just to clearly state a motion.
Okay, Sister Stephanie Waddell, I've received conference from A&B Camp parliamentarian. You have to clearly state your motion. It cannot be an either or. You're correct. It is coming from the Finance Committee. However, state and federal has not seen this resolution, so they cannot revert back to a resolution they have not seen yet. And Health and Education has already ruled due pass, I believe, from their committee. So this would be a resolution to have it go to state and federal.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Chair recognizes Sister Stephanie Waddell. Please make your comment short.
Mr. Chair, as I understand it, state and federal has already seen it.
I'm not on that committee, so I don't know.
I believe that, point of information, I believe that Health and Education is the committee that has seen it. We're going to confirm that.
Finance.
Sorry, Finance is the only one that's seen it.
Finance is the only one that's referred to.
Okay, Chair recognizes Marvin Adams, Camp 87. Please, quick comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make a motion because of the controversy of everything that's going on that we table this resolution. So moved.
Unfortunately,
Brother
Adams, it's out of order.
No. I have a right to a motion. They can't put me out of order. It's a motion on that to table.
we have amendment. Is out of order for now.
Nope, that's incorrect. That's Robert's rules. That's not correct.
I'm taking direction from the Grand Camp parliamentarian, Brother Marvin. We have a motion on the floor that was made and seconded, and we have an amendment, which has been, to revert, has been made and seconded. We're in discussion of that. Discussion right now could pertain to either moving forward or not moving forward with the amendment, the original motion, then revert back. So I do understand several of you have had your hands up for a while. Let's go back and get the comments taken care of. Docs, can you please give me the next delegate in order of their hand being raised? And again, I will confirm with ANS Grant Secretary whether or not you have spoken already to ensure that everybody has a chance to comment on this subject. Dots, please indicate who is next in order for comment.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Robert Cesar next.
Chair recognizes Brother Robert Cesar. Sir, you have 2 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I'm not going to argue the politics or religion of this, but I'm opposed to the bill due to the $2,000. I don't think we have it in our finances. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Brother Cesar. Next in order, Dots.
Yeah, next we have Peter Karras. Peter, please go.
Chair recognizes Brother Peter Karras. Okay, AME Camp 1. Sir, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the wording. It looks like the money is there, the $2,000, but down below it says, be it kindly resolved, the ANS banner song will present in 2024. So we've already had a banner song. We already have the Onward Christian Soldiers since 1912. So why are we asking for another song to be presented? And is that something that's going to be put in there and then we won't do the Onward Christian Soldiers? So I just want to clarify that. And we just have to stop and realize what the removal of prayer has done to our nation. And just to clarify, Christianity is not a religion. It is not a religion. It is not.
Point of
a
order.
religion.
Point of order. This is not what we're discussing, Mr. Chair. Point
The
of
end
order.
religion. It is a
Point of order,
relationship.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
This is not the discussion.
Spoken more than twice.
Okay, Chair's going to recognize the point of order of Rhonda Butler. I'm sorry, Brother Yesu, you've had a chance to discuss this twice. You did have a different screen name. I know it was unintentional. We want to be fair to everybody else. The point of order, the chair recognizes Rhonda Butler. Your point of order, please state your point of order to the discussion at hand, please.
That was that called the point of order, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My hand
I apologize about that. Sir, the chair is going to allow Brother Karras to finish up your statement. We'll agree to 20 seconds dots on the clock, please.
Mr. Chair, I'm the one that did the point of order, and you didn't give me a chance to clarify my point of order with you.
Well, hold on 1 second, please. Does she get?
How many times? Point of order.
Okay, I
I
apologize.
can say point of order all I want. I'm a part of the body.
Chair would appreciate opportunity to confer with parliamentarian. If you're not going to be considerate, allow me to correct it. I was going to tell you that I apologize. You do have a right to submit a point of order. I was conferring whether or not you've already commented twice. So the chair recognizes
Not
your
on this
point of
issue.
order.
This is the second motion. I haven't commented not even once on this motion. Not even once have I commented on this one. It was on the previous resolution. This one's about pushing it towards a resolution committee. So no, I haven't commented on this one yet.
Okay, chair recognizes Brother Yehu. Your point of order, please state your point of order to the comment by Brother Karras.
The point of order is we need to stay to the topic at hand. The topic at hand is pushing this towards a resolution committee. In no way, shape, or form are we talking about anything of Christianity or religion. Please, Mr. Chair, let's stick to the motion at hand. I understand everyone's involved, but let's stick to business, please.
You are correct. Thank you very much, Brother Yehu. Point of order is accepted. Right now, we have a motion at hand to revert resolution 2307 back to committee, or actually to state and federal committee, correct?
Right.
Actually, for confirmation, A and B Grant Secretary, can you please read off the language of the resolution that we're talking, the second one, please?
I clarify my motion to send resolution 2307 back to committee, state and federal, and health and education for, well, it should say clear clarification on the language of the resolution.
Okay, thank you, Madam Grant Secretary.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead and read it here. The second
Mr.
motion discussion at hand right now, I make a motion to send resolution 2307 back to committee, state and federal and/or health and education for clear clarification on language of the resolution. That is
Mr.
what has been motioned. That is what has been seconded. That is what have had exhaustive.
Okay.
Yes, exhaustive communication on it. What are the wishes of the body?
under discussion, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Wanda Butler quickly if it's a point of order or information. We've had plenty of discussion on here.
A point of discussion under the current ended motion. It
Go
is
ahead, please
pertaining to
proceed,
the
Mr.
current
Butler.
motion, which I haven't spoke on.
Okay. Please proceed. You have 2 minutes. Dots, please restart the clock at 2 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Butler, please proceed.
Just to be clear, by the raise of hands, Paul Young is being before Rhonda.
Understood. I apologize, sir. You'll be the next person in line. Sister Butler, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, as this, if it is to be referred back to other committees that have not seen this, then I would respectfully remind individuals, because of the monetary amount that it would, after going to the other committees for review, that it would need to come back to the original committee assigned, which is the Finance Committee. So I would respectfully ask that the Finance Committee is listed on this committee list of referring back to. Thank you, or referring to.
Okay.
Referred to the Finance Committee, and we have not gotten our referred recommendations passed. We have brought this forward back to the very first original motion. So again, the muddied waters. So the Finance Committee needs to be listed on this committee referral. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Sister Butler. I appreciate it. The chair will recognize his brother Paul Young Camp, 70 A and B. Sir, I apologize for delay. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we have lost sight of the intent and purpose of this resolution. The purpose is to develop community, bringing the findings to the next convention. And the wording is confusing, and I think we need to, I stand in support of the motion to return it to the proper committees. It's evident that there's strong support for onward Christian soldiers. However, we need to have the song reflect the purpose of the organization. We were founded on the principles that were set forth by the fathers, the founding fathers in Sitka. We need to remember where we came from and where we are going. And when we embrace a song, that song reflects our purpose and what it means to be A and B and A and S. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Paul Young, Camp A&B Camp 70, for your comments. And I during those comments, I got confirmed with the A&B Grand Camp parliamentarian, a way to probably address this issue. We confirmed that this resolution has not been seen by other committees other than finance, and finance has presented to you recommendation do pass with amendments that was the original motion. It is now, the second motion is to refer back to committees which include state and federal, health and education. There was a suggested wording if would like to have a amendment to the second motion we're talking about to include state and federal, health and education, and then revert back to finance after those committees. That would be one way for us to move past this log jam. That is the recommendation of the parliamentarian for guidance. What are the wishes of the body?
Call for the question.
So we are calling to the question of the second motion to revert back to committees, which include state, federal, health and education, as listed.
Mr. Chair. Elias Chase, I'll second the question.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, questions don't require a second. It never has. Question has just been called.
Mr. Chair, because we're on internet and all that, you need to give every member a chance.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
Discussions.
Okay. Please identify yourself. Sorry, I did not see the screen light up. Who was the chair?
Mr. Chair, Yay Shatuwu, Camp 14.
Chair recognizes Brother Yay Shatuwu, Camp 14. Please proceed.
Yes, I was just, I had spoken, I'm still learning on Robert's Rules of Order, so excuse me as for my clarification, but I do want to reiterate that I was taught, but I'm still learning, so you are my teacher as well, that there is no second to a question, and the Grand Camp follows Robert's Rules of Order. So adding an additional rule in there saying seconding to a question doesn't really, I don't think that stands. I'm pretty sure there's no such thing as a second to a question, and we should probably, for informational and learning purposes, stick to Robert's Rules of Order.
Thank you for your comments, Brother Gates. Actually, the parliamentarian was giving us guidance on that.
That's fine.
And you're correct, right? They don't normally do it. It's just trying to catch up with the delay in the internet, if you will. Chair recognizes Stephanie Weddle. I just want to remind the delegates that question has been called. Unless it's a point of order, a point of information or clarification.
Was there any other delegate that has not spoken?
Is there any other delegate that has not spoken? I am aware that Sister Stephanie has spoken on the subject several times. I want to be sure. Are there any other delegates online or in person that have not spoken on it? Seeing there are none, Chair recognizes Sister Stephanie Wellell to please comment on the subject here. Question has been called too, by the way.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if there are no other delegates that have not spoken to stand and speak, question has been called. We must move to the vote.
And I have no.
Now, briefly, you pause to see if there anybody who is not spoken.
Understood. Okay, I apologize. I made a mistake. As Brother Yates had mentioned, we are still learning.
Discussion?
Sister Stephanie Weddell, I apologize. I cannot accept more discussion on topic. Question has been called. Dots, please prepare a ballot for the second amended.
Mr. Chair, this is Jessica, Camp 36.
Is it a point of order? Sister, I'm not sure your last name. Ilopre? Is it a point of order?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. My thought was that would we also be able to include the Constitution Bylaws Committee for a committee that would be able to look at this?
I apologize. It's actually out of order. The motion at hand that has already been discussed and is called the question is whether to revert the resolution 2307 to the state and federal and health and education committee. That is what we are voting on. If you support that, you know how to vote. If you don't agree with it, you can vote how you do fit. Dots, please present a ballot with that language.
Okay, just give us a few moments. We just want to double check here what we have for the wording is motion to send resolution 23-07 back to committee, state and federal and health and education. Clear clarification on language of resolution.
Is that latter part comment though? We ran out
That
of
part's the comment, take the comment out.
Okay, Dots, in conference with the parliamentarian, can you please take out the latter part of that statement? It's comment, not resolution. It should state the committees, and any language after that should be stricken. Can you read it one more time to us before we?
Sure, let me, here, I'm just gonna sort of edit on the fly here. So motion to send resolution 23-07 back to committee, state and federal and health and education. Everything after that we should remove, is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
So what we have now is motion to send resolution 23-07 back to committee, state and federal and health and education.
That is correct.
Perfect. Okay, just give us a couple moments here to finalize that and get that up for y'all. And okay, it is now live and active. So please, please navigate to your voting platform and click that next vote button. You're looking for the link that says vote now, motion to send resolution 23-07 back to committee, state and federal and health and education.
And as suggested by Brother Yates Sawu, ANS Grant Secretary, can you please mute? We'll be on mute just during the vote, but not during any business of the day.
All right, so thanks very much, everyone. We'll give 2 minutes for that vote. Please, if you're having any issues, don't hesitate to reach out to us. We can hold that vote open if needed. The information, the link is in the chat, and we'll post the support information in the chat shortly as well. Thanks very much, and please, again, don't hesitate to reach out to us if you're having any issues. So thanks very much, everyone. We see that support is clear. So we're going to go ahead and close that ballot up. And please stand by for the results.
Okay, the chair acknowledges the vote tally. We have 29 in favor, 17 against. So that means that the motion to refer resolution 2307 back to committee has passed, which means that the previous motion has been, follows it. The last item, to the chair's correction to the meeting minutes, actually resolution 2308 was incorrectly submitted to the finance committee.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
Yes, chair recognizes, Brother Yates, point of clarification, please.
Yes, and I apologize because, yeah, we know I'm still learning. So I thought we were on 2/3 for the remainder. That's not 2/3. But I'm learning though. That's not what we're doing, but
Thank
he
you.
said earlier.
No, and conferring with the, Grand Camp parliamentarian, it's majority for the, amendment to the resolution. Thank you for your questions though, brother. So again, for the record, I incorrectly, we mentioned 2308 was mislabeled to the finance committee. We did not do any action, was not appropriate for that. I am very happy to say that the finance committee for resolutions, we have completed our work. Are you ready to report? You ready to report for your committee? Yes. Okay. And some orders of the day really quick. We have, you said you just have one you have one resolution, right, Sister Millie? Only one resolution to address? Only one. It's gonna be short. Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
Hold on. Okay. Yes, brother?
Even if we're on majority, we have 63 votes and we only have 44 people in attendance. And you still didn't get the person's percentage to be a majority. So I'm just trying to learn. I don't think you still have majority with your tallies. Just remember, 66 present doesn't account for everybody that showed up today.
Not everyone voted.
Exactly, not everyone voted, so you can't have majority.
Sure. Oh, hold on one second. Chair recognizes A&B Grand Camp parliamentarian to please respond to Brother Yates' question or comment.
Brother Yates, the order of business would be majority of the people who voted. Not the many people that are delegates. If you're not here, you don't vote. If you're online and you miss it, you don't vote, your vote doesn't count. It's majority of votes.
Okay, point of privilege for the chair, parliamentarian. Do delegates have the option to abstain from voting?
Yeah. Yes, they do, but why abstain? That's the whole reason of, well, that's my,
No.
I don't want to comment on that.
But
yes,
that
they can.
clarifies that
Yes,
you
they
have a simple majority by those who voted.
Correct.
So there's no option to abstain in the dot system, right?
You can abstain.
But how does a member indicate abstention without voting in?
Well, his vote doesn't count. Basically, he's standing up and saying, I'm not voting.
Okay, but we still just need a simple majority of those who voted.
Correct.
Correct, okay. Brother Yates, does that answer your question? I may not be the answer you wanted, but I'm
Oh, no,
learning.
I'm not expecting a question. I'm still learning, or an answer. I'm still learning. I was just thinking
Understood.
when we built a quorum this morning, the quorum was supposed to set our precedence of what is majority, and we didn't hit majority. But I understand what the parliamentarian is trying to express, but I'm just trying to really stick to Robert's Rules of Order here. And again, I don't know everything, but I just assumed that that's still not majority. But I'll accept your motion passed because you are the chair.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, yes, I was hoping to
Chair
see that.
recognizes Rhonda Butler. Sister Rhonda, please, quick, briefly comment. We're going to continue on.
Mr. Chair, can I please see the numbers on the vote?
Yes,
because my question was the same. I didn't think it looked like a majority. Because you said the voting body was 41.
Majority of votes. That means
60%. It's a total of
29 in favor.
that is 39, 40, 46. 46 of the 60.
So it's 50% plus one is your majority.
Call the Grand Camp mathematician.
Okay, Sorry, delegates.
21, right?
The vote mic is a learning experience for
Thank
me
you.
too.
If,
So-
thank you, Mr. Chair, if we're going by majority, then we did reach it. Thank you, because that, if we have
I appreciate
41.
that. Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
see that look on my face of concern here. Please, Grand Sergeant Arms, don't find me for being concerned. We're just gonna make sure.
Not at this time. Not at this time.
Okay, goodness, geez.
So
Okay.
what was the result?
The result was it.
24 is majority.
Move to go back to committee. Don't go to committee.
Thank you.
Not back, but
Okay,
to the
thank you.
committees. Okay, the other, sorry, I did not get to the orders of the day, which is really important. We have the youth representatives coming in, and then depending how long the youth Youth representatives will present, and then we will recess for lunch. That duration of lunch will be decided on how much time is needed to meet by the ANS Grand President.
So you want to introduce our new representatives.
Okay, who were they? Oh, sorry. We have one resolution. It's up to you.
It's also election resolution.
You want to go finish up?
Yep.
Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Brother Marvin, AMB Camp 87.
Yeah, is there going to be an option to bring in on the floor resolutions?
I believe resolution deadline has passed.
It was noon on the first day of convention.
Yeah.
As per the.
So I guess the answer to your question, Brother Marvin, is that timeline has passed.
No, Mr. Chairman, actually, it's based on the floor. The floor can actually allow us to do that if the majority rules. Ask the parliamentarian.
Mr. Parliamentarian?
I think he's correct.
Yeah, for point of clarification as well.
Hold on 1 second, sorry. The chair's, let the parliamentarian speak first, then I'll recognize you. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to verify if it's required by majority or 2/3.
To make that last motion.
To introduce.
Always use resolutions. Okay, okay.
This is a convention, and that's part of this is by any delegate.
Okay.
So.
Okay, Brother Marvin, while we're waiting for the parliamentarian to confirm that your information request, Brother Yeh, Aktu'u, is your comment or question pertaining to the same subject matter on whether to bring
Yes.
resolution to the floor? Okay, can we let the parliamentarian come to the conclusion here? And with concurrence to that, we're gonna go ahead and allow ANS Grand Emeritus Millie Schoonover to do her one resolution for her committee till we wrap that component up. I believe that is.
Another one. If that passed, we will have another one for her committee.
Okay.
The banner song will go back to the health and education. So they're not complete. So they
You
have this.
wanna wait you wanna wait till our members through the committee first goes back to addressing you did with both of them that you come up with twice? Okay, so what we'll do is, I apologize for confusion, we're waiting for the determination on adding resolutions to the floor as requested by Brother Martin Adams, Camp 87, and Brother Yeh Aktu'u. Back to the order of the day, we're gonna turn the floor over to AMB Grand President Gerko, ANS Grand President Elby for the introduction of the youth representatives. All yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fine job, everybody. Chief, this is why we meet the way we meet, and we are again a learning organization. Thank you. It is with great joy in our hearts that we present to you our youth representatives for the 2023-2024 year of Grand Camp. Representing AMB and the ANS, I should say, because Grand Camp. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to it. We're incredibly thrilled to introduce you to, on the AMB side, we have AMB Camp 49 member youth representative, Nayeli Nguyen. We'll have a video presentation from Brother Nguyen. And then on the ANS side, I'd like to allow space for our ANS president.
Thank you, President Garko. For the ANS side, we have Keisha Guthrie with ANS Camp 36 as representing the ANS Grand Camp Youth Representative. And she will be presenting live. Thank you.
Thank you. Dots, could you please play our message from our AMB representative, Nayeli Nguyen? Thank you. Could you please mute her that so we don't have feedback?
I am Nayeli Nguyen from Camp 49.
I am grateful and excited to be a youth representative for Grand Camp this year, 2023. I am the 5th generation to be a part of A&B and ANS. I like how we all get together and discuss important matters. When I attended this and last Grand Camp meeting, I did not appreciate the arguing. We are supposed to stand together, not against each other. I would like to see us honor, respect, and support each other because we gathered for the same purposes. Thank you for this opportunity to have my voice heard. Gunos Chish Hawa.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. There are emotions in the room and had to wipe tears for the person operating the owl to press unmute. So thank you. Ganalchish Hawa to our A&B ANS Grand Camp Youth Representative representing the A&B and Camp 49, Niali Wen. Dots, we do have our ANS Youth Representative from ANS Camp 36 online to present live to us. If you could please spotlight Kasia, or is Kasia? Yep, Kasia's name should be in her description. Thank you. Can you please?
Hello? Oh, sorry. Hold on. It's on. Hello? I can't. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay.
Welcome.
Hi.
Go right ahead. We're happy to have you here.
Seiji Hatuasak, Chakna Hatsati, Kagwantan Kukitan, Sheik Kukwan. Hello, A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover, A&B Grand President Heather Gurko, ANS Grand President Daphne Albee, A&B Grand First President Paul Johnson, ANS Grand First President Heather Powell, A&B Grand Second Vice President Frank Albee, ANS Grand Second Vice President Charlene Wolf, A&B and ANS Grand Executives and other dignitaries and representatives. Thank you for allowing my voice to be heard today. First, I wanted to talk about how I became involved with ANS. When I was younger, I was a part of Tlingit Culture Literacy and Language and Literacy Program, TCLL, which is a program that helped me learn about my culture while incorporating it with school. After hearing about the Alaska Native Sisterhood, ANS, in 4th grade, I wanted to be a part of it. So as soon as I saw my mom, Milani Rodriguez, after school, I told her about it and asked if we could join. She then went on and helped me achieve that goal in joining, and here we are now. Being with this group of people made me feel good about myself and the future. In TCLL, I always got to speak for what I believed in. My teacher, Miss Jessica Chester, was a huge part of this. She helped me find bigger platforms to let people know bigger platforms to let people know what we were doing and why we were doing it. I've spoken in places most people would be scared to speak in, such as the radio, school board meetings, last Elizabeth Peradovich Day, celebration, and more. But I didn't feel scared at any point there. I felt safe and respected. I was raised to be able to choose to heal my traumas and the traumas from my ancestors. I was also taught to respect everyone's rights to their religions, beliefs, opinions, and that I get to choose my own path to healing the way I need to heal in a respectful way. My healing journey is no one else's responsibility but my own. I hope you all will be empowered to do the same. I would hope that for the future of ANS and ANB, there will be more involvement, especially with youth. More youth would overall be great because most younger people don't know anything about their culture and the importance of it. This also helps keeping the culture and the traditions going for the next generation. Ganachchish.
No.
Ganachchish, Keisha, thank you so much. As usual, you represent Camp 36 so well, and you represent the ANS Alaska Native Sisterhood as a youth, and we look forward to when you become a full-fledged member and no longer in the youth section. We look forward to the work that you will be doing on behalf of our Native people. We are so proud of you and we appreciate you so much. Ganachchish.
Ganachchish.
Oh, that is so nice to hear the words from our youth, and it is refreshing time to move forward too. I do have a request from the Alaska Native Sisterhood. We do have a meeting during the lunchtime, and due to the time that we have spent on resolutions, we at the convention are very far behind on our time. I asked the Alaska Native Sisterhood if we can reduce our meeting from 1 hour to 30 minutes, and without objection, we will do that. Is there any Alaska Native Sisterhood member that objects to that? Ganachchish, we'll have a 1/2 hour meeting at the lunch hour, and we will be moving at a fast pace, so be ready, ladies and gentlemen, pardon me. Thank you.
Before we break the lunch, recess, we did get an answer to, is that okay to take?
Yes, I was just making an
Okay,
announcement.
no, you're fine, thank you. Delegates, prior to lunch session, we did get an answer to an open question on the floor during the last time of the resolutions committee. The answer to your question, Brother Adams, AAB Camp 87, and others that inquired, a delegate can raise a resolution on the floor as a motion and seconded and must majority vote. And then the request can be made to the maker of the motion, whether he or she wishes it to go to committee or to be dealt with on the floor. Just for time and meeting or else, we could take up this issue after the recess for lunch. Is that agreeable, Brother Marvin? Amy Camp 87?
Yeah, that's agreeable. I'm working on it right now. And just for disclosure, it's for the Alaska Native veterans.
Thank you, Brother Adam.
Okay.
Chair has no other items. There is one question. Brother Yates Laftuu, the chair recognizes you.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear, I had a question before you spoke, but I am Flinkett. And the most serious part of this is that I'm a Raven and I'm hungry, but you just said lunch. So I'm going to let you go ahead and say lunch because I'm hungry. Ganachchish.
All right, Eagles are hungry too. Okay, I will now turn the chair over to. Under the authority of the AMB Grand President Heather Gurko, we are at recess until.
We're 1 hour. How long are we doing? Our committee's meeting during lunch? 45 minutes.
To 2:30 Alaska Standard Time. We are now in recess. Please, please. Thank you.
Sister Cecilia, we are in the breakout room, ANS lunch meeting, and they're calling for the budget. So I wanted to make sure that you knew that we were in the breakout room.
What breakout room? Oh,
ANS lunch meeting.
thank you.
Ale, Senia no sabe si ella tiene que recoger la maleta y dónde, o si eso va, lo montan directo al otro avión.
Good afternoon, delegates. I hope that you had a well-deserved lunch. We're going to get back to the business of the day. We're still,
Okay, someone's
sorry,
in the camera.
hang on one second. We're going to fix our technical difficulties here.
Okay.
Okay, we are now back in session. Time is 2:45 p.m. Alaska Standard Time. And as the resolutions chair, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to ANS Grand Executive Emeritus Millie Schoonover. I believe she has the state and federal resolutions. Oh,
No, our help hasn't met yet.
okay. Are there any other? Should actually, apologies. Should I ask Beverly Russell? Also, Brother Sasha, are you online? Sir, are your is your resolution committee ready to present your resolutions, recommendations?
Mr. Chairman, no, I was unable to be present. I was in a prior commitment unless Bev took care of it. So that's our report.
Thank you.
I can report on just the one that we.
Okay, real quick, just to wrap it up, Chair, to acknowledge Sister Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70 Resolution Committee Chair. Sister Beverly, were there any resolutions unresolved that any of your committees are work to present on?
I believe, did we discuss 08? I apologize. I was busy in a class earlier, so I wasn't not able to participate fully.
Understood. Resolution 2308 for the body and for the minutes was directed to the state and federal, reverted to state and federal as of the last session by resolution or by motion approval. So with that, I think Sister Millie, you might be the only committee that has anything to represent before we entertain new motions that were presented.
Okay, I just have one that our committee, we have one more, but it may have to go to the executive.
Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and the chair will recognize ANS Grand Executive Committee woman Millie Schoonover, and she is doing state and federal resolution committee. Or, sorry, health and education. Apology. Health and education committee resolutions. You have the floor, Millie.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. The only resolution that came before the health and education was resolution 2309. And we are going to send that back to the maker.
Is there any action you want to take on that? Back to the resolution. No. Okay. Just confirming with the AMB Grand parliamentarian, there is no action to be taken this time. With the resolution 2309 is reverted by the committee back to the author. Other committees notwithstanding, I believe over the lunch period, AMB Camp 87 Anchorage, Brother Marvin Adams, we've received your resolution. Chair recognizes Marvin Adams, AMB Camp 87 Anchorage.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a real urgent concern regarding the Alaska Native Veterans Allotment Act definitions in section 119, having exclusions within the National Forest Systems in the 2019 Dingle Act. And I'll read the resolution to everybody. If you could put it up, it would be great, but this will really help out. It says, whereas the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood is the oldest and most effective civil rights organization in Alaska, and whereas the ANB-ANS have always regarded Alaska Native veterans as one of their highest priorities, as they have served their country honorably, faithfully, and with great personal sacrifice, and whereas the Alaska Native veterans have been excluded from selecting their Native allotments within the unit of the National Forest Systems, And whereas almost 100% of the Alaska Native veterans are excluded from selecting their land selections from their traditional homelands in the Tongass National Forest, and therefore it be resolved that the Grand Camp Convention of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood assembled this 5th, 6th, and 7th day of October 2023 request that the Alaska Native Veterans Act / Dingle Act be amended to allow the Alaska Native veterans that were deemed eligible and qualified to select their traditional homelands within the unit of the National System Forest, as referred to as the 2019 Dingle Act by Camp 87. That's our request to have approval on the assembly floor. Thank you. A motion to approve.
A motion has been heard. We actually has a hand up. Chair recognizes Brother Yafe Atuwu. You have the floor, 2 minutes.
No.
Motion.
You need a second to go into debate. If
Okay, I don't see a second, okay. Chair, there's been a motion on the floor. The next comments from the delegation should be either a second or open up for debate.
After the second. I need
A debate after the second. So either hand, is that to second the motion for the resolution on the floor? Well, you'll do, okay, we are having notification, so for moving forward, Chair recognizes Brother Sasha Sobolov.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For purposes of moving the resolution 23-02, Camp 76, Teneke Springs, seconded.
Okay, a point of information, the number, and we're going to confirm that with the Sister Beverly for the resolution chair, it should read 23-10.
Yes,
Again,
you're right.
Okay, thank you, Sister Beverly. Wanted to make sure, so it is correction if you're amenable. Brother Sasha, it is resolution 23-10.
Yeah, I also concur with that clarification.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Brother Yafe Atuwu. We're in discussion on the resolution, on the motion on the floor.
I would just like to respectfully, if there's no more discussion, call for a question and ask that we move to a unanimous consent to pass resolution 2302.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and Chair's going to ask 3 times. Are there any discussion?
Is there any objection?
Is there any objection to the, is there any objection to the unanimous consent as presented?
We do have a hand up from Paul Young.
Okay, Chair recognizes Brother Young. If there's an objection to the unanimous consent, is that as an objection, sir?
No, I was going to comment in support of the resolution.
We appreciate your comments. I'm sure Brother Marvin does. We're at a request for unanimous consent. Hearing no objection, so ordered. The resolution motion passes to me as 10-23-10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we really appreciate the support of the Assembly. Thanks to the veterans. They gave their all for our people, and thank you for honoring them. Chair
Chair agrees. Thank you, Brother Marvin Adams, A&B Camp 87 Anchorage. Are there any other, sorry, I should defer to my resolution committee chair. Beverly, right? Notes here. Sister Beverly Russell, resolution committee chair. Are there any other committees, outstanding resolutions to be presented as you aware?
I was not able to participate fully this morning. I believe the literacy was referred back to committee, was it? And then I believe federal and state needs to meet on their last resolution. Excuse me. 2308. Did we discuss, was 2308 discussed in assembly this morning?
Yes, it was motioned and approved to revert to state and federal health and education committees. Those
Okay,
committees have yet to meet on that.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, Naomi Fowler, do you know Camp 2? I'm raising my
Yes,
hand.
Chair recognizes Ms. Fowler. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Point of information regarding 23-08, the resolution to continue support for federal recognition of the Chinook Indian Nation. The federal and state committee met yesterday and needed some help from the authors of the resolution to clarify the benefit of supporting the Chinook efforts to be recognized as a federally recognized tribe by ANS and AMB. There's a concern that we're inserting ourselves into a politically complex situation wherein our support could be confusing to neighboring tribes. As such, pardon me, I would like to request information from the authors to offer perspective and context regarding the creation of the resolution, why we should support it, and how we can do so in a way that explicitly avoids complicating relationships between our tribal members when interacting with the Chinook and other tribes in adjacent or possibly even overlapping tribal lands. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you for your comments, Sister Naomi Fowler. Addressing your questions to the author of that committee. Chair recognizes AMB Grand Camp President Heather Greco.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a resolution that is brought forward. It's the same resolution that we adopted as a body in 2022. It is the exact same resolution supporting the Chinook Nation as they work to once again receive federal recognition from the federal government. They have received it during a very brief period of 18 months. And then when there was a new administration, that was rescinded. So they continue to fight for that. And they're asking for us to write letters and to support them in their efforts. We're not making a decision for them or offending other tribes. We are just offering our support from our local camps. We have a very active camp in Portland, as well as an active camp in Seattle, Washington. Those states, Washington and Oregon, are the homelands, ancestral homelands of the Chinook people. And so through recommendations of their tribal secretary and their vice chair, they've asked us to bring this forward once again to the body for consideration and have our body continue to support their efforts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam President, for your updates and clarification. Chair recognizes, sorry, Dots, can you please give me the order in which the requests were made? Just 2 hands up. Chair's discretion. Chair's gonna go ahead and recognize Brother Frank Albee, AMB Camp 49. Sir, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, and make sure I'm unmuted here.
You are.
Frank Albee. I worked for the BIA for many years. I retired from the BIA and working with many tribes, working in Alaska, working in California, New Mexico, Oregon, and Washington. The benefits of recognition by the federal government, they will recognize you as a sovereign nation. Just as the federal government recognizes New England and France and Argentina sovereign governments. Once you receive federal recognition as a tribe, you become eligible for federal grants. Grants that will help the tribe improve their health facilities, their education facilities. They'll be able to get contracts and grants to where they can build homes for their people. It'll help them to where they can make land improvements. And it will not interfere at all with Tlingit and Haida Central Council, which is a sovereign government recognized by the federal government, or say like Tsimshian Reservation. It doesn't affect anybody else at all. It's just that they're asking for the opportunity to manage your own tribal government with the help of the federal government. And having said that, I recommend to the body here that you give a due pass for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Albee, for your comments. Chair recognizes Brother Yate Atulu. You have 2 minutes.
Ganakchish, Chair. I would like to just acknowledge that when we speak, we should remember we are a civil rights entity. We have fought for our civil rights, not just for the Hinket. We've fought for civil rights within the entire state of Alaska, and we've changed policies, movements, and bills throughout the United States. We are not a Tlingit entity. We're Tlingit strong, that's for sure, but we are no tribe. As civil rights activist group, we should be there to support our Indigenous brothers and sisters who have suffered a level of oppression and consistently fight the fight of that continuous genocide. By eliminating the federal recognition of Indigenous people, you are continuously genociding their people. You're continuously pushing them out of recognition. As the Chinook people, this is very different. I'd actually like to acknowledge the fact that if you got to Cannon Beach, on that rock you see on Cannon Beach in Oregon, the Chinook would meet us out there in their canoes. They have the oldest stories, baskets and bentwood boxes, on how they traded with the Tlingit, especially how they traded canoes. Now, if we can sit there and acknowledge our relatives from across the water in the river and let them know that we remember them and that their sovereignty is just as important as ours. We are a civil rights entity. We are not a tribe. We should be standing behind them. In Camp 49, you had Christopher Rempel in your camp. He's Chinook. He's the head of the cultural resource and sources for the Chinook people and for Grand Ronde. We should support all of our members, no matter what entity, as we're inclusive to all, and we should help fight for sovereignty for all nations, including this one. We might be going and knocking on someone else's door, but we weren't concerned about knocking on someone else's door when we wanted our kids to go to school. These kids deserve Title V rights, Title VI Indigenous nation rights. They deserve to go to school. They deserve health care. And as a civil rights group, I push that we move this and we move it forward because those are Indigenous relatives. They have stories of the Tlingit down there.
Thank you, brother. I'm sorry, your time has expired. At the discretion of the chair, I did let it run over. We did understand the passion behind your words. I do want to remind that this is resolution 2308. Earlier, the body voted to revert back to the state and federal resolution committees. We do need to get to the business at hand. And at that point, there are no resolutions ready for presentation to the body. The chair is going to relinquish the chair to AMB Grand President Urkel.
Thank you. Once again, Ganakchish, to a fine job to our AMB First Vice President Paul Johnson, to all of the committee chairs, our committee on committee chair, who is also in as executive, Paulette Marino, as well as each of you who have served on a committee. That is our call that we had earlier in this convention, is that everybody participate at the best of their ability. Up next on the agenda, we have, oh, thank you. I can't see people, so I appreciate the assistance. I do recognize we have our past president of the AMB, Dennis Demert. You have the floor, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we just approved a little bit ago, the resolution regarding veterans' lands. It's an excellent resolution, very well written, professionally written. But I also want to add one other thing. One thing that I've seen William Paul do a number of times, and it really works well, and that's to that's to point out exactly where in the existing law that we want changed. I had seen him on several occasions point out to the reader exactly the portion that needed to be changed. In the case of the veterans, there is my recollection. I haven't looked at it for a long time, but I believe that there is a provision in the Veterans Land Act that excludes that prohibits selection within the Tongass National Forest. And I think there's a phrase there that does exactly that. If that's the case, I want to suggest that whoever is submitting this be authorized and should work with an attorney, especially one that knows writing the law, to modify that to incorporate into the resolution an identification of the portion of the law that we want changed. I'm assuming that this will go to our delegation, and once it gets to Murkowski, Sullivan, and I think I can't remember her last name, but once it gets to them, it will show them exactly what we want, and they can carry that forward. So I'd like to suggest, and if it takes a motion to ask unanimous consent to authorize that, I'd like to do so.
Thank you so very much, Brother Dennis Demmert. We appreciate your words. This resolution has already come to the body and has passed with unanimous consent. Thank you. I will recognize our A and B executive, Willard Jackson. Mr. Jackson, Brother Jackson, we have passed that resolution. We are running very behind on our agenda today. I would love to hear 2 minutes of comment from you though, because this resolution is so important. Thank you. You have the floor. Past President Willard Jackson.
Thank you, AMB President. First of all, thank you all for supporting this resolution. We had a coalition, Vietnam Veterans Coalition, in regards to this, and the Sisterhood supported us 100%, and talking to Sullivan and other delegates in Washington, D.C. They're well aware, Sullivan's well aware of our forwardness in regards to land upon the Tongass. As we spoke to him, we did not give up our pre-existing rights as Native brothers and sisters upon this land, and rightfully saying the land was taken and still is. And getting away from that, I would like the full support from A&B with Austin is a gentleman out of he's out of Anchorage. He's a retired officer. He's helped us. Bobo Austin has sent letters off to the delegates. This will be the first letter we got from Grand Camp 111, and we're very grateful for all your efforts and your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Brother Willard. We appreciate your guidance and support, as well as our Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, as well as the gentleman you mentioned, Gunnar Chish. It's so important. So many of our people have served and continue to serve. Thank you so very much for that. I would like to make a recommendation to whomever is the next Grand President of the AMB to please bring forward on each and every executive committee meeting, as I have, our veterans to share their voice. Please, whomever that may be, make sure they have a voice. Thank you. I will recognize ANB Camp 87, Marvin Adams. You have 2 minutes, sir. We have an agenda. We do need to continue forward as a wish of the body. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, President Jerkel. To address ANB Executive Committee question with respect to the specifics, it does address that in section 119, exclusions within the National Forest under the Act, and it specifically identifies definitions. So it specifically identified that. So I'm hoping that it would be clear when they do get this resolution and they approve it. So just wanted to make sure that was acceptable. And I only had like 20 minutes to draft this, so please forgive my ignorance. Thank you.
Thank you. There has been a comment that it was drafted well. So I'd like you to hear those words, that your resolution was drafted well. It's my understanding that that resolution did pass with unanimous consent. Was it passed as to go to the executive committee, or was it passed to be our marching orders for the year as this body?
It's passed to be adopted.
This resolution has been adopted, and this is officially part of our A&B and A&S Grand Camp resolutions that will go forward into the next year. Thank you. I do want to recognize our A&B Grand President Emeritus, Richard Jackson. Grand President Emeritus, we are short on time. I would love to hear your words of support with regard to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Grand President A&B. Thank you for recognizing my message and you facilitated a proper way we could present this at the late date. I recognize we didn't have a Veterans Committee. The information I sent you has a specific language in the bill, section 1119, exclusions. And part of the exclusions is a little V section or 4 section within the unit of the National Forest System. And that's all there is in there. So we just need to reiterate that part of it under definition so we can identify that under section 1119. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to your continued guidance, Grand President Emeritus, as we go forward. Thank you so very much in guiding us as we continue to advocate in adherence with this resolution. Thank you.
I thank Marvin Adams for actually writing it for me. Thank you, Marvin.
Yes, wonderful. Brother Adams has been recognized for his fine writing skills and his dedication. Thank you. I would like to call up our A&S First Vice President Heather Powell as we're moving forward into our agenda to address the proposed constitutional changes. Thank you. Chief, thank you. We've reached a point in the agenda today where we're going to speak to the constitutional changes and the recommendations. I'd like to start out by reading to the body the constitutional change number 1. I'll first read it as it currently is stated, followed by the recommended changes. Dots, can you please put this on the screen? While we're waiting for dots, I'll go ahead and begin reading as it exists currently in the Constitution. Article 5, Grand Camp. Section 1, Grand Camp established. Chief, thank you, dots. Grand Camp established. The A&B and the A&S shall meet annually in convention at a time during the week on the first Sunday in October or at such other time and place as may be determined by the previous convention. The convention shall be known as the Grand Camp. This is how it currently reads. The recommended changes from the committee are as follows. I'll read it in its entirety. Grand Camp established. The A&B and the A&S shall meet annually in convention at a time during the week of the first Sunday in October or at such time and place where it may be determined by the previous convention. The convention shall be known as Grand Camp. That's the existing. During, this is the recommended change in addition. During odd numbered years, the annual convention shall be held in virtual format. And during even numbered years, the annual convention shall be held in an in-person format. In emergency situations, or if there is no host camp available, the Grand Camp Convention will default to a virtual format, and the Grand Camp will take on the role of virtual host camp.
As chair, I would entertain a motion to accept the recommendations.
Go through all of them.
Oh, Chade Katnayo, please forgive me. We're going to go through both of them. All right. The second constitutional change, I'll read in entirety. The first, Article 6, officers, Section 2. Oh, Article 4, officers, Section 2, ballot, election, term of office. The officers shall be elected by ballot to serve for 1 year or until their successors are elected, and their terms of office shall begin at the close of Grand Camp at which they are elected. That's as it currently reads in the Constitution. The recommended changes are listed in bold on the screen, and I'll read it in its entirety as recommended by the committee. Section 2, ballot election, term of office. The officers shall be elected by ballot to serve for 2-year terms, in bold, or until their successors are elected, and their terms of office shall begin at the close of Grand Camp at which they are elected. Elections will be held on even numbered years. I'd like to just make note that the chair would entertain a motion. Also knowing that we will need to, for any constitutional changes, will require a 2/3 majority to approve. Dots, could I ask your assistance in acknowledging our first hand up? To my knowledge, it looks like it would be Brother Dennis Demert. Can you verify that?
Yes, it was.
That's correct. Yeah.
Madam Chair,
The chair acknowledges Brother Dennis Demert.
this is being placed before us for a motion to approve a constitutional amendment requires at least 30 days notice. Had there been notice at least 30 days prior to this being presented? If not, it would have to go into the next year's ballot because the 30-day notice is a constitutional provision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ashish, thank you for your words, Brother Dennis. I'd like to verify with the A&B Grand Camp Secretary as to the 30-day requirement and if that has been established. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Knowing that we have that, I'd like to move forward. Dots, please notify me of the second. Yeah.
Madam Chair. Richard Jackson.
Chair acknowledges.
Because of these two amendments that went through a process of 30-day notice and now come to the convention for decision, I move we go to a ballot vote on both of them because you can't get the 2/3 without knowing how many voted.
Sheesh, thank you. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Oh, that's how we go. We'll move forward. Dots, please prepare a ballot.
Madam Chairman, I had my hand up.
Is there a second for that? Oh, wait, hold on.
Was there a motion?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I had my hand up as well. I had my hand up.
Point of clarification. Brother Richard, did you make a motion?
I was just making a correction on, I'm asking, I guess I'm requesting a ballot vote.
Okay. All right. So that is the process. So Dots, please prepare.
You'll entertain a motion.
I'll entertain the motion. The chair entertains the motion to prepare the ballot.
Yeah, can we get the motion text in the chat, please?
Yep. Madam Chair, this is Marv. I've had my hand up just right after Dennis.
Recommended. He needs a second, then go into discussion.
Madam Chair.
The chair, at this moment, the chair would entertain a motion to approve moving forward with the recommendations by ballot.
So the
Madam
chair would
Chair-
entertain a motion. The chair acknowledges Millie Schoonover for making a
Madam-
motion.
Madam
Motion
Chairman,
made.
I go, Madam Chairman, Marvin Adams calls a point of order.
Chair recognizes Marvin Adams.
Thank
Point of
you,
order.
Brother Marvin Adams. For clarification, before we make motions, is this, in the traditional past, we had to have a call for a constitutional convention.
Right.
And I'm just wondering if that happened or if that's no longer valid for the A and B Grand County.
It's not in the Constitution. No longer require that based on the Constitution. It's referenced here.
Based upon the information we've received and consult with parliamentarians, it's no longer required in the Constitution. As stated,
Madam
Article
Chair,
5.
clarification.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Madam Chair,
Point of clarification, I heard.
Madam Chair, this is Cecilia Tavalero. I move to table this constitutional change until we can meet in person. I know that some of the camps did not get it in 30 days. Some of our camps did not receive hard copies. I don't believe anyone did. When we meet in
Madam
person,
Chair?
it will be a constitutional convention.
I
move
thought
the
that
table.
Ed recognized me, Yesh Latuwu from Camp 14 for a point of clarification.
I did.
Okay.
Yes, but two.
I was just
Okay.
wondering, Richard Jackson had requested a vote, and I was wondering if in the
Madam
same
Chairman, I
sentence-
got to call a point of order. There was a motion on the floor, and you got to acknowledge that when there's a motion on the floor, all discussion stop until it either gets a second, voted up or down.
unless there was a point of clarification,
Is the
I thought-
motion
I'll second the motion for discussion.
The chair calls order. At this point, there is a motion on the floor. The motion that is on the floor currently, Brother Yesatuwu, Ganachish for calling point of clarification. But based on Robert's rules, there is a motion on the floor. There has been a motion made. So now we're waiting for a second.
Marvin
Second for-
Adams seconds the motion.
Marvin seconded the motion.
For discussion purposes,
No,
please. I've had my hand raised at the beginning, and this is Andrea Caesar, Glacier Valley Camp 70. And I have a suggestion. I would like both voted on separately. I think we should do one separate and then the other separate. And that's the suggestion. Because we've been through a 2-year term vote before, and we voted it down way back when, because if we get somebody good in there, they'll be revoted anyway. If we get somebody bad in there that doesn't do anything, then we're stuck with them for 2 years. That's
Mr.
just,
Chair, thank you. At this point, that's a comment towards what we're discussing, and we are in the middle of a motion, so we have a motion that's been made by Sister Millie. We have a second that's been made by Marvin Adams.
So her comment, is she?
Are you for?
Madam Chair, point of order.
I guess, one moment. Sister Andrea, my point of clarification I'd like to ask for you is, are you making an amendment to the motion that's on the floor?
yes, I'll make amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes. Identify yourself, point of order.
ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. My point of order is, yes, there is the current motion on the floor, but our executive grand president emeritus, I'm sorry, not emeritus, but our executive Cecilia Tavalero has then put forth a motion to table the current motion that's on the.
Absolutely.
And for purpose of direction, I would be Cecilia's second to that, of tabling this motion. Thank you.
From the parliamentarian.
Yes. Point of clarification from parliamentary.
The motion to table from Sister Celia is in order.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
So the motion to table, and she has specified a specific time. The motion is in order. It needs a majority vote to pass. So this table is before the amendment. So we must deal with it immediately. So we need to vote on tabling it to a specific time and date.
Okay.
And I second that motion, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, sorry. Thank you.
Next motion to delay was to the next convention.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor right now.
Table.
Point of
So,
clarification, Madam Chair.
Madam Chairman, I thought Marvin
Um,
Adams seconded it and you recognized me.
Yes, Brother Adams?
Yeah, you
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
recognized
what you
when the motion was made to table, you recognized me when I said second. That's all I'm trying to clarify.
So the motion to table, you're saying you seconded?
Correct. You acknowledged me seconding that.
Okay,
When-
great.
No.
Sister Elias?
Point of clarification for the original motion maker. If I remember correctly, the motion that you had put forward, Madam Executive Cecilia, you said until the next in-person convention, correct?
How long is that?
Ask her again.
Through the chair.
Cecilia, Sister Cecilia? Point of clarification, if you could restate your motion so that we can make sure to hear it in its entirety.
I can put it in the chat as well. Sorry, but I have to go to work here really soon. I move that we table these constitutional changes until the next convention when we meet in person. So we can call it a constitutional convention.
What if we,
With-
the next one's not a person?
With that being said, my
to
next
be-
point of
Excuse
clarification,
me, you have to be recognized by the chair. Sorry.
Sister
And
Elias?
Madam Chairman, this is Marvin Adams. I second that. And the only thing we should be discussing is the vote right now. And that's really, tables are that way, they're automatic.
So we do have, and we have recognized Sister Cecilia Tavalero, and she has stated that she would like to table this resolution, constitutional changes, until the next in-person convention. Brother Adams, I have also seen that you have seconded that table. I was asking for clarification for Sister Elias as to what did you have a question in regards to the motion and the table?
yes, directly pertaining to the parliamentarian, Madam Chair.
Okay.
With permission through the chair. Parliamentarian Jay, with the motion that's currently on the floor for the table, is it in order for that motion to occur without a specific date or time for that motion to occur when at this current time, we don't know if we're having an in-person convention next?
Well, what we don't know, we don't know.
Right.
We are moving forward with, we do know. Her table included a specific arena of time, which is the next in-person convention. The table motion is in order.
Thank you for that clarification, Parliamentarian. Gunokjish.
And I would just like to speak, as the chair is saying that the effect of the tabling it is the postponing the question during that amount of time. So that amount of time has been set. At this point, we're carrying on business as usual up until the next convention in person. When that will be is when this will be able to be brought back.
Question?
Question? Question's been called?
Madam Chair, I've had my hand raised.
Is there discussion when it's due? There's not debatable.
So
If she has.
at
debate
this,
on the motion.
It's not,
Well, I'm
that's
sorry.
correct. It's not debatable.
There's no
We
debate.
must
At this
go straight to
point,
vote.
we must go. Dots, please prepare a ballot.
It might not be debatable, but there's not allowed to be questions
Brother
or discussion.
Right now, if something is tabled, it is not debatable. We have the vote to see if we have the 3/4 majority. Majority, if we have the majority. Per Robert's rules.
Okay, so Dots is going to need a bit of confirmation. Are we running a ballot motion to table until convention 2024? Is that correct?
Motion to table until in-person convention, next
Until
in-person convention.
in-person convention. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm going to prepare that and confirm it before I open.
Grab my voting device.
Are we trying to look at the review 17B?
Okay, this is Dots. We just want to confirm we're looking for a ballot motion to table until next in-person convention. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, just give us a couple moments. Okay, and that ballot is now open. Once again, you're looking for the ballot that says motion to table until next in-person convention. So please click that next vote button, and you'll see a link that says vote now with the text of that motion, which is motion to table until next in-person convention.
I'm looking at 17.
Get us a priority.
Question?
Clarification on 17.
What that means is, while this convention is in session, until it is adjourned, it can be brought back up, and put back on the table by a 2/3 vote.
Hello, this is Dennis. Can I get assistance voting? I can't get a ballot.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll message you in the chat, Dennis.
Chair, you don't have to bring it up, it's just that if it does come up.
Trying to make sure I'm Mrs. Form.
Yeah.
May I have assistance getting a ballot?
Dennis. Yeah, we're just working on getting your contact information. We're going to try and call you, Dennis.
Okay.
Dennis, can I ask what your issue is? We don't have your phone number. If it's possible to either give us your phone number or just describe what your issue to me, what your issue is to me, then we can help as much as we can.
Now, what's the option? Either my phone number or?
Yeah, do you have access to the chat by any chance, Dennis?
No. And
okay.
All I have on the screen is in boldface, the motion and the time remaining, and everything else is in fine print that I can't read.
Okay, what we're gonna do, can you give us, or, well, let me think.
You had
Just one
your
moment.
ballot before.
Do we have your phone number, Dennis? Is it possible to call you?
Yes, my number is 907-401-1141.
Okay, we're gonna hold that vote open, just so everyone's aware. We're gonna hold that vote open and gonna make sure that Dennis can get his vote in, because it's obviously this is very important.
Dodds, can you be sure to mute Brother Dennis while he's making his vote to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So to keep his privacy.
Yeah. Yeah, show me where it says the time, because having it indefinite, I mean, the next one, it could be 20 years from now. We're not guessing.
It says right here.
It says the next person. I just want to see where it states.
Right here. I'm looking right here. It says there is no time set for taking work.
That's all I was asking.
I'm on 198.
Good job. Hands up, sorry.
A&B Grand Sergeant to the chair.
A&B Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Yes, I'd like to mention a very big round of applause to A&B First Vice President for his chairmanship during the last session.
Absolutely. Well, Chiefs, thank you for that acknowledgement for a job well done.
Sheesh.
Okay, apologies for the delay. We're just trying to reach out to a couple of folks. We'll be a couple minutes here. We just want to make sure we get their votes in.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Paulette Moreno, ANS Executive. Madam Chair, you're doing very well. Also, it's good to see you there. I had a question. Will we be able to perhaps in the chat get a list of the updated orders of the day and the events that will take place next for this afternoon? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chief, Madam Executive Paulette, we'll make sure to get that available to you.
Can I mute this?
And once again, we're just holding that vote open for a little bit longer. We're just trying to get one more vote over the phone. So please stand by and thanks for your patience. Once again, we've closed that ballot up, and please stand by for the results. They'll be up momentarily.
All right, Grand Camp delegates and officers, the motion has been shown on the screen. And it looks like we do have majority. So that motion is tabled until the next in-person convention. At this time, I'd like to pass the chair back over to AMB Grand President Heather Gerker.
Hello, Sister Heather. We have a round of applause for ANS First Vice President Heather Powell. It's hard to stand up here, as many of you know. But no, all of you who are on here, we hope you aspire to be standing here one day and we follow your leadership. So I hope you're learning with us because we are learning from you. And we are so excited that we have these opportunities for these conversations. I'd like to ask our ANS president to join me. Just for one moment here, let me get my endowment. So we do have a request from the body. Sorry, we're trying to find everything. The request from the body was to have the orders of the day put into the chat. So I'll do that now. This is our remaining business that we have to attend to. It'll be in the chat and I'll read it off in a moment. You'll see it in the chat there. The business that we have to attend to. See Alaska MOA, Grand Officer speeches for elections, minutes, final resolution consideration, budget, local camp reports, installation, transfer of the convention paddle, and adjourn. I do recognize our AMB Grand President Emeritus, Richard Jackson. I do see your hand raised, our Grand President Emeritus. Did you want to speak? We can't hear you if you're muted. We can't hear you. I'm so sorry. Was it, and we please give me a thumbs up if you want to speak. If not, we will.
Question?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to wave you. Yes, go ahead.
I had a question about waiting till the next convention to deal with this, these two amendments. A presumption is that we'll get the camp to hold the convention. But if you feel the urgency to deal with this, then the Grand Camp can hold the convention, but at their expense. So those are an option you have if you consider it. Because laying it on a table, maybe you might forget. You have to remind yourself. So if you can't get somebody to hold a convention, then we have done it in the past. Grand Camp has held the convention. That was my comment.
Thank you so very much for your guidance. We appreciate that. Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson. At this time, you have all received the financial memorandum of agreement for distribution of the endowment funds. If we could please have Dots display that on the screen.
And please stand by. We're just getting that loaded up on the screen momentarily.
As we're going to display the proposal, since Grand President Albee and myself serve as ex officio members of the committee, we will not be chairing this committee. We will be turning over the chair to the ANS First Vice President, Heather Powell.
I'm down. Madam Chairman?
Yes,
I
please go
got my
ahead,
hand up.
Brother Marvin.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, I guess I got to bring in a point of order. The Sea Alaska Endowment Fund is the Alaska Native Brotherhood Endowment. That was what it was set up to be. It's how it has been through Albert Kukash, Byron Malott, and everybody else. So for the Grand Camp Convention to be voting on a memorandum of understanding, it's got to be discussed among the brothers, which has that endowment. I've served 4 years as the treasurer and negotiated with Anthony Malott on the transfer of those funds into the organization. So it wasn't the ANS, it was the A and B that had that endowment set up. So I guess I'm trying to get my arm around what is the purpose of the MOA if the brother has that particular endowment in their name. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Adams. Do you have a copy of the proposed endowment and have you read it in its entire endowment? The MOA with regard to the endowment and read it in its entirety?
No, I was not in my mailbox, so I don't know. I just heard about it when I joined the meeting.
Thank you. Dots will be displaying it on the screen, Brother Adams. It is meant for equitable distribution and responsibility, as well as equitable responsibility for the financial responsibilities of hosting Grand Camp and the Grand Camp budget.
It doesn't address the ownership of it, though.
Per Sea Alaska and meetings that I've had with Anthony Malott, as well as Grand President Albee, the intention from Sea Alaska is in fact for the Brotherhood and Sisterhood. That being said, our Constitution dictates that we come together under the A and B Grand Camp when we come together at convention. This is why this is being brought forward to the body at this time to be discussed amongst brothers and sisters to choose how the future of our organization is determined. Thank you. I do see that we have, who? Oh, thank you. Our ANS Grand President Emeritus, Millie Schoonover.
Brothers and sisters, this happened at our 75th annual convention in Sitka when Byron Malott presented this. And I'm sorry I didn't bring I have a copy of the original letter, and it does say the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood that the endowment was presented to. But there are copies in the archives. When I get home, I will dig mine out, send it to the Grand Secretary, and he or she can distribute that to the members. Thank you.
Thank you to our Grand President Emeritus of the ANS. And also I'm going to share on the screen here a document we received from Sea Alaska, which does state A and B and ANS. Once I'm able to do my technology, my apologies.
Does this have to make a motion?
I have lots open. Bear with me just one moment. This is how my brain operates, everybody. So these are the reports that we received from Sea Alaska with regard to the balance of the endowment. Most of us should be familiar because this is a document brought forward to Grand Camp every year. At the beginning of this, it states AMB and ANS has access to any balance above $500,000 or currently $284,000. This is an outdated one. It does state, well, no, I'm sorry, it does state 2023. This is the most recent that we've received from Anthony Malott, and we did confirm this with him last night. It was yesterday evening. I do have that in email form as well. But the intention from Anthony Malott, these are his notes, AMB and ANS. So this is just a point of reference that I want to share with the body. I do see that we have ANS past president, excuse me, AMB past president, Sasha Sobloff. I recognize you.
Madam Chairman.
Madam Chair, can we get that back on the screen, please?
Yes, please. I was just, yeah, technology, I apologize. I'll recognize our past president and the past president, Sasha Sobloff. And then next I'll go to our, I'm sorry?
Before it goes into further discussion, a motion needs to be made and seconded.
Thank you. So before we go to further discussion, a motion does need to be made and seconded so we can go into further discussion. I do see Sister Sandy Churchill from Wrangell. Do I hear a motion?
Yes.
Please state your motion and put it in the chat.
Oh, go ahead. You say your motion. I make the motion that we accept the MOA from Sea Alaska.
The motion's been made that we accept the motion made with regard to Sea Alaska endowment. It has been seconded by Heather Powell and ANS first vice president. We are under discussion. I see our ANB past president, Sasha Soboloff.
Yes, thank you, Miss. I almost said Mr. I'd gladly pay the $100 fee. Madam Chairman, the discussion of the distinction between the two organizations, even though we are encompassed and umbrellaed in one organization, there's a very critical determination that has been made not by us, well, it has been made by us, meaning the members of AMB and ANS, but it was made in light of what both organizations did with their funding. The Internal Revenue Service on February 11 of 2013 wrote a letter in response to the A&B, and in that letter, it very clearly stated that the A&B is a 501c5. And it also did not mention in that letter, because it was only A&B letter, that we know that the ANS is a 501c3.
No.
Go ahead.
Just correction, they're a 501c4.
Okay. I missed it by one number.
That's okay, thank you.
The difference is if you're a 501c5, you take money in from contributors and you're allowed to spend as much as you want. And in our case, we spend about 80 to 85% of the money that comes in as a 501c5. The Sisterhood, on the other hand, has a completely different orientation to how they handle the money. You can, if you wish, propose something that Anthony has been after for quite some time, since he's a business guy and he handles large amounts of money, more money than God. And if you put together in a memorandum of understanding, which is permissible, that you're combining how two organizations give their money away. The A&B on one hand has no restrictions. They spend it 80 to 85% on the A&B. The Sisterhood spends overwhelmingly more than necessary to make them to meet the internal revenues, requirements for being the determination. I also find that interesting that in looking at the State Department of Commerce's website of the 23 local camps that are registered with them, we have only 2 camps that are legitimate and in good standing as of September 6, 23. And that is Camp 14 and Camp 1. So it belies some consideration that if the wish is to make sure that the endowment is divided equally, is what I'm hearing, you certainly can suggest that and hope that the membership of both bodies who are meeting on them would agree with that. But thank you.
Thank you. I do want to state that this was a resolution. This committee was just not formed out of our wishes. It was a resolution brought to this body last year to form a committee to put forward an MOA. And so this was actually first drafted by our A&B treasurer, brought to committee, and then brought to you for discussion. So if you need to have reference back to that original resolution from 2022, I'll ask our grant secretaries to pull that up, but just a notation on this discussion. I'm sorry, I do see somebody who is identified as iPad 6, and then I see our brother Yatu Wu. iPad 6, can you please identify yourself? I'm hearing that it may be Sister Andrea Caesar, possibly without the name. So if this is in fact Andrea Caesar with their hand raised as iPad 6, please identify yourself. Thank you.
Andrea Caesar, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, we can, Sister Caesar. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, all I wanted to do is basically what I said before. Dear Sister Selena Everson and our dear sister Ethel Lund were both at the meeting, and I'm sure they were with Millie, and that they know, or they told us that it was, this endowment was supposed to be split between A&B, A&S, and A&B brothers. And somehow the brothers have it in their head that it's only them, but it's not. And then we always have to kind of beg for money to run our own organization. So it's like, okay, we have to go and ask mom or dad for our allowance. So anyway, I'm speaking in favor of this motion. We have been trying for years. My first convention in Hoona, and I applaud the people and who worked on this memorandum of agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Caesar. Just one moment, I will recognize Brother Yatu Wu and then our past president, Dennis Demart. But first, I'd like to check in with Dots. Dots, do we have the document to display on the screen for those who may not have it in front of them? I can stop sharing if that is the case. Otherwise, I can pull it up on my computer.
I believe we do. Just give us a few. Yeah, here we go. We have.
Thank you.
This is the moment, or the document, correct?
Yes, thank you so very much. So this document, if we can enlarge it a bit for the body, we have many people on different size devices. So I will recognize our A&B. I'm sorry, I'm going to recognize our A&B brother Yatu Wu. Please state if you are in favor or against, and then provide your comment within 2 minutes. Thank you.
Respectfully, Madam Chair, your last document for clarity said A and B drop down, but you said it's A&S, A and B. And also, we need that original document. It's there. You guys have it in your archives. We have it in ours. It should have been pulled up before this got brought up. But between the brothers and sisters and an MOA, we should have all of our facts straight before we put in another application. Someone new next generation may have assumed that it was both. Maybe an older generation only assumed it was one, but that original document from Alaska, 2 A and B states A and B on it, or maybe it doesn't, but I think we need that document before we can make an MOA and start speaking on the behalf of a unity, or if we have to stick to the rules and make sure it only states for the Brotherhood for convention, because I assumed that the convention was for the Brotherhood originally in funding. And the sisters have always been involved, even camps, but umbrella, I'm not going to go too far off, but I think we need to see that original document before we can move on.
I recognize ANS past president Paulette Marino. You have 2 minutes. Please state if you are for or against the motion on the floor. Seeing your hand has gone down, I'm going to give you a moment in case you're doing that. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My hand was accidentally raised. Thank you. I'm listening to the discussion first.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Going forward to, I'm sorry, I apologize. I did recognize our brother Dennis Demert. You are up, sir. We have 2 minutes on the clock. We will gently remind you when we get close to that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have in my hand a copy of a letter dated November 17th, 1987, from Byron Malott to Richard Stitt, president of the ANB. This is the letter that informed the ANB that Alaska created a $500,000 endowment. And very clearly, this says it is for the Alaska Native Brotherhood. There is no mention that I see in this letter of the ANS. What has happened over the years is that the Grand Camp has pretty much handled the endowment fund by its budgeting, and the budgeting is not just A&B, it's ANS. So ANS has already been involved, and ANS has done quite well from the endowment. The ANS, the A&B does not have a bank account. The ANS does. The ANB relies simply on the Grand Camp. We have no endowment. And for year after year, for several years, the ANS has requested funding. I have made a motion on one occasion that any funding requested from the endowment include a budget. That was approved, but we received the ANS has put in a request for funding without such a budget. And
thank you, Brother Dennis. Your time has expired. Can you please finish your thought? Thank you.
my time.
I apologize for the interruption. Out of equity, I want to let you know that your time has expired. I would offer the extension of a few moments to finish your final thought. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll just say that I'm not in favor of the MOA. I think that it's probably working pretty well as it is already, since the ANS is involved already in the budgeting of Grand Camp, and it does get, in my view, more than its fair share. ANB does not get a share.
Thank you, Brother Demert. I will go to the next speaker since your time has expired. Thank you. We have heard you, and I appreciate you wrapping that up. Thank you. I recognize our ANS sister, Camp 87, Juliana. You have 2 minutes. Please state whether you're for or against, and then your comments.
We are for, and it's completely the opposite of the speaker before. We supported the ANS and the ANB Grand Camp. We support the ANB Brotherhood on our division, 87 only, because the ANS 87 does not have an EIN. So we do not want to block that opportunity. We would ask, and we support each other. So we support the A and B brotherhoods of the 87 to have that. And if we need to, we would ask them until we have an EIN number, or unless it's in writing that it will be on hold in the possession of the ANS Grand Camp until we have our EIN number. Gunishish.
Thank you. I recognize ANS Sister Beverly Russell, Camp 70. You have 2 minutes. Please state if you're for or against.
I am for the MOA. I understand that Joe Coquelan was a Sealaska board member when this endowment was created, and he said that it was for the A&B and ANS. It's unfortunate that the letter from Byron Malott went to the president of A&B stating that it was just for the A&B.
Thank you. I do recognize that we do have Marvin Adams with his hand raised. Brother Marvin, you have spoken once to this. I'd like to offer the opportunity to any other delegate who has not had an opportunity to speak on this matter. Please raise your hand now. If not, I will go back to our brother Marvin Adams for his second comment with regard to this matter. I do recognize ANS Grand President Daphne Albee.
Thank you, President Gergo. I speak in favor of this, the MOA and the ANS met earlier today. It was passed with unanimous consent that we all support this MOA. This organization is for civil rights, for equality. This MOA would help support that equality. I did speak with one of the board members, one of the people who was a board member at the time, who was in the room when this was originally drafted, and it was meant to be for both A&B and ANS. That aside, moving forward, the equitable management, equitable distribution of the endowment funds is something that both A&B and ANS Grand Camps should be working with together. This is on behalf of both of our camps, all of our local camps for both A&B and ANS. It supports both camps equitably, equally on every level. This is a place that we should be working together. This is something that we should be working equally together, have an equal say together, moving forward. From this day forward, this is something that should have happened years ago. Once again, I state the ANS Grand Camp has met and unanimously supports this MOA.
Thank you. In my hands, I do hold documents from Sealaska. I'm asking our Grand Secretary of the A&B to make sure DOTS has these, and this addresses it from Sealaska. I do see a hand raised from our ANS First Vice President. I do want our delegates to be able to see these letters as requested. I'm sorry, I'm talking very loud and I hope it's not loud in your ears. I apologize. So I'm waiting for those to be given to DOTS. If you'd like me to read them at this time, I can.
And DOTS is just awaiting receiving those documents, so we'll let you know when we receive them.
So I'll go ahead and start, and I apologize, Sister Heather. Okay, thank you. So this is dated October 20, 1994. Memorandum to Alaska Native Sisterhood Executive Committee and the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp officers from Mary Jones, ANS Executive Committee member Nancy. The Sealaska Endowment Funds of Grand Camp. I apologize, that's not the one that I'm starting with. Give me 1 second. Actually, Heather, if you want to go ahead, I need to read this second part of this letter before I read it. We want to make sure DOTS has it. Excuse me, I apologize, Sister Heather.
No, Chief, thank you. I also wanted to speak in favor of the motion. For as many years as my family has been involved in both the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood in several camps, through Camp 87 to Camp 1, A and B, to Camp 4, to Camp 12. My mother also and my grandmother also were officers for the Alaska Native Brotherhood. I also was an officer for the Alaska, or a member of the Alaska Native Brotherhood for many years, for over 25 years, before I became a member of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. One of the things that I remember my grandmother saying was how important it was for us to stand up for those things that we believed in. And as my daughters now are coming behind me and my son, who are also members of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood, we've always focused on equality. I cannot remember a time where I've ever been to an A and B or an ANS local camp where the Alaska Native brothers and sisters have not came in together, have not walked arm in arm together, have not supported each other through loss, through happiness, and have not stood together holistically throughout the year. So I hope that for those of us that are sitting and wondering what decision that we will make, I hope the decision that we decide is in favor of this resolution to show that equality is not just something of the past and not something that, because our founding mothers and our founding fathers created an organization, not only an organization filled with love and compassion, but an organization that is the very first Indigenous civil rights organization. We really should be showing the equality. If we say that money isn't really the reason why we do things, the entire purpose of this organization is to help our communities, to lift our people up, not just our people, but all those people around us. And we've talked and we've heard on the floor today, many people worried about maybe this language won't be represented. Maybe this group of folks won't be represented, this community. This is one way to show that not only are we saying that we are wanting those things, but we're doing it. We're putting our action into motion. And I hope that those of you that are not yet decided can decide to vote in favor of this motion. Ms. Chish.
Thank you. The letters that I'm referring to, and I'll go back to this, as you see, we have A and B, Camp 87 Marvin Adams, and I also see we have ANS Camp 4 Stephanie. Stephanie, I do not believe you have spoken to this matter at this time, but I will recognize you to start out. You have 2 minutes. Please state if you're for or against while we're gathering the documents to display. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am for. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I'm for this MOA, and quick Google search turns up Alaska Native News article dated October 16th, 2015. There is a direct quote from Alaska President and CEO Anthony Malott that says, "The history of ANS and A&B represents dedication, passion, respect, and much more. Alaska is happy to donate $2,500 to Wrangell ANS Camp 1 to help with the cost of celebrating this milestone. In 1987, Alaska set aside $500,000 for the A&B and ANS endowment, which has been a steady source of revenue for this important organization that will long be associated with the success of Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian people. We are proud of the history of Alaska's involvement and support of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood," said Camp President Eric Morrison. "We acknowledge that many of the past and present officers of Alaska cut their teeth in leadership by leading our local camps are at the Grand Camp level. ANS and A&B will continue to support each other into the future for the betterment of our Native people," said ANS Grand Camp Frida Westman. "We are proud of the leadership shown us in bolstering our trust fund for future health, as well as assisting us in establishing our nonprofit status to allow us to develop our own future." I think that that is what this MOA is in the spirit of, and that's why I think it should pass.
Thank you. Sister Stephanie, can you please put that link in the chat for our delegates to see? And I will ask Docs to pull, thank you. I'll ask Docs to pull up the letter from Mary Jones Records. And at this time, is there anybody else who has not spoken to this yet at this time? One moment, please.
You want Alaska or Mary Jones?
Mary Jones is at this time.
Madam Chair.
Please identify yourself and your camp.
Charlie Wolf, Camp 19, Grand Camp Vice President 2.
Thank you for the formality. I do have somebody who has spoken once to this already. So please identify whether you are for or against, and you have a 2-minute time talk. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that I am for this here. I've been involved with ANS years, even though I took a break and sat in the background for a long time. It's always been a part of my heart. But you know what? I grew up with my grandparents, just like Millie with her mom and dad and them. And, you know, we go pretty far back. We went door to door, raising money for Angska to begin. And I'm very proud of that. But, you know, at some point you have to agree to disagree. And that's what we've always said. We have to agree to disagree. And I think it's time that we start coming back together. You take a look of that little girl that sent us a message today. What did she say? I'm tired of us all arguing all the time. My point, I'm in favor of this. And I'm sure our ancestors would be proud of us to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Dots, could you please display on the screen the link from the chat with the article that Sister Stephanie brought forward? I do recognize your place holding there, Brother Yes Atuwu, but I will go to our brother Caesar from A&B Camp 70. You have 2 minutes. Please state if you're for or against this motion.
I'm sorry, you're calling on me? Robert
Yes.
Caesar? Robert Caesar, Camp 70. I'm for this memorandum. I don't believe that this was ever written to exclude ANS. I know that my family was really involved with a lot of these people that were putting this forward, and you have my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Dots, do we have that to display the article? Thank you so very much. The article is being on display. It's also in the chat for all of the delegates. Are there any other delegates who have not spoken to this matter who would like to speak before we go to Brother Yes Atuwu? Thank you. I will recognize you for a second time, Brother Yes Atuwu. You have 2 minutes.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you. Thank you.
Good. I just wanted to state my opposition and let you all know, the body, respectfully, that I respect every single one of you. This isn't about sexuality and division. This is about keeping consistent. The original request was sent to the Brotherhood. It's not about separation, because they just said that the brothers would take it to the sisters' bank account. So they've been working collaboratively for quite some time now. I'm just saying we need to stay consistent with our paperwork. We have paper trails. We need to stay consistent with those, but we do a wonderful job working together. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your words. I do recognize our A&B Secretary, Tamsin Al-Zayed. You have 2 minutes. Please state if you're for or against the motion.
I have a question of clarification, please.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
In the historical documents, one of the this letter of the endowment, the A&B Grand Camp was supposed to help the ANS Grand Camp establish a 501c3, I believe. I could stand to be corrected, but they were supposed to help establish. Has that happened almost 4 decades later? Has it happened? And if it hasn't, why not? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to get the responses? We're under discussion.
All right, I'm sorry. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll recognize once again Brother Marvin Adams for your second time. You have 2 minutes on the clock, Brother Adams. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess I got for clarification. The first comment I made was not for or against it. It was clarification of, what the application was for. So this is actually my first time speaking either in for or against the a memorandum of understanding. I
Sorry,
just want to
brother,
clarify that.
this is your second time. Thank you very much. It has been confirmed. You did speak against it previously, but please continue.
Am I allowed to speak?
Please continue. Yes, you have over a
Yeah,
minute.
yeah.
40.
Thank you. Could you start the clock because we seem to be debating this? I'd like to
Oh,
start
I'd be
the
happy
2
to.
minutes.
I recognize we had to have a point of clarification. Thank you. Please
Okay,
restart
thank
the
you.
clock. Thank you. Yeah.
Madam, thank you for the opportunity. The brothers and sisters, I was elected in 1991 as a treasurer of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Grand Camp. And from that time forward, I've been a treasurer, I've been the secretary, I've been the first vice, I've been the second vice. And all those years, through the years, I've been part of this organization. And at that capacity, it was always the A and B executive committee with one representative from ANS sitting on that executive committee discussing that endowment and disbursements, which our brother Dennis had mentioned eloquently that it was all for the whole organization. It wasn't just for them because they covered all the costs of the conventions. They covered all that. That was kind of their responsibility. And that's what the real money was for. That was for the tickets. That was for the printers. That was for all the events that took to host these Grand Camp conventions. And that was the purpose of that endowment. That money came in. But the sisters, as well as the brothers, got their tickets paid. They've got their rooms. They got their per diem. It all came out of that endowment fund. Now, to sit here and say, well, now nobody was getting sharing and now it's got to be equitable is just incorrect. This has been that way all the years, right up until the last time I was the treasurer. We paid for everybody's ticket on the executive committee, on all parts of it, including the all the rooms, all the expenses for these conventions. So I speak against this motion because I think it's really not needed because the purpose of that endowment is to actually host these conventions. And that's what it was set up to be. And that was what it was established to be, not to go down there and divide it up among ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Adams. I recognize ANS Treasurer Elias Cates. Please state if you're for or against the motion, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, out of respect, I would like to yield back at this time for our Grand President
We do have the
Emeritus.
order in place.
Okay.
And I would like to request you, and I apologize to our Grand President Emeritus of the ANS. We will go to her next. Thank you.
Not a problem. Madam Chair, I speak in favor of this motion. With regards to it, as the treasurer of the Alaska Native Sisterhood for the last 2 years, I can say without a doubt, when it comes to our nonprofit status, that is a status that us as a sisterhood had maintained ourselves and established. We did not have the help of the Brotherhood at that point to establish it. With it, I speak in favor of this motion as it does, as our Grand President our ANS Grand President had stated, is it makes it equitable across the board where it allows the sisterhood and the brotherhood to share that equal responsibility for the hosting of the convention. That way it's not either side having the sole purpose of providing for it. Not only that, but I know through recent conversations, especially on the with Alaska, more often than not, those meetings are being requested by both Grand Presidents. So therefore, I speak in favor of the motion, and I will leave it at that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover. Would you like to come in front of the camera?
Right here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I speak in favor and I would respectfully call for question.
Thank you. I do hear you. We do have one delegate who has not spoken to this yet. Their hand was raised prior to that. So I will go to Sister Juliana from ANS Camps 87 and then entertain your call for the question. Thank you. Sister Juliana, you have 2 minutes. Have you spoken to this already? I apologize. Now that I see you, I think you may have.
I'm going to speak in behalf of both because they both are correct, both ANS and both A and B. The money is coming through the A and B. And once our A and B officer, we support our brotherhoods. We just do. We also support the ANS Grand Camp. So we are divided by the discussion, but we will definitely be supporting our brotherhoods. Finish, Chase.
Thank you for your words of encouragement. I have heard the question called by ANS Graham, President Emeritus Millie Schoonover. If Dots could please prepare the vote. Does Dots have the motion to display? Dots, do you have the motion to display or do we need to get that to you?
Yeah, we just need the text of the motion.
Thank you. Grand Secretaries, do we have that going? The motion was made by our ANS sister Sandy Churchill. Was that provided to the secretaries? No. The motion was to accept the MOA as presented. Can we please have the secretary put that in the chat? It was seconded by ANS First Vice President Heather Powell. Oh, all I heard was Heather Powell. I was just stating that you had seconded the original motion. Thank you. I was just stating that you had seconded.
Yeah, we've just got the text in the chat, so we're just going to create that and we'll be back momentarily.
Thank you.
And that ballot is now open. Once again, please visit your voting platform, click the next vote button. You're looking for the link that says vote now, motion to accept the MOA as presented.
And thank you, Docs. Will that be displayed on the screen for our delegation as well?
Yeah, we're just getting that up. We'll just be a few more moments with the screen, but rest assured the ballot is up. And here now we have the visual as well.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you to all of Dots for continuing your hard work. We appreciate you.
Yeah, most welcome. And we'll start the 2-minute timer. And another reminder. Oh, and we got a request in the chat for the link, so we'll get that to you as well. But again, if you're having any issues, please reach out to Dots in the chat.
Tim, can you put up the tablet? Can you put up the tablet for? Yes. Okay. As we're under vote, so you don't hear the chit chat, as we talked about earlier, we will mute. We are still here. We're not addressing you. We will make sure to unmute once we are back on. Thank you. That's why. Oh.
Once again, just a 30-second warning. 30-second warning to get your vote in, please. I do notice in the chat, Frank Albee mentions it should read MOU. We can change that after the fact. But please cast your ballot when you are able to. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dots. Can you please extend the time by 2 minutes? And please do not close the vote until I instruct you. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll keep that vote open. We've got a 2-minute reset on the timer and we'll await your call on closing the vote.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, point of clarification.
I apologize for the delay. Our technology person stepped away and I couldn't jump over the podium to hit unmute. I apologize.
Yep,
I will listen to your point of clarification, please.
Okay, I just feel really uncomfortable that Dots is saying that he's changing things because there is a memorandum of understanding and then there's a memorandum of agreement. And he just changed it on the screen. I feel uncomfortable because I just voted on something we're
Thank
not
you.
even
That was an
discussing.
error. That was an error by the, it was an error. It is in fact an MOA. There is a difference, memorandum of understanding versus memorandum of agreement. Dots, can you please return it to MOA? That is the original language.
Yes, absolutely.
Chair.
Yeah, it's and again on the ballot it still displays MOA. We were just sort of going off of what we were told. So
Thank you.
we've switched that back to MOA on the screen and it continues to be MOA on the ballot.
Thank you, and thank you, Brother Yekap Wu. I wasn't looking at the screen. I appreciate the attention to that because it is an important clarification. Can we please go on mute while we finish the vote?
Madam Chairman,
Thank you.
Madam
We are
Chairman?
under vote. Our past president, Joe Williams, we are under a vote. Do you have a clarification?
I can't seem to find my thing to vote.
Okay, Dots, could you please help Joe Williams so he can cast his vote? And we will continue to remain open on the vote so we can make sure all voices of who are present are heard. Thank you. Dots, do you have a way to reach out to our past president, Joe Williams?
Yeah, we'll reach out shortly.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also see that there is a chat from Marcelo Quinto needing assistance. Dots, thank you so very much. I see our sister Beverly that was at your call. Thank you very much.
This is Dennis. I request assistance in voting.
Thank you. Brother Dennis also requests assistance in voting. Dots, please let us know if you need to revisit who all needs assistance. We'd be happy to help support you.
Hello. Hello, this is, yes.
We are laughing here because muting and unmuting is a challenge. I thought I heard somebody address the chair though in that pause. We are having support for Brother Dennis, and Brother Marcelo at this time. We continue to have the vote be open. We will go back on mute.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Brother Yehat Tuwu. Is this a comment on process?
That's very true.
Just a friendly reminder that Camp 14 is attending the memorial today, and we only have about 30 minutes left. That you all get to enjoy our voices before we're strictly mobile and have to just look at the screen.
Thank you for that reminder, and we do have a lot of business to continue forward. And I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm grateful that you'll be representing the AMB and the ANS in such an important day. Thank you very much. Marvin Adams, brother from Camp 87, is this a comment with regard to the process, or is there something else I can address with you right now? We still have your vote.
Madam Chairman, I'm a solution-based individual. And what I was trying to do is outside the box. The vote's already underway, so there's nothing I'm going to be able to do or say that would change that. But thinking outside the box, I would ask, if I could speak, I would ask that the ANS Grand Camp apply for an endowment fund from Sea Alaska. So
Thank you.
that way we both.
If this fails, then we will go ahead and ask for those recommendations. Thank you so much. We're under a vote.
Well, I'll make that a motion, Madam Chair, just so we can discuss it. So
We
moved.
can't have a motion when we're under vote, but please keep your thoughts.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct. As a maker of the motion, as an assembly person, as a delegate, I can make a motion. If I don't get a second, then you can cancel me.
Thank you so very much. I always appreciate your guidance, and I'm conferring with our parliamentarian. While we are under vote, a new motion cannot be presented because we have not addressed the main motion that is currently being voted on by the body. So I will recognize you immediately after the vote results come to be, regardless of that, and you can forward make a motion if you so choose. Thank you. Dots, how are we on our technical support?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Chair, we are still dealing with a couple of small issues. We just want to make sure that they are resolved before we close this. So I'll let you know as soon as possible.
Thank you. If we could just move to a verbal vote as we've done with other delegates, that would help us continue our business forward. If that's not the challenge, then please do continue with how you're doing things. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just trying to reach one more person. So we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Thank you. Can we assist with that from the floor?
No, we're just just trying to communicate one thing with the member, and we'll be right back with you. Just one moment.
Thank you.
Yep, Madam Chairman, this is Margaret for clarification. Unless we recess, any motions available on the floor. And that's accurate. The only time we can't do anything is if we recess.
Thank you. I will have our parliamentarian come address your comment as we're waiting for the vote to complete. Thank you.
Madam Chair, business has not been formally dealt with on the previous question. We're basically stuck in limbo until the end of that vote has been presented to the body.
Thank you. From our parliamentarian, I stand with the chair's call at this time that I will recognize you, Brother Marvin, at the end of the completion of the vote. So we have a chance to hear those who have dedicated their time to vote on this important matter. Thank you. Can you please mute?
Okay, I think there's one more outstanding vote, but we've made attempts to reach the person and haven't had any luck. So I think I'm just waiting a couple moments to make sure, but I think we're gonna have to close that vote and go on with that.
Brother Joe Williams, can you hear me? The ANS Grant President is calling you to help assist. Can you please accept her phone call? Thank you.
I still can't.
Oh.
I got my number
Okay.
to place, but I don't know where to place it at. That's the issue.
Oh,
thank you.
Okay, Joe. Oh, great. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad we're reaching you here. Let me just, if I post this in the chat, will you receive it?
Sure.
Okay,
Thank you.
here we go.
It'll be a private chat as well, Joe, so keep an eye out for that. Thank you.
Exactly.
You can put yourself on mute.
Yes, and Joe, Brother Joe, you can put yourself on mute so we don't hear anything. Thank you. Wait, please go on mute again here in the hall. Thank you.
I got it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Joe.
Sheesh.
And Joe, just a reminder, you do have to click confirm as well. It's a two-step process. So select your vote and then click confirm and then,
Oh dear, I didn't do that.
yeah, just make sure you do the second step as well. If you need to go back, you can go back as well. You can click that same voting link. Yeah.
I don't know what happened to it now.
Josh, just to confirm, I did state earlier that you would need my instruction to close the ballot. Have we received all votes of those present?
We're still waiting on confirmation of Joe's vote. So we just want to make sure that we get that in because it seems like he did make his best attempts to reach out.
Okay, thank you. Brother Joe, do you need further assistance?
Hearing you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Joe, if there's anything we can help with, please feel free to just ask us if you want, or you can message us in the chat as well.
Brother Joe, your vote still is not completed, and what was the recommendation?
To be confirmed.
Is he going to have Dots come?
Would you like to have Dots call you to receive your vote? Thank you.
We are attempting to call Joe right now. So Joe, if you're able to pick up the call, or if you're able to get in touch with us in some way, we'd love to try and help you cast your vote. Okay, wonderful. It sounds like we have cast Joe's vote now, finally. I think that makes us able to close this ballot now. Thank you very much. And please stand by for the results. The ballot is now closed.
Thank you. Dots has presented the ballots, 74.1% in favor, 25.9% against. Motion carries with the majority. Thank you all. We do have orders to continue of the day. I will recognize ANS first, or ANS president, in just a moment. Just to recap, we have grand officer speeches, elections, minutes, final resolution consideration, budget, local camp reports, installation, transfer of the convention pedal, and to adjourn. So those are our orders for the day. I recognize ANS first vice, I keep wanting to say that, I apologize. ANS Grand President, Daphne Albee.
Madam Chairman, you said you were going to give me a chance to speak at the end of
Thank
the
you. Yes,
vote.
I was waiting for your hand to be raised, brother. I have recognized the Grand President first. I was just waiting for your hand to be raised. Thank you. We'll go to you next. Thank you.
Going to teach President Gerko. Going to teach to all those that supported this MOA. This is an important step for both AMB and ANS. We look forward to working together equitably from here forward. Going to teach.
I apologize, Brother Adams. I did state that I wanted you to make the motion. I did not see your hand raised. I apologize that I did not pause long enough. You have the floor, sir. What would you like to state at this time?
Madam Chairman, I think because of the vast richness of Sea Alaska Corporation, I think it would be proper for the Alaska Native Sisterhood to put in a request for an endowment as well. I mean, it won't hurt. All they could do is say no. And since they've given one to the brothers and suppose allegedly with the sisters, maybe we can get $1 million out of that. It won't hurt to ask. So I propose that I make a motion that we request that on behalf of the sisters. So moved, Marvin Adams, for discussion.
Second, Paulette Moreno.
There is a motion on the floor to have the Alaska Native Sisterhood submit for endowment from Sea Alaska. Can you please put your wording in the chat for dots? I hear a second from the ANS past president, Paulette Marino. We're under discussion. We need to have the wording in the chat, please, from Brother Marvin before we move forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please identify yourself. I don't see everybody on my screen, and state your purpose.
Paulette Marino, ANS Executive Committee Member. I speak in favor of this motion and encourage language within it that would state an even flow between the endowment fund particularly to ANS in regards to our current nonprofit status. If that is in line with the money that the endowment is intended for from A&B, that we would just be from Sea Alaska, that we would be able to have language within this that would particularly state the purpose from the endowment fund to ANS, and particularly with regards to our current nonprofit status. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize past President Sasha Sokoloff. You have 2 minutes. We are under discussion, but we are waiting for the wording of the motion to be presented to the body. Please go ahead, Brother Sasha.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We'll keep it very brief. I'm in favor of this action to make sure that we go through on an equitable side so that we can show to those who control our revenue that we're pretty serious about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Dots, do you have what you need at this time to have displayed?
Madam Chairman,
Joe has his hand raised. Brother Joe? 2 minutes on the clock, please.
I too speak in favor of this motion. I think that it's something that should have been done quite some time ago. I think that we have proved ourselves to see Alaska about being able to do what the MOA has written out. So I speak in favor of this motion. That's all I have, Madam Chairman, and thank you.
Thank you, Brother Joe. I recognize AMB Grand President Daphne Nelby.
ANS Grand President.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting I'm AMB, I guess. I'll pay the fine, $1. Fine myself.
Thank you. Thank you, President Gerko. I know it's a lot of work up here, Chief, and it's very warm in this room. All right, I speak against this motion. Some other things that we need to think about is asking Sea Alaska for an MOA when we already have one in place. You know, another possibility that they may do is just split this endowment. They can take away the endowment in full. And, you know, we need to be careful what we're asking for. We should be doing fundraising in other matters and not just depending alone on the endowment. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Sister from ANS Camp 87, Juliana. You have 2 minutes. We haven't did this go to the dots yet.
Hi, Juliana, Camp 87. I support this. I
Just one moment, if we can pause.
believe
Dots,
that
we haven't received it.
okay, I support this. I believe that both A&B and ANS, in accordance to once we file for a bank EIN number, that this is something that we should have done. I think it has caused a division now, similar to when the song, you can see both of us were in a conflict and we should remain in unity. I think that if we have an understanding about the song, whether it's cultural or virtual, or also our money matter, how their endowments or other organizations are able to pay us, whether they pay us through the Brotherhood, to split it with ANS. But I think that if ANS applies for the same grants or different grants, they can decide if they want to pass over. I'll set an example. Clinton and Haida was going to give us $20,000. But because we didn't have an EIN number, we were not able to. It would have been great if we had that opportunity. So what I'm saying is we should definitely support this because it gives ANS an opportunity to receive a wide variety of funds and so forth. And yes, traditionally, culturally, we've always did the fundraising. That is part of how we detached ourselves from the American culture, is not through the money, but through the way that we had our gift carrying ways. Ganesh.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask the motion maker to please put your motion in the chat. We are held up waiting for the wording from your motion to give to Dots to ballot. I recognize ANS Grand President Albee with a point of clarification.
Madam Chairman, I did put it in the chat. It's already been in there. I put it in there a while back.
Thank you for that clarification. Dots, do you need assistance locating that wording?
Sorry, I'm just scrolling up trying to find it. I don't see. Can you let us know what time it was posted?
Or repost it, please, either or. Whichever.
Oh, there we go. Motion to request $500,000 sister endowment. Is that correct?
The original motion did not have a dollar amount attached to my recollection. It was that the Sisterhood seek an endowment from Sea Alaska.
That's the motion maker to reinstall it in
Yes,
chat.
can you please reinstall that in the chat, Brother Marvin? Thank you. I did recognize a point of clarification, and then I will go to Sister Andrea Caesar and then Sister Beverly in that order.
Madam Chairman?
Did you?
Madam Chairman, my motion did say 500,000 in originally.
Thank you. We've confirmed with the ground secretary that it did not have an amount attached to it.
Well, I would like to make an amendment to put in, and we just got to get parity and match them. So that's all. So I would ask to put 500 in there.
Thank you. Does
If
the
the
person,
second-
I see that the second motion maker is still online. And as past president, Paulette Marino, do you agree to the amendment to the motion? Sister
Yes,
Paulette?
yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we do have the motion before us as stated in the chat dot. Please prepare the ballot. They agreed to amend their original motion.
Yeah. And the
Okay.
second.
So sorry, just this is Michael from Dots. I just want to clarify. We're going back to that original motion to request $500,000 sister endowment matching the original endowment. Is that correct?
Thank you, but we still are under this discussion. I just wanted to make sure you had it. You can display it for the delegates to see at this time, but please do not submit the ballot yet at this time. I did say I recognize Sister Andrea Caesar. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes. State if you're for or against.
I speak. Can you hear me? Hello?
Thank you. Yes, we're clarifying a process. Hold on one moment, Sister Caesar.
Okay.
Marvin started counting.
Thank you. I apologize to the ANS Grant President. She did not have her point of clarification going forward. We want to go ahead and allow her to do so. Then I will go to Sister Caesar and Sister Russell. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hello,
So,
this is.
One moment, please, for a point of clarification for Sister Juliana. It sounded like you were under the impression that ANS Marion Camp does not have a federal ID, a nonprofit ID with this. We are nonprofit with the state of Alaska, as well as a nonprofit 501c4 with the federal.
Thank you for your clarification. Okay, I will recognize ANS Sister Andrea Caesar from ANS Camp 70. You have 2 minutes, please.
Yes, hello, this is Andrea Caesar, Glacier Valley Camp 70, and I speak against this amendment or this resolution. And the reason is we need to get through this memorandum of agreement first. And I think that we would muddy the water. Yes?
Sister Caesar, the memorandum of agreement did pass with majority. We're now under discussion with regard to the motion made by Brother Adams from A&B Camp 87 that the Sisterhood seek a $500,000 endowment from Sea Alaska. So that is the current discussion we're having. If Dots can please display that on the screen. It's not already. Thank you.
I understand that. I just think we need, I'm speaking against this resolution. Okay, I think it should be we should wait on it until next year. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I did say I would recognize Sister Beverly Russell, and then I'll go to our ANS Grand President Emeritus, and then to A&B Brother Yif Atuwu. Sister Beverly, you have the floor. 2 minutes, please. And we can't hear you, Sister Beverly. You're still muted, just so you know.
Sorry. Okay, I speak against this resolution. We just all went through the process of voting on the MOA, and that passed successfully. I believe it will just muddle the waters by asking the sisters to seek their own money. We already passed this resolution prior.
Thank you. I do recognize ANS Grand President Emeritus, Millie Schoonover. Then we'll go to A&B Atuwu, and then ANS Elias Chase. You have the floor, Sister Grand President Emeritus Schoonover.
Madam Chair, I speak against this amendment with the dollar amount. I think we're overstepping our boundaries in the, because we're going to be asking for the same amount as the Brotherhood. Sea Alaska is going to get fed up with us, so we need to be careful. So I speak against this motion.
Thank you. I will go to Brother Yeek at Duwu, A and B Camp 14. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Correct, Chief. I speak in opposition of this motion just because we just passed an MOA. If that MOA would have failed, I would have been in favor of this motion. Now it looks sloppy at Grand Camp, like we're almost double dipping by having the sisters go in. The sisters had established their 501c3 and 501c4 a decade ago. I don't know why they didn't apply for this endowment at this time, but we just passed an MOA, so I'm in opposition. Correct, Chief.
Thank you. I'll recognize Anna Sister Chase, and then I'll recognize A and B Grand Secretary Al Zayed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also speak in opposition for the reasons that other brothers and sisters have already stated. I think it would just be overreaching, not just on the sisterhood side, but I think it would be an overreach on the brotherhood side as a whole organization, considering we just passed that MOA. With that being said, Madam Chair, I would like to put forth the motion to table this topic at this time.
Thank you. Is there a second to table?
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
It has been
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
It's not debatable for Robert's Rules of Order.
No, wait a minute. I tried doing the same thing and you said that there's a motion on the floor and I couldn't table it. You can't have double standards here. I went down and said the same thing. I even put it in the chat, Madam Chairman. Point of order.
The chair is speaking and I'm letting you know that that was because you wanted to make a second motion at the time. And that was not a motion to table. That was a motion for a second.
There was a motion to table and that's what they said I couldn't.
Brother Adams, this is what we're going off of. This is our Robert's Rules cheat sheet that was distributed to all delegates. This is what everybody at the chair has been following with guidance from our parliamentarian. If you notate what we distributed at the Robert's Rules overview on line 1, 2, 3, 4, suspend further consideration of something. I move that we table is what would be said. Interrupting the speaker, no, you may not. Second is needed, yes, it is. Is it debatable? No, it is not. Is it amendable? No, it is not. And the votes needed are a majority. This is per Robert's Rules of Order. I apologize if there was a miscommunication earlier to my recollection. I did state what I understood that to have been. We do have a motion on the floor to table and a second is in place per Robert's Rules of Order. Is a motion in the chat for dots to display for a vote to table. Thank you.
Okay, so just to confirm, we're doing a motion to table now?
Correct. Thank you, Dots. The information is going directly into the chat now.
Okay, we'll await that.
Madam Chair, it is in the chat.
Okay, I'm going to clear my throat then.
You need a cough drop?
Thank you. I apologize for muting. I had to cough very loudly. There was a point of clarification. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, I did put forth that motion within the chat.
Thank you. The motion is in the chat box. Please let us know if you need further clarification. I apologize if I coughed in anybody's ear.
Okay, and just to confirm, I think there's a typo. I think we just want motion to table the current topic.
No.
Point of clarification, can you change the word from topic to motion?
Thank you.
Okay.
And the motion maker, please change the word from topic to motion. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Marvin Adams, Camp 87, point of order. They've got to table the motion that's on. I'm calling a point of order, please.
I know, I'm addressing and accepting you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Under Robert's rules, they have to identify the motion they're tabling. They can't just say topic or a motion. It's got to be specific to what's being tabled. Thank you.
I've instructed our secretary or motion maker to do that. Thank you.
Okay, so just to confirm, we have motion to table the current motion, correct?
Sister Lice is putting the full wording of the motion to table in the chat, or is it in there already?
It is not, Madam President. It will be in just a moment.
They sent, put up 3 different ones.
Can you please take the current motion off of the screen? It's not the current motion that we're addressing. Thank you. To address the body for just one moment, I am going to go on and take care of a brief medical need. It's not no emergency, but I will be right back. Thank you. Thank you, Dots. The motion has been put into the chat. Please post it for the delegates as well as for the vote. Thank you.
Okay, we're just working on getting that up on the screen, and the ballot will be up there shortly. Just to confirm, we want motion to table, motion to request $500,000 sister endowment matching the original endowment.
That is correct. Thank you.
Chair?
Thank you. Delegates, you do see the motion in front of you. Motion to table, motion to request $500,000 sister endowment matching the original endowment. Dots, can you please prepare the vote? This will require is it a 2/3 majority, Mr. Parliamentarian?
Majority.
Majority, thank you. This will require a majority. I just read that to everybody too, and I forgot. Thank you. It will require a majority. Thank you.
Okay, and this is Michael from Dots again. That ballot is now open. You're looking to click that next vote button to refresh your page, and then you're looking for the link that says vote now, motion to table, motion to request $500,000 sister endowment matching the original endowment.
Thank you. And please keep the vote open until I've confirmed that all have voted. Thank you. Thank you again.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Will do.
Thank you. Can we go on mute, please?
And we'll get a timer up there in a little bit, but in the meantime, just if anyone has any initial issues when you're trying to vote, please reach out to us either in the chat or the email or the phone number. Any of the people that have had issues in the last few votes, please don't hesitate to contact us. Chat is the quickest way to get in touch with us. So please, if you have any issues, please don't hesitate. All right, and we're just under a minute left in the vote, and we see no support on our end. So please, once again, reminder, if anyone has any issues, please contact us as soon as possible. And we'll try our best to help you out. And yeah, once again, about just over half a minute to get your vote in, please, and then we'll be back with the results. Thank you.
Are there any delegates who are having a challenge with their voting? I do see one. We'll continue to pause. Thank you. Can we go back on mute, please?
Of course.
Okay, and we just got a request for a revote. So we're just resetting someone's vote and allowing them to cast a vote. They misunderstood the question. So we're just letting that person vote and making sure that their vote is cast. And then we'll let you know when we have that. But no other support requests on our end. And we have the final vote in. So at your request, we will close that up and display the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Dots. Can you please display the results of the motion to table? Motion to request $500,000 Sisterhood endowment matching the original endowment.
Yeah, please stand by for the results. That ballot is now closed.
Thank you. We do have a majority in favor, 86%, 14% against. Motion carries. We will move forward with the orders of the day. We will take a 5-minute break, and then we will go directly into Grand Officer speeches. Grand Officer speeches will be 2 minutes each. We will dispense with formalities. We recognize the importance of our history and recognizing our officers, our emeritus, and all of our delegates, but we will dispense with those formalities in the essence of time. As a reminder, the business that we have to complete today: Grand Officer speeches, elections, minutes, final resolution considerations, budget, local camp reports, installation, transfer of the convention paddle, and adjournment. We are at ease for 5 minutes. Docs, could you please put that up? Thank you so very much. We'll see you back soon. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you mute, please? Your lights are on in your office. Well, I'm not gonna turn them out. You can. I'll see you out there.
Camera? Thank you. We are back in session. Next item on the agenda are the speeches from the candidates. Chair recognizes ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover.
Madam Grand President, I'd like to call for orders of the day and make a motion that we do campaign speeches and then go into swearing in of the new officers.
After elections.
After elections, the installation, get our budget done. We're gonna be losing, it's the weekend, and we're gonna be losing a lot of our members. I know my
Madam
camp.
Chair,
Yeah,
Madam President Emeritus.
yes.
If you can just state the motion before we go into any comment. And want to entertain a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Grand President.
But we need to share it with the.
One moment. Thank you. Motion's been made to go to campaign speeches, election of officers, installation, and the budget, and then forward any remaining to the executive council, executive board. There's been a second. Motion was made by Sister Millie Schoonover, seconded by Sister Elias Chase.
Madam Chair.
Parliamentarian.
This is a amendment to the agenda. It will require a 2/3 vote to approve.
Thank you. As you heard from the parliamentarian, this amendment to the agenda will require a 2/3 vote. So the motion has been made and seconded. Under discussion, Sister Rhonda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ANS Camp 2, Sister Rhonda, Rhonda Butler. So to my understanding is that any remaining resolutions are being deferred to the executive. Because you kind of left that really broad in regards to anything remaining going to the executive.
That is correct.
And is that pertaining to the resolutions?
That is correct.
That have gone back to that are already, there's already a motion for those to be back at the committees, and those committees haven't reconvened to present to the full floor?
So to answer your question, it is correct that it would have the resolutions moved to the executive committee. I'll recognize the.
Okay, then I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I speak in opposition of this motion. I understand it's still a long day, but our resolutions, as was stated previously multiple times, including by our emeritus, in regards to our 3 initiatives and driving of our intent and purpose of gathering for our Grand Camp Convention. And that is our budget, that is our resolutions, and our elections. So I speak in strong opposition of this, as there's very sensitive resolutions that have a lot of input from our membership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your response. And Dots, can we please start using the timer?
Madam Chair, through the chair to the motion maker on that one that seconded it, we do still have nominations open. So should that not be done before the speeches? Thank you.
No, because they will roll down. Right, they will. But one was, thank you. So, Madam Grand President Emeritus, so right now you do have nominations, the nominations still open for all positions from first vice president, second,
Yes.
Secretary, Treasurer, and
Yes.
Sergeant at Arms.
Yes.
Since they are open, do you intend to only allow people who to roll down, or will you allow extra, additional people to be nominated? So I can see why she's confused with the question.
I think we need to do both.
Okay, so it's still, so the intent is still to continue with the roll down and leave nominations open. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Do we have somebody else?
Madam Chair, point
Point of order, Madam Chair.
One moment, I'm conferring with the parliamentarian.
Point
Thank
of
you.
order. Okay, thank you.
The point of clarification is, in opposition of this motion, if it is approved to continue with the existing agenda, are we to reconvene the committees to review the resolutions, then bring it back to the body, and then go home at 1 a.m. in the morning? I just want to know, is that how?
So I'm sorry, are you asking as a parliamentarian or are you asking?
I'm asking as a delegate.
As a delegate, thank you. So I'm going to ask the maker of the motion for clarification.
What do you want clarified?
Well,
to every state.
right. If the motion is approved to adjust the agenda, I understand that. If the motion is not approved, we have to stay with the existing agenda as it is now. And are we going to reconvene the committees to review the resolutions, bring it back to the body, and continue doing business per the agenda outlined?
Okay, Brother Jay, the reason why I made the motion is we're losing people. You know, some camps have other commitments. It's the weekend. And this is the only, I mean, I've been at conventions where we were here till 2 and 3 in the morning voting. But my point is, we are going to be losing voters. There's just going to be a few of us here trying to conduct business, and then we'll be accused of not having a quorum.
Madam Chair.
Who's speaking, please?
Rhonda Butler, I had a point of order.
State your point of order, please.
My point of order is that the current motion on the floor is presenting to remove the nominations portion that is still open. And then there was further discussion stated by the chair in regards to the fact of nominations being opened for the full positions. And in fact, that is untrue. There is nomination. My point of order is that the nominations do need to still remain because there is remaining nominations that are on the agenda that have not been dealt with, Madam Chair.
Sister Rhonda, to clarify, the nominations are part of the elections, which is listed on here.
And
Thank you. Oh.
I asked that question of clarification, Madam Chair, because I was confused.
Thank you. It's been clarified. All right, if there are not any other questions, Sister Andrea?
Yes, I agree with Sister Millie. I think we should move on. And because it is almost 6 o'clock and we're going to still be here maybe by 9, even if we do reduce the orders of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Andrea. Brother Marvin?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I speak in favor of this. I think we do need to get moving on this, and I think that's proper that we could refer these to the executive committee. So I speak in support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Sister Juliana? One moment while we wait for her to fix
I
their
call
audio.
for the question. Ganesh, we have the motion. We have a second. I call for the question.
One moment. Sister Juliana, Camp 87 is called for the question. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chairman,
Motion has been.
no second required on a motion or on a second. Call for the question, sorry.
Okay. Why does it state that in Robert's rules? One moment. Thank you. We will move forward. Dots, if you will.
They're working on the wording now.
The secretaries are working to send the correct wording of the motion to Dots.
Okay, excellent. We'll stand by for that wording and we'll get a ballot created shortly.
Madam Chair, I have a question. As you're waiting for, well, never mind, I withdraw. Answered my question, I think.
Sister Heather?
Madam Chair, I would like to request the motion be read. Thank you.
Thank you. We are still in the process of making sure we have the proper wording for the motion before we send it off to Dots.
Thank you.
As soon as we have the complete wording, we will share that. Thank you.
Okay, I got the complete wording.
Thank you. The motion has been sent to Dots. I will read that motion to you while they are preparing for the vote. Here's the motion. Motion to take care of campaign speeches, voting, installation of officers, budget. All unfinished business will be deferred to A&B A&S executive committees. That is the motion. We will wait for Dots to prepare the vote and be presented.
Okay, we've got that text through the chat. We're going to open that ballot up right now. There we go. The ballot is now open. So please refresh your page and look for the link that says vote now. Motion to take care of campaign speeches, voting, installation of officers, budget. All unfinished business will defer to A&B A&S executive committees. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to be ask the treasurer to mute for a moment while we're just.
Okay, and I'm just going to double check that we don't have any support outstanding, but we'll be back with you shortly to make sure we can close that vote up.
Are there any delegates that are having issues with voting? Ooh, look at this. We're getting to be so good at voting.
Yeah, I think we have no support on our end. So, oh, we did just get a message in the chat. Just stand by, please.
Thank you.
Jinx yourself.
No, Naomi.
Put your- on your please. Sister Elias.
Madam Chair, I need assistance also. I switched devices and guess I'm confusing my last elector ID and password with the current one. So it's saying not valid.
So Dots, if you can help Sister Cecilia Tavalero.
Yeah, Cecilia, if you can access the chat box, we'll give you your current ID and password through that if that's easy for you.
Brother Marvin, are you having issues with voting?
I'm on an iPhone, so
Am I recognized, Madam
found
Chairman?
it. Okay, I found it.
Thank you, Sister Cecilia. Can you put yourself on mute, please?
Sure can.
Thank you, Brother Marvin. Do you have an issue with voting? If not, we're going to wait till after this vote is completed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, just want to confirm, I think we have all the support dealt with, so we're just going to go ahead and close that vote if there are no objections.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, and please stand by for the result.
Thank you. That motion is passed. Motion to move to take care of the campaign speeches, voting, installation of officers and budget. And all unfinished business will be deferred to the AMB and AS Executive Committee. That motion is passed. Thank you. We continue on to the campaign speeches. At this time, I call up the election chair, Sister Millie Schoonover, ANS Grant President Emeritus. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Grant President. What we're going to do is how we nominated them, the A&B president and the ANS and the first vice president, second vice president, both the A&B and ANS side, all the way down, and the invitation to invite the convention for 2024. So first, I would like to call Heather Gerkel for her speech. Okay, each campaign speech is for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also stated that if we want to dispense with formalities, that would be appropriate in our short time limit. At Langanal Cheese for hearing my voice. My name is Heather Gerkel. My Tlingit name is Shahak A. I am Tlingit from my mother's side, Dutch from my father's side. I am Raven, Moiety, Duckdane, Ton, Freshwater Mark Sockeye House from Latoya Bay. I am so grateful to be standing here with you all. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve, not only to lift up our ancestors, but to pave the way for our future generations. I truly feel that my being elected in my previous years has been an opportunity to make space for future generations. I am not of the mindset that I think the leader should be in place indefinitely, and I struggled with this nomination because I have served you twice already. The person who's running against me has also served. One of the great benefits of our organization is that if a Grand President no longer runs for office, they remain an executive committee member who will continue to guide the organization for the rest of their lives. So I'm grateful if you decide to cast your vote for me. I'm grateful that I'll be able to serve you continually as an executive. But what I do want to state to you is that I am committed to continuing the forward growth of our organization, lifting up our ancestors, lifting up our younger generation voices, knowing that we are making space for them, as I feel I'm making space for each and every one of you to someday hopefully be standing here as grand officers and caring for our great organization that's been around for 111 years. I want to take the opportunity right now, in case I'm not reelected, because I've forgotten to do this in the past. I want to thank my husband of 21 years, Sean Gergo, for continuing to support me. It takes me away from family, and that's hard, but he is my rock, and I'm grateful to him. I'm honored to share that he supports us as a brother as well. I hope I can receive your vote to continue serving. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President. The next campaign speech will come from Brother Sasha Sokolov.
Yes, thank you, Madam Grand President Emeritus Millie. Our version and mission about here and now, it's about our local camps. There are more needs in those camps than there are successes. Our ancestors and moms and dads and grandmothers and grandfathers ensured our place. And now it is our turn to ensure the same. Local camps yearn for communications daily, monthly, and even in person. There are now 3 generations of young natives who are looking for something that they can do to be productive, and that is our challenge. Local camps and the families need our encouragement and our vocal contact to lift them up and to help put food on their table and sustain their economic and healthful and cultural events and birthdays and ceremonies, and more especially the spiritual modeling and guidance for our children, the most important thing of which is caring for ourselves. Our work is essential and we need to get it done. Not only that, you are a special Native person born in a unique time on this earth, and we need you. We need one another to show the service and the love and the dedication of what we do. So have faith, have confidence, and take the time to instill the love of our organization to those who haven't heard it. So step up, take pride, and answer and do those things and perform the duties of love and service that the Creator gave you. I would appreciate your vote.
Thank you, Brother Sasha. On the ANS side, I now call upon ANS Grand President Jeffy Nelmy.
Thank you. It has been my pleasure and my honor to serve as Grand President in this time. There are many things that we have accomplished during these last 2 years. There are many things that we still need to accomplish for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. We have been working diligently, as you can see by the passage of the endowment MOA. This is an important step for the Alaska Native Sisterhood. We have so much time to grow, so much room to grow, and so many things that we can accomplish together. I would like to make sure that I am here to help lead and continue to find other avenues that we can help our local camps and help our tribes, or help our Native American citizens wherever we may live. We want to make sure that there is equality for all. I am so pleased that the MOA has passed. We have many projects that we can do together. I'm looking forward to leading you in that aspect, making sure that we listen to every voice of the Alaska Native Sisterhood, from every local camp member, from every local camp president and their officers, to our own executive council and our officers. So Gunnar Chief, for your consideration, I thank you for your support.
Thank you, Sister Daphne. Now I'm going to call upon Sandy Churchman.
Suit Sun Kla, Yuhat Duasat, Chak Nakatsati. I am Tlingit Haida Simpsian. I was born and raised in Wrangell. My parents are Eddie Pat and Ethel Churchill. And for the past few years, I had loved being a grand officer. I worked my way up the ranks, being the second vice for a year and then 2 years as the first vice. And my cheerleaders were my mentor from Wrangell, Christine Jenkins, and Mary Jones, our past emeritus. And they really helped me through these years working with Grand Camp. But I would like to work with Daffy as, you know, she was to become the emeritus, or an executive member. So it would be like a win-win situation. I'm a positive person, and I will officially be an elder tomorrow on my birthday, October 8th. I love my culture. I am also a Christian, and I believe I can be both a Christian and have my culture. So I chose to be a leader for my community. I am currently serving on the Wrangell Cooperative Association as a board member, the local Tlingit Haida Community Council as vice president, the president for the Alaska Camp 1 Wrangell ANS. And I'm retiring, so this is my last year teaching at Tlingit Haida Head Start after 26 years. So I'll have time to dedicate to this organization, and I leave it up to you.
Thank you, Sister Sandy. Now we'll move on to the A and B first vice president.
Madam Chair?
Are we gonna vote?
I believe we have to vote since nominations are closed for ground president, so that people have opportunity to roll down if they so choose to the next office.
Yes.
Okay,
I believe that was the decision yesterday.
That would be best.
okay, so we're going to vote on the two vice presidents. So Drops, can you please get that ballot ready?
Are you gonna do?
Or we, one at a time?
One at a time.
The A and B grand president, and that would be Heather Gerkel and Sasha Sobolot on that ballot.
Okay, so we're opening up the ballot for ANS Grand President, is that correct?
A and B.
A and B Grand President, okay. One
Yes,
moment.
please. Thank you. So can I go vote?
Okay, and we now have that ballot ready for you. So please navigate to your voting platform and click next vote. And you're looking for the link that says election A and B Grand President. And once again, as we come upon 1 minute left, please don't hesitate to reach out to Dots if you're having any issues casting your vote. You can reach us in the chat. You can also email us at credentials@dateonthespot, or you can call us at 1-833-368-7123. We're just confirming a couple of people, making sure that they got their vote in. We'll be back shortly. Okay, and I think support is clear, so we're good to go ahead and close that ballot. Please stand by for the.
Okay, can you all see the results? Hello? They should read it, right?
Yes,
Mhm.
and you can stay before.
Okay, so Heather Gurko had 31 votes and Sasha Sobolov had 24. There was a total of 55 votes. So Heather Gurko is continue her presidency. Congratulations.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept the election report for declaring Brother Gurko as Grand President, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Thank you.
Second, Heather Powell.
Heather Powell makes a second. So we're gonna have to vote on this on dots, or can we just do a verbal?
We're good.
We're good? Okay.
Just accepting it.
Madam Chairman, Marvin
Yes.
Adams here. Request
Yes.
unanimous consent to accept the vote results.
Thank you. Unanimous consent.
Congratulations.
We will now move on
You want me to do an acceptance?
to, let's do the ballot, and there'll be time to do that. So Dodds, if you would prepare the ballot for ANS Brand President, Daphne Albee and Sandy Churchill, please.
Absolutely. We have that ballot ready to go, and we've just opened it up. So please navigate to your voting platform and look for the ballot that says vote now, election ANS Grand President.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I do have a question. Was it decided prior to elections that we were going to use majority or plurality vote?
Majority.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go vote.
Is the camera moving?
Yes.
Thanks, everyone. Just a reminder to go cast your vote. Please click next vote. Look for the link that says election ANS Grand President. Thank you. And 30-second warning, please cast your vote. If you're having any issues, please reach out to Dot as soon as possible. Thank you. Okay, we just got a message in the chat from someone just as we were closing. We're just going to deal with that. We're going to leave that open for a little bit. Please stand by. We're just confirming a couple of support issues, and we'll be back shortly. Please stand by.
Sister Cecilia, I see your hand up. Do you need assistance from Docs?
No, it took me several tries to put my hand down. Is it down now? But
Yeah.
it's
Okay,
down.
thanks.
Thank you. Thanks.
Be a time delay as well.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Well, I was having a difficulty because I had both my phone, my iPhone, and my computer back on. I'm back on my laptop now. So thank you for checking. Appreciate it.
Marcelo's having issues, so he's giving to it. Okay, Marcelo is having issues. They're helping. Okay. While that is going on, we will hear.
I see that Marcelo has just voted. I believe that's all we have in terms of the support, but if we can maybe do one last check to make sure anyone else isn't outstanding.
Anyone else need assistance?
I think we're clear from our side. So on your, if you confirm, we'll close that ballot up.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
You ready?
Okay, looks like we're good. So we're going to close that ballot up and we'll display the results shortly.
I'm going to display it. I'm going to do that in the middle of the speech. Thank you. What? I hope to. Before we move on to the next meeting, presidents. Madam Chair was asking me to stand up now, but that's close. That's close. By 227. Duffy.
That's great, so.
25.
Yeah. That was a.
So we have to vote again?
It's 51.9.
It's 51.
It's 50 plus 1, right?
Yeah.
50% plus 1.
Okay, so we need 50% plus one, and we do have that?
Yes.
For the parliamentarian, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that being, will continue to be our Annis Grand president. Thank you, Dots.
That was great.
We will now move on to A and B, first vice president. We only had one nomination. Are there any other nominations for first A and B, first vice president?
Thanks.
And Chair, ask 3 times and then close nominations.
Okay, do I hear any nominations for A and B, first vice president?
1 second. Madam Chair,
Yes.
Rhonda
Yes,
Butler,
Ron.
ANS Camp 2. I accept the elections report for ANS Grand President, identifying Delphine Albee as our ANS Grand President by unanimous consent.
Thank you. Okay, one last time, do I hear any other nominations for A and B, first vice president?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have a question in the chat asking Tasha is moving in the roll down.
No, this is nominated.
It has to be
It's not an automatic roll down. He has to be nominated for the position.
Okay. Okay, so hearing no other nominations, Paul Johnson by unanimous is our A and B first vice president.
No speech either, right? Wait till Anus does first. That works. I'd much rather do a acceptance speech.
Okay, so I need to close this part out.
Yeah,
I have
you
a
are
question.
first vice. I'm gonna take next first vice.
Okay, we'll move on to ANS first,
Hands up.
first vice
Madam-
president. Yes, Stephanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay? Sorry.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I thought it was understood that the candidates were going to roll down into the next bracket if they didn't win, that was discussed repeatedly.
Only if they were nominated for that position, and I did ask 3 times if there were any nominations. It's
Okay,
not
thank you.
automatic.
I'd like to
Madam
nominate
Chair?
Sasha Sobloff for first vice then, please.
We're all done with that position.
Madam Chair, point of order. Mine and Stephanie's hands were raised while you were calling the nominations. And my hand was raised, Madam Chair. My point of order is, I'm sorry, I have a point of order, Madam Chair.
Okay, your point?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My point of order is the process that you are proceeding with is incorrect. The roll down process is they just automatically roll down. That candidate can decline the roll down option. There is no need for a re-nomination because they've already been nominated. They can decline the roll down option as the proceedings. That is how it goes. It doesn't leave the nominations open for others to be renominated because the nominations have been closed and were closed yesterday for the positions that candidates were nominated. And if I can get clarification from the parliamentarian, because if that was the case, I would have gladly nominated our executive Sasha Soboloff, and Stephanie had the same idea and our hands were raised during your call. No
Okay,
disrespect for Brother Paul, thank you.
For those of you on the virtual, this screen doesn't show everyone that has their hand raised. And this has been mentioned by other people that were standing right here. We cannot see everyone's hands that are raised. There's only so many people up on the screen. So we apologize for that. I'll now call upon the parliamentarian.
It is up there.
Show the list of participants and then show who has the hand.
Did we call to close nominations?
No.
Well, we,
Not yesterday.
no, today, before we did unanimous consent.
To close the nomination.
We're gonna let him clear this
right here. Okay, I will.
Madam Chairman, Marvin Adams.
To address the concern, the nominations were not closed yesterday. It was stated that until we vote for the president, we would then move down to the first vice. Nominations would be open. We'd go through the process, ask 3 times, close nominations, and move to the vote. So there's nothing in the standard rules of order that say you automatically roll down. So that's the ruling on that. However, Brother Paul has a motion.
Through the chair, and I apologize to other delegates that their hands are above me. Since it does reflect the candidacy, I would like to make the motion to reopen the nominations for first grand vice president of A and B as an effort to enforce that.
Madam Chair, 2/3 vote to approve.
Request unanimous consent.
Okay.
Hearing no objections?
Hearing no objections, so moved. So we've reopened nominations for A and B first vice president. Please remember, it's not automatic. You have to be nominated. Thank you. Do I hear any other nominations for the A and B first vice president?
You have 3 hands, Frank Alvey, Mary Suits. 2 hands. Mary
Okay,
Suits.
Dots, will you please let me know in which order the hands went up, please?
Yeah, absolutely. First, we have Mary Suits. Mary, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Marino. Anchorage Camp 87, I nominate Sasha Sobolov. Thank you.
Thank you. Sasha?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Respectfully withdraw my name as a roll down for first vice. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Sasha. Brother Sasha has withdrawn his name. Are there any other nominations for A and B first vice president? Are there any other nominations for the A and B first vice president? And Dots, please let me know if someone raises their hand, because I can't see the full screen. One more, last time, the third time, is there any other nominations for the A and B first vice president?
Yeah, and just to confirm, we see no hands raised currently.
Thank you, sir.
Wait.
Madam Chair,
Waddell had said her hand was raised, but we didn't see it.
Whose hand was raised?
Stephanie Waddell, and it had been raised at one point in time.
See, because I can't see.
Well, that
it,
was
so
5
I
minutes
can't
ago.
call on someone if I can't see who's raised their hand. Stephanie?
I lowered my hand. It's not raised anymore.
I stand corrected. I apologize, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Charlene Wolf,
thank you.
Camp 19, Craig, Alaska. I make a motion that we cease election on first vice.
Does that need a second?
Yes.
Just do formality.
I second. Andrea Caesar seconds.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Marvin Adams calls for unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent has been called for to close nominations for the first vice president. We will now move on to ANS first vice president. Our first, yes.
First order is hearing no objections, so ordered, and then you declare Paul as first vice president.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Hearing no objections.
Hearing no objections, nominations are closed.
Okay, hearing no objections, nominations are now closed. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like to ask for unanimous consent for a ballot to be cast as Paul Johnson being the vice president elect for A and B first vice.
Point of order, Madam Chairman, that's already been decided.
And since there's only one person, you as chair.
Okay, we don't need a ballot because he's the only one and it was unanimous.
That's good.
If Paul is elected, is the unanimous.
Okay, Paul Johnson is our A and B first vice president. Okay, our next candidate for ANS first vice president is Heather Powell. 2 minutes.
I think it's she's cut you on. Cake you cut to us up, akna cut the tea, kai hit the. We chicken shot I aftal canoe goes up the hadi. Asik, you see, acting time. Akani and clean AD. Gonna cheese clean. Gonna cheese the cut you on. Thank you, each and every one of you, for allowing me the opportunity to share time and space with you, not only today, but for the past few years as I've been a Grand Officer. This year, when we were getting ready to prepare for Grand Camp, I had hesitation on running for Grand Office again. And as we started to get closer and closer, I felt an anxiety that I didn't realize I was going to feel, because I didn't realize how much being a part of Grand Camp meant to me. Not only does being a part of my local camp mean so much to me, but also Grand Camp. So I thank all of those folks that have helped me to move into a position where I can help to move forward this arrow that we wear on our hat and our kugena. It means a lot to not only myself and my community, but also my family. My very first role in life that I take very seriously is to be a mother. And my 4 children also walk with me, as well as their father, Levi. So will I take the opportunity to thank you for seeking opportunities to help lift me up in this position. I also thank you and hope that you will vote in a direction that will help to move forward leadership. Nachish, thank you.
Thank you, Sister Heather. Our next candidate is Virginia Oliver from Rainbow.
Gunachish, ANS Grand Camp Emeritus, Millie Schoonover, Grand Camp Emeritus, Richard Jackson, ANS Executive Committee, A&B Executive Committee, A&B Grand Camp President Gurko, ANS Grand Camp President Albee, A&B and ANS Grand Officers, delegates, and guests. Khateya. My name is Virginia Oliver. I'm ANS Camp number 1 from Wrangell, Alaska. I would like to thank the executive past ANS Grand Camp President, Paulette Marino, for this nomination to help serve with the Grand Camp office of First Vice President. She's a soft-spoken leader who carries a large hammer, and I respect her very much. I am also a member. I also work for the Wrangell High School, teaching language, Tlingit language, and Evergreen Elementary School, local Tlingit and Haida. I'm a secretary for the WCA Tribal Council. I'm on teaching American Rescue Grant, Tlingit language to elders and stuff like that. So I would like to ask this Grand Camp 111th Assembly of 2023 to consider voting for me for Grand Officer. I've been a member of ANS since I was 13 years old, and my mother paid my dues until I could pay them. I remember Grand Camp executive ladies Stella Martin, Jackie Martin, Mary Jones, Selena Everson, Ethel Lund. I remember their words. It's just your turn. And Virginia, don't cry. It always makes us cry up here. That's what Sister Ethel said. Whenever she would sing soldiers. I'm back. I was gone for a little while due to medical reasons. And I just thank you so much for this opportunity. Good night. Sheesh.
Thank you, Sister Virginia. Next candidate is Juliana Smith. Juliana, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Juliana Smith from Camp 87. My theme is moving forward. I have divided 2 things, common goals. One is our culture, where we have our Indigenous ancestors, our elders, our parents, leadership, our cultural leadership, our cultural spiritual beliefs, our Indigenous inherited civil rights, and our access to our native natural foods. We are going and participating with a Western Robert Rules with a Western religion, with a Western caste economy, with a Western laws that are going against us, where we have landless concerns, where we have subsistence concerns. I am running to ensure that we have transparency. I'm running to ensure we have shared data. I'm running to ensure that our people come first. I want to also encourage closeness, the same way that working with our veterans and our elders, because since we have technology, we are disconnected. We want to ensure that we keep our culture and our veterans by our side, our elders by our side. My leadership, my mindset, my resistance, and my responsibility was given to me on my significant mother when during her burial memorial. And I am excited about that. And I humbly ask for your vote. Finish.
Thank you, Juliana. Do I hear any other nominations for ANS first vice president? Are there any other nominations for ANS first vice president? Are there any other nominations for ANS first vice president? Hearing none, I will now close it's not the ballot. Nominations for ANS first vice president. Dots, will you please get the ballot ready for ANS first vice president? Pardon? You have to state the nominations.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry, I was just going to say the ballot is ready. We have the ballot ready for election of ANS first vice president.
Thank you.
Does Savannah live here or not?
Is anyone needing assistance with their ballot?
Yeah, Joe Williams.
Okay, Docs, Joe Williams is needing assistance. And Docs, I also can't see I can't see the full board, so I don't know if somebody else has their hand raised. Thank you.
Yeah, we're seeing no other hands raised, but we'll get in touch with you, Joe. And we're just trying to get one more vote in from one member having issues, so please stand by. Okay, and we are just able to get that vote. So please stand by. We're going to close that ballot up. And please stand by for the results.
Okay, brothers and sisters, Heather Powell received 27 votes with 54%. So Heather Powell continues to be the ANS first vice president. Congratulations. Okay, we will now move on to the A and B second vice president. First candidate is Jay Kabwa.
Madam Chair, I move to accept by unanimous consent the election results announcing Heather Powell as our first ANS vice president. Thank you.
Okay, unanimous consent.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
For Heather Powell, so moved. Thank you.
In the interest of time, please excuse my informal introduction. Grand Camp presidents and officers and Grand Camp delegates, good evening. My name is Jake Wog, Camp 36. My clan is Nanyai Wrangell. I remember the first Grand Camp convention I attended. It was years ago in Ketchikan. And at this convention, I saw this older gentleman, very wise, dark suit, shirt and tie, thick black rimmed glasses. I forget what his name was. But I watched him walk up to the microphone, present his business to the chair, and then started to conduct business with Robert's Rules of Order. And I have never seen this depth and participation from a person that knew it so greatly. This really sparked my interest on the rest of what does Grand Camp do. And then I started to look around with all the other communities and all the other members, and we're all related. So my interest grew on that. And I kept coming back to Grand Camp conventions, seeing more and more and more of this, and start recognizing how important all the members together, getting together, conducting business, using Robert's Rules of Order, the best I've ever seen, and conducting it to the point where we are considerate of all the members in our villages. So that being said, my interest is to provide assistance as second vice any way I can. And I appreciate your nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Jay. Our next candidate is from Sitka, Paul. I'm not going to try and pronounce his name. Schulich. Paul, are you online? Stephanie?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you have the floor, sir. Paul, you can speak.
Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead. He's ready to speak. It's
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Paul Spearden Schultz
It's-
Jr.
Peter, it's on. It's on.
And Clean Annie. My parents are Paul and Isabel Schultz Sr. And most of all, I'd like to thank my uncles and aunts. My uncle was Paul Fenton James Sr. and his wife Maggie, and my uncle Pete and Liz McCluskey Sr. and David and Lily and John, and camp #1 chaplain for over 10 years. So I've been in B camp. So I just want to thank you for everyone, especially for AMB and ANS, what they're doing to the corporations and to the brothers and sisters that need help. So I just want to thank you. Appreciate your vote. And thank you, Ganesh.
Thank you, Brother Paul. Our next candidate is Ginger McCormick. Thank you. Ginger, are you there?
She's online.
Okay, it shows that she's online. I don't know if she can hear me or not.
Point of information, I believe she's attending the memorial service.
Yes.
She's flying home, but it shows she's online.
No, she's attending the memorial service.
Oh, okay. So
Tried texting her in chat.
Yeah.
She said she'd be able to read chat.
Okay, I get somebody. Well, I'm gonna chat with her.
So Paul, are you gonna text her?
I could try if she's,
Okay.
she's on here, we'll see.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Jimmy Lanos. I'm up here at Ted Ferry with everybody else for Mary Jones's event, and Ginger is actually up front dancing right now.
Oh.
We're doing our best.
Might be the best speech.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Call of the chair to proceed or wait.
Yeah.
Can somebody else speak for her? No? Jimmy, is there anyone from your camp that would be willing to say something on her behalf as far as being nominated for second vice president?
Sorry, I'm going back in the other room. I would say something real quick that I know her work ethic, and she is a very good hard worker, dedicated, and I think she'll make a fine addition to Grand Camp if elected.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that. Do I hear any other nominations for A and B second vice president? And dots again, I cannot see everyone, so if a hand is raised, would you let me know, please? Do I
No hands
hear?
raised so far.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear any other nominations for A and B second vice president? Do I
Still no
hear?
hands?
Pardon me?
Still no hands up.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear any other nominations for A and B second vice president? Hearing none. We will close. We will close nominations for A and B second vice president. Dots, would you please prepare a ballot for the A and B second vice president?
Yeah, absolutely. That ballot is now active and open. Once again, you're looking to navigate to your voting platform and click that next vote button. And you're looking for the link that says vote now, A and B second vice president.
Thank you.
We put on mute while we're waiting for vote.
And we just passed 30 seconds remaining. Please reach out to Dot if you're having any issues voting. But we'll be closing in about 20 seconds. Please let us know if you're having any issues and we can hold the vote open for you. Okay, and we still have no support. We'll await the chair's discretion for closing the ballot. So please let us know and we'll close that up and display the results. Thank you.
Okay, Dot, you can close the ballot.
Okay, excellent. Nobody there with any support issues. We'll go ahead and close that up and please stand by for the result.
Really, I'm out of breath.
Jacob Walk is 52.8%. We're not muted, just so we know. Can we mute?
Okay, the results are Jacob Wong has 28 votes, which is 52.8%. So Jacob Wong has been nominated as our A and B second vice president. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yay.
Madam Chair, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2, move for unanimous consent to accept the elections report announcing Jacob Ogg as our newly elected.
Unanimous consent for Jacob Ogg. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to ANS Second Vice President. Our first candidate is Audrey Hudson.
Galxia, Daman Gepsa Tagwa Diwayu, Simsian Gisputwara Di Patego, Metlakatla Diwalwatgu. I am Audrey Hudson. Simsian Killer Whale is my clan. Metlakatla, Alaska is where I come from. I serve as ANS Camp 4 First Vice President here in beautiful Sitka, Alaska. And my beautiful grandmother is Janet Marsden Hansen of Metlakatla. Many of you knew my beloved Uncle Stan Marsden, who was a Tsimshian master carver. My beautiful mother is Alice Walker Dundas of White Mountain, Alaska. My name Galxia was a gift from my friends and family in Metlakatla, David Robert Boxley and David Albert Boxley, Gavin Hudson, and Candy McGilton. My name means walks through the high glass. By becoming the first female mayor in Metlakatla's history, I broke the glass ceiling. I take pride in my name, and I work diligently for our people and my family to keep it good. I've served 12 years in the administration of Metlakatla's healthcare. After serving our people in healthcare, I went on to serve 2 full terms as mayor, city manager, chairwoman, and police commissioner of Metlakatla. This position allowed me the opportunity to be the much needed spokesperson in pursuit of fisheries management and enhancement, behavioral health care, and early childhood education. I've prided myself on fostering an environment that allows fruitful professional relationships within local municipalities, tribal, state, and federal government. I currently serve as board secretary on 2 very important entities in Southeast Alaska, one being a regional financial institution, Tongass Federal Credit Union, and the other being Baranof Island Housing Authority here in Sitka. I'm employed by Tlingit and Haida as the community navigator. On Thursday, President Peterson spoke on this very important community liaison role as meeting our tribal citizens where they're at, and that is me. In my time as the community navigator and with the guidance of Harriet Belil, our camp mother, and Sky Workman, the activities director, I've come to know our tribal elders at the Pioneer Home by providing general Tlingit and Haida information, real ID cards, rescue relief, and community-directed funding opportunities. A few years ago, I did not think that I would ever find like-minded people who are passionate about lifting up our own and working towards the betterment of services and rights for our people. But here I am with you, my brothers and sisters, pursuing what is rightly ours as Alaska Native people. Thank you for welcoming me. I greatly appreciate the nomination for this grand camp position, but at this moment, given that this is my first year serving as first vice president for our ANS Camp 4, and after attending the 111th Grand Camp, yesterday we spoke on strategic planning, and I see the importance and big picture of lifting up my home. I need to commit all of my efforts to us here in Sitka. Hence, I am rescinding my candidacy for Grand Camp second vice president. But do not be surprised to see my name on the ballot in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. Remember, folks, it's only 2 minutes. Our next candidate is Rhonda Butler. Audrey, did you decline? Yeah. She did decline?
She rescinded her name from the ballot.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I did rescind. Thank you for asking again.
Okay. Thank you. Rhonda, are you still there? She's on.
We're on mute. Sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to all of our delegation here and to Brother Ginger. Yeah, I will get your name and clink it down for nominating me. I greatly appreciate the nomination and the trust that has been placed in me to be able to accept that nomination and come here today to ask our body for support for my nomination. I serve as a delegate. I serve as a representative to come to this important time and space to help our voices be heard and to be brought forth so that the voices of my community can be here. I don't come before you to represent myself. I represent our people. I take great value in that representation and through the proceedings that we have to operate our business at hand. I feel that my contribution, if elected, would be my vast knowledge of procedures. Although we may come to differ in opinions, I feel that I would be able to contribute great knowledge and guidance in our proceedings and help steer our ANS and AMB in the direction that is needed to achieve success. I don't come here to express my personal feelings towards anything. I remain neutral. I can stand before you and take encouragement and words of advice with grace, dignity, and respect, as I was taught by my fellow brothers and sisters. Ganesh Chief, I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Our next candidate is Sister Elias Chase. Elias, you have the floor.
Alrighty. Thank you. First, I would like to start out saying good night, Sister Jessica Elapre, for the nomination. For those who don't know me, I am Elias Chase, the ANS Camp 49 president, going on 3 years now, as well as the ANS Grand Treasurer for the last 2 years. I am 4th generation in my family to serve in this amazing organization. I am the son of our AMB Grand Secretary, Tamsin Alziu, as well as the nephew to our AMB Grand President, Heather Gergo. I have been humbled and honored to serve you as your ANS Grand Treasurer for the last 2 years. It has been quite a journey. I have succeeded in digitalizing financial records over the last 3 years. And throughout the years, with the assistance of our ANS Grand President, Daphne Albi, we were able to reinstate the ANS nonprofit status from default back in 2021. Throughout my time as treasurer, it has given me the opportunity to get a better understanding of financial procedures, fiduciary responsibilities, and defending the budget alongside our Madam Grand President. This year, I was honored to be asked to attend convention by both of our Grand Presidents to serve both AMB and ANS at the 2023 Virtual Grand Camp. While here at convention, I have my responsibility as treasurer for ANS, in addition to the credentials committee chair. I have also helped fill in as the interim secretary, as our secretary was out due to other obligations. Regarding love, respect, honor, and integrity, I proudly serve the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood, but most of all, our people. My goal over the next year is for advocacy for engaging our youth, as we don't have a lot of younger generations stepping forward. younger generations are deterred from joining or maintaining membership. As the organization, we say we're inclusive, yet within convention, we spend more time debating simple things than at the bigger tasks at hand, even when the heated sides. Last year, my niece Nayeli Wynn, a junior member who spoke earlier as a youth representative from local Camp 49, she was in tears witnessing these heated conversations firsthand. What example are we setting as adults, let alone as a body of Grand Camp? I understand as individuals, we have differences in opinions, but often I've noticed as the youngest grand officer, we get lost in personal emotions, but want to remain focused on our tasks at hand, serving our local camps and our people. I want to investigate further ways to about what prevents our younger generations from coming forward and how we can assist. At this time, I respectfully ask for your support and vote me so I may continue to serve our people and our organization. Gulna Chiefs for listening and allowing me to serve you all as the ANS Grand Treasurer for the last 2 years.
Thank you, Sister Elias. Are there any other nominations for ANS second vice president? Nominate Virginia Oliver. Virginia Oliver has been nominated. Stephanie, Rhonda Butler. Rhonda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair. Thank you. I believe Sandy Churchill. I would like to nominate Sandy Churchill. And Madam Chair, if we can add another 30 seconds to Sandy Churchill's nomination speech, if she accepts the nomination as
She declined.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do I hear any other nominations for ANS second vice president? Do I hear any other nominations for ANS second vice president? Paulette Marino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I nominate Virginia Oliver. Thank you.
She just was, she's already been nominated. Thank you. Was there someone else? No. Okay, hearing no other nominations for ANS vice president. Okay, hearing no other nominations, we will close nominations for ANS second vice president. Dots, would you prepare a ballot, please? And Dots, Audrey Hudson has declined.
Absolutely. So I believe we have a ballot with Rhonda, Elias, and Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. We're just going to finalize that and we'll get that ready for you momentarily.
Thank you, Dots.
You're most welcome. Okay, that ballot is now open. So please, once again, navigate to your voting platform and click that next vote button to refresh the page. You're looking for the link that says Vote Now, Election ANS Second VP. Thank you.
Yeah.
And as we get these votes in, just another reminder that if anyone has any issues, please reach out to DOTS. You can reach us in the chat. You can email credentials@dataonthespot, and there's also the toll-free number 1-833-368-7123. We'll just have that open for another minute and a bit, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Is Eveline still having issues?
No.
Okay.
My mouth still hurts from that thing. Madam Chair,
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Madam Chair, could you please have Dots contact me? I voted, but I don't see my receipt for voting. Thank you. Paulette
Okay,
Marino,
Dots, thank you for that.
ANS Executive, thank you.
Yeah, well, sorry, this is Paulette, correct?
Yes, Paulette Marino.
Yeah, I'll double check and I'll write to you in the chat, Paulette.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, they have received my vote. Thank you.
Okay, and it seems like our support is clear, so we're going to go ahead and close that ballot up unless there's any objections. We'll give that a few seconds. But otherwise, we will close that vote and report the results momentarily.
President. Sorry, Doc, you can close that. Oh, he already has the results. Oh, I can't see the results.
Nobody has.
Yeah, I can't see that.
There's no 50+1, so you have to do the two highest.
Nobody vote.
Nobody.
Need 26 and a half, it'll be 50% plus one.
We're not needed if anybody chooses we aren't.
Okay, folks, we're gonna have to vote again because we didn't meet that 50% plus one.
All three, the two, one wants to try that. The two highest vote getters.
So the two highest vote getters will be on the ballot, Elias Chase and Virginia Oliver. So Dots, we need another ballot for the ANS second vice president.
Absolutely. So we have a new ballot open. This will be round 2 of the election for ANS second VP, and it will contain the top 2 options from the last vote, which is Elias and Virginia. So please cast your vote in that ballot, and we'll await any support requests. Once again, if you're having any issues, please reach out to Dots in the chat, or you can email us at credentials@dataonthespot.com. Thanks, everyone. Just another reminder as we approach 90 seconds left in the vote. If there's any issues, please reach out to Dots in the chat. Or you can also email us at credentials@dataonthespot or call us at 1-833-DOTS123. That's 1-833-368-7123. And we have about 30 seconds left. No support requests as of yet. So please, if you're having any issues, please reach out to Dots and we can hold the vote open if necessary. Otherwise, we will close in approximately 20 seconds. Thank you. All right, we're just closing that ballot up. Please stand by for the results. Thank you very much.
Send me the presentation during the church service. Okay, yeah. Keep them in there. Okay, second ballot voting for ANS second vice, Elias Chase received 28 votes, which is 56%. So Elias is our second vice president. Congratulations. And then move on to secretary now. But they have to accept.
Sure.
Woman has her hand up.
Who?
Mona.
No, okay.
I can't see.
So you can recognize him.
Yeah.
Yes, she can make the vote.
The hand's gone now.
Who had their hand up first? I can't see.
Nope, nobody has their hand up.
Oh, except Tamsin had her hand.
No, they said Monahan.
Not anymore.
They didn't see the results. Can they be reposted?
Oh, okay. Did everyone see the results or hear the results?
And Mrs. Dots, we'll just get those results put up momentarily again. Yeah, thank you, Alejandro.
Madam Chair, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I move and ask unanimous consent to accept the elections report, identifying Elias Chase as our ANS second vice president.
Okay, unanimous consent has been called for the vote of Elias Chase. We'll move on to ANB secretary. Our first candidate is Tamsin Eldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Grand President Emeritus Jackson, Grand President Emeritus Schoonover, AV Grand President, Grad Officers, and Delegates. I have served now for almost 3 years, over 3 years, excuse me. I was asked to serve because the prior secretary had resigned and a need was met. I've come to you knowing that things change all the time. I need to change. I need to learn. But it has been an honor and a pleasure to serve all of you. The legacy of my grandparents, Dakagu Chakwakwan, Chenye, the Klenidi, Kawak, their legacy lives on through me, but not just through me, but my son, who was just elected second vice president of the ANS, and my granddaughter, Nayela Wynn. No matter what happens, wherever we are, that legacy will continue. And as long as there's A&B and ANS, my family will be there. We will fight, whether we're in Oregon, up here in Alaska. I will continue to serve if honored in any capacity of the A&B on any level. And I thank you for this opportunity. I thank my parents for giving me the best of both worlds and raising me in our culture, but also an inherent belief in Creator. And so I hope that this will continue. I hope I can do my best and what is best for the Grand Camp of the A&B and ANS. Ganeshtish.
Thank you, Brother Cancel. Our next candidate is Jimmy Lanos Jr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still up here at the Ted Ferry. I'm trying to be quiet, so bear with me. I want to thank you for the nomination, Sasha, and thank Hamson for all her good and hard work. I know she's been through a lot. I would like to say I've been secretary for Landless for 9 years, and I've been A&B Grand Secretary for 2. Tamsin did take my spot. I think either one of us would do a great job and be a benefit to A&B and will serve you well. And I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Jimmy. Do I hear any other nominations for A&B Secretary? And dots of a hand is
And
raised.
Sorry, we're seeing no hand, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear any other nominations for A&B Secretary?
And still no hands raised, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Do I hear any other nominations for A&B Grand Secretary? Hearing none, we will close nominations for A&B Grand Secretary. Dots, if you would prepare that ballot, please.
Absolutely, that ballot is now open. You're looking to click that next vote button and visit the link that says Vote Now, Election A&B Grand Secretary. Thank you very much.
And if anyone needs help, please let Dots know.
Once again, as we approach the minute mark, please, if you're having any issues, don't hesitate to reach out to Dots in the chat or via email at credentials@dataonthespot.com or toll free at 1-833-368-7123. And thank you very much, everyone. We've got no support. So on the advice of the chair, we're going to close that ballot.
Close the ballot.
All right, that ballot is now closed, and please stand by for the results.
No. Okay, the results for the A&D Grand Secretary, Tamsin L. Zoot, received 31 votes. And she met that, 32. She received over 51%. So Tamsin L. Zoot will continue to be the A&D Secretary. Congratulations. We will now move on.
Madam Chair, we
Yes.
need to have a motion to
Oh, that's
accept the
right.
results. Madam Chair, I make a motion to unanimously accept the results of the vote.
Okay, unanimously accept the votes has been made by Grand President Gricko. We'll move on to ANS Secretary.
Indeed. One sorry.
ANS. Okay, and I cannot pronounce her name. She declined. Ms. Wynn has declined.
I'd like to make a nomination. I'd like to nominate Milani Rodriguez for ANS Grand Camp Secretary.
Madam Chair, I thought Milani Rodriguez wasn't going to accept any positions this year.
What was her name? Oh, Rodriguez?
Yeah. Well, she's online right now, so I'd like to nominate her and then she can let us know her decision.
Do I hear any other nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand Secretary?
I'd like to nominate Rhonda Butler. Camp 2.
Rhonda Butler has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, for clarification purposes, I nominated Milani just yesterday and was told no. I want to hear from Milani herself instead of other people that she wants to accept or decline this nomination, because I nominated her and I got denied, and not even by her herself.
Okay, she is on a text with.
I think she's online.
Oh, she's online? Milani, are you online?
Yes. I
Okay,
am. And I just want to clarify that I did ask to not be nominated yesterday, and please excuse me for missing yesterday. I had other priorities. And the only reason why I'm accepting now is because my daughter brought me to tears earlier and made me want to continue to do my best to serve you all. So that is why I'm accepting this nomination.
thank you. Thank you, Milani.
She's accepting?
She's accepting. Did I already do that 3 times?
Twice.
Rhonda Butler?
Thank you,
Rhonda,
Madam Chair. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was trying to find my mute button. I'm on a smaller device right now, so thank you very much for bearing with me. It warms my heart so much to receive a nomination from Sister Ginger, and that my beloved sister Milani has accepted her nominations, and that her daughter has placed the challenge on her. And as Milani's mentor, I am going to respectfully decline my nomination. I have a goal and a plan in place, and Milani, I'm so thankful your daughter's challenging you to this. So I am respectfully declining my nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Do I hear any other nominations for ANS Brand Secretary?
Madam Chair, I'd like to call for unanimous consent for Milani Rodriguez.
State that the nominations are closed, and then state that Melanie is elected.
Okay, nominations are closed.
Declare Melanie elected.
So being how Milani is our only candidate, we would like to cast a unanimous consent that Milani Rodriguez is our ANS Brand Secretary. Congratulations. So we won't be needing a ballot. We will move on to A and B Treasurer.
Except the voting.
I thought I did.
Oh, you did?
Unanimous consent. Do I need to say it again?
We're good to go?
Oh,
sorry.
Okay, we're moving on to A and B Grand Treasurer. Do I hear any nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer? Do I hear any nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer? Rhonda, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2, nominate Jake to Ginger McCormick, A&B Camp 14.
Ginger McCormick has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations for A and B Brand Treasurer?
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Jimmy Lanos Jr.
Jimmy Lanos Jr. has been nominated. Do I
Madam
hear?
Chair, if you give me a second, I can ask him if he accepts that.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. I'm just the only one in the hallway. We're taking turns. Madam Chair, Jimmy
Yes.
Lanas Jr. accepts
Accepts.
He accepts.
the nomination.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear any other nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer? Hearing none, Dots, would you please prepare the ballot for A and B Grand Treasurer?
Yeah, absolutely. We're just preparing that ballot. Will just be a few moments. And that ballot is now open. Please navigate to your voting software and cast your vote for A and B Treasurer. And we have 1 minute left. 1 minute to get your vote in, please. Okay, and thank you very much, everyone. We're closing that ballot up. Please stand by for the results.
Results for the election for A and B Grand Treasurer. Jimmy Lanos received 32 votes, which is 66%. So Jimmy is declared our new A and B Grand Treasurer. Congratulations, Mr. Lanos Jr. Do I need to close that out? No, it was a vote.
Acceptable.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion for unanimous consent to accept the vote.
Unanimous consent to accept the vote. We will now move on to nominations for the ANS Grand Treasurer. Do I hear any nominations?
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Cecilia Tavalero.
Cecilia Cavallero has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations? Cindy Reeves, I see your hand up.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Juliana Smith. 30-second speech.
Juliana Smith has been nominated for ANS Grand Treasurer. Do I hear any other nominations? Yes.
Can we please confirm with Sister Juliana Smith, she declined her nomination for first vice, and we want to clarify that she does in fact want to run for treasurer. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Andrea Caesar, Glacier Valley Camp 70.
I apologize.
I'd like to nominate Bev Russell.
I decline the nomination. I'm sorry.
I was wrong. Okay, I withdraw.
Okay, do I hear any other nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? Hearing none, we will close nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer. Docs, if you would prepare a ballot, please.
Speeches.
For ANS Grand Treasurer.
Yeah, we'll just be about 30 or 40 seconds with that. Just done.
Opportunity to speech for.
Oh, that's right.
Only Cecilia hasn't spoken though. But Stephanie has spoken, correct? Or not, Juliana has spoken.
So should I ask her what's the wishes of the body? You hear campaign speeches or?
Give them the opportunity to make the campaign speech. They can decline if they want, but give them the opportunity.
Juliana asked for a 30-second speech in the chat.
Okay, so we will hear campaign speeches from Cecilia Cavallero and Juliana Smith. Cecilia Cavallero, you are up.
Thank you for the nomination. I wasn't seeking it, but I'm ready to step in anytime I'm called upon for this organization. I love it very much. My name is Cecilia Cavallero. My fligged name is Clea Tu'u. I acknowledge our ANB and ANS Grand President Mary Tai, Richard Jackson and Millie Schoonover, our Grand Presidents, ANB, ANS, Heather Gerko and Daphne Alby, respectively, ANB, ANS, Grand Officers and Delegates. I like to thank this organization for teaching me so much. I have served as a Grand Officer positions in the past, starting off as Grand Sergeant at Arms, second and first Vice President, Grand President, and I keep involved because I do want to keep landless issue at the forefront. My qualifications to serve as Grand Treasurer is I have been a member of the Audit Committee and also served as Audit Chair. So I know what records need to be accurately kept and how. I'm also familiar with QuickBooks, having used that accounting system in a family business. So I would just humbly ask that consider me. I'm true, straight as an arrow, and I like to have fun and joke around. I can't do it now, it's too late. I humbly ask for your vote.
Okay, next candidate is Juliana Smith. Juliana, you have the floor.
This is Juliana, Camp 87. Work experience is Tlingit and Haida treasure knowledge, Alaska Native Sisterhood treasure knowledge, CPAs, tax returns, data entry specialist knowledge, BIA transportation, federal highways audit specialist knowledge. Ganesh Jace.
Thank you. So we can move on to the ballot now. So docs, we can move on to the ballot for the ANS Grand Treasurer.
Do I say to this?
Are you there, docs? Is he on a break?
They're working hard.
Hey, it's afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty late, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going on. Yeah, it's going on midnight, 1 o'clock where they're at.
Docs, are you there?
Sorry, we're just confirming the ballots. One moment.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. We're just finalizing that ballot, and we'll get that open for you momentarily.
They sign up for another year.
And that ballot is now open. So please stand by. Once again, sorry, please click that next vote button, and you're looking for the ballot that says "Vote Now, Election ANS Treasurer."
Can you please name for the chairs? Thank you.
Once again, please get your votes in. There's many ways to contact us. If you're having any issues, please reach out to Dots in the chat primarily. Or if you wish, you can email us at credentials@dataonthespot, or you can phone us at 1-833-368-7123. Thank you. And we're just coming up on the vote closing. So please stand by for the results shortly. We have no support requests as of yet. So we're going to close that vote up. And please stand by for the results.
Whoop, we're almost done. According to the vote, Cecilia Cavallero received 36 votes, which is 72%. So Cecilia Cavallero is our ANS Grand Treasurer.
Madam Chair, I vote for unanimous consent to accept.
Unanimous consent for Cecilia Cavallero. We will move on to A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms. So far, Chad Titel has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations for A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms?
Rhonda Butler has her hand up.
Rhonda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. I nominate Yehu A&B Camp 14.
Ginger McCormick has been nominated as the A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms. Do I hear any other nominations? Do I hear any other nominations for A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms? One last time, do I hear any other nominations for A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms? Hearing none, we will close nominations for the A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms. Dots, can you prepare a ballot, please?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I was really busy earlier. I was hoping maybe I can, if able, to give a candidate speech.
Oh, okay. I'm jumping ahead because we're almost done. Sorry about that.
I'm really sorry too. I apologize.
Okay, so Chad Keitel, you now have the floor for your speech. Campaign speech, please.
Johan, honorable delegates of Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood. My name is Chad Titel. I am the current A&B Grand Sergeant at Arms. I have been for the last 2 years. I have also been a Sergeant at Arms for the Sitka Nuclean Dancers. And for the last 25 years, I would like to continue serving you as your Grand Sergeant at Arms, who is still in the learning process of my duties, and continue to honor those that have gone before us as Grand Sergeants and officers. My Tlingit name is Yanda Kanye Yuchat Dosok Ye Nachatsiti Ganach Tedi Ayachat Kagwantan Yerikat Kun. My family has been about A&B and ANS.
Thank you, Chad. Brother Ginger McCormick. You ready for your campaign speech?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ye shatuwu yuhat dosak shinede nahatsati takwedi yadi. My name is Ye Shatuwu, which translates into Raven Who Teaches. I'm Shinidi, and I'm a grandchild of the Takwedi. And my grandfather is Haida. I have sat on the Our Way of Life committee for the Ketchikan Indian community for 2 years now, and that goes over lands management. I'm as well just got reappointed to the election board for the Ketchikan Indian community and served 2 years, and I got appointed for another 2 years as well. I also spoke with I was a speaker for Washington, D.C. this year on Violence Against Women Act. They came in here to Ketchikan, and I was able to represent MMIWAK here. I have sat on many boards, whether education, Indian education, subsistence, stream revitalization, fish and wildlife, all the way from the Nichiwanapam, the big river, and all the way to the Unuk. I'm a huge thing on transboundary rivers, and I just want to make it short and sweet and let you know that I'm here to work hard, and I've been dedicated to the A&B for many years, and I am the next generation. I ask humbly for your vote of confidence to go into this next year as your Sergeant of Arms. So if you could please vote for me in the next generation who continues to recruit everyone my age and younger. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Ginger. Okay, Dots. Ballot for the A&B Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Yeah, we're just getting that finalized up, and we'll just be a couple moments here. Okay, that ballot is now open. Please click that next vote button and you should be able to vote on the election for A&B Sergeant at Arms. And we have no support, so we are going to close that ballot up and we will report the results momentarily.
Okay, the results of the election for A&B Grand Sergeant at Arms, Chad Tartel received 33 votes, which is 64%. So Chad Tartel will remain our A&B Grand Sergeant at Arms. Congratulations, Brother Chad.
Madam Chair, I move for unanimous consent to accept the results of the vote.
Unanimous consent for Chad Titel. We will now move on for the position of the ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms. So Josephine Johnson has been nominated. Kathleen John declined. Do I hear any other nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? Do I hear any other nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? Do I hear any other nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms?
I'd like to nominate Virginia Oliver.
Virginia Oliver has been nominated.
Yoo-hoo.
Yes.
Madam,
I would love to that. Thank you. Gonna cheese. I can't walk that good. Sorry. I decline.
Thank you, sister.
Madam Chair, this is
Yes.
Andrea Caesar, Glacier
Yes.
Valley Camp 70. Has anybody nominated Catherine John?
She declined.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So being how two of our nominees have declined, but I did, yeah, I did. Josephine Johnson will be our ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent for Josephine Johnson as the ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms. Congratulations. Our last item is an invitation to host camp. Do we have any camps that would love to host our 2024 convention? Rhonda? Sister Rhonda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I've had an opportunity to reach out to some of our membership, and we're up for the challenge, and we would like to nominate ourselves for host ANS Camp 2 Juneau, for host for our 112th convention in Juneau. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for Post Grand Camp? Juneau Camp 2 is interested.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to nominate Seattle.
Seattle has not had an opportunity to, Seattle Camp to meet.
Seattle Camp hasn't met on whether or not they're ready to host.
We'll certainly take it to them.
Okay, they're going to take it to their camp. So if that happens, then what do we do? Do we send out letters to vote between the two camps? Is that how that works?
Right now, we have to decline until, because Seattle camp would need to meet and agree upon it. And then if we do, we can send it in, but it's.
Usually
At
the
this
camp
point-
themselves nominates themselves rather than another.
You're saying you're declining at this time.
One moment.
So we don't need. We don't need number on this one.
No,
It's-
Seattle just declined.
Okay.
Madam Chair, point of,
Jake Log, who's the AV president for Camp 36, and Melanie Rodriguez is the ANS president. Brother Alvin has.
Brother Frank Albee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The host of the next year convention is usually an invitation by the camp that would like you to come to their community. So generally, we don't just nominate, a place. It's usually the camp that would like to host it invites the grand camp to come to their community on the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Albee, for that clarification.
I would like to thank Brother McCormick for thinking of Camp 36. We're certainly looking forward to doing something like that in the future.
my apologies for wasting time, Madam Chair. I've seen Seattle's events and I know they know how to host too.
Okay, so we're going to accept. Okay, so our 112th convention in 2024 will be hosted by Juno Camp, ANS number 2. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the gracious invitation by ANS Camp 2 by unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent for hosting the 2024 Grand Camp by ANS Camp 2 in Juneau.
We look forward to it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That concludes our election. And the Tlingit word for the day is "Hooray." Sure. Come on down, Sister Dash.
Madam Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. Madam Chair, ANS, I keep trying to turn you over to the ANS Grand President Heather Gerko.
Your name, the president.
I asked you by your name, so may I please make a comment, Madam Chair?
Yes, I recognize President Gerko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I please request a 10-minute recess to prepare for the installation service? Thank you.
Yes, we will have a 10-minute recess. You can set the clock, please, as we prepare for installation.
And the orders of the day as well.
In the orders of the day.
And the budget after installation.
Once we take care of installation, we'll move right into the budget.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
during
ma'am.
our break, can we get the results posted
Absolutely.
in
Thank
chat?
you. Yes, we will do that. Thank you.
The treasurer to get their budget work.
Can we have 10 minutes on the clock, please? Thank you.
Whoa.
Sister Elias?
Oh.
Madam Chair, I don't know whose screen we're looking at. Is the results going to be posted in the chat?
That is hilarious. It says, this is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. It says Dots has my screen being shared. Is that really, is that what you guys are seeing? That's kind of funny. Hey, Dots, are you there?
No, we were seeing Tamsin's screen.
No, we're showing a timer right now, so.
Okay. That was funny. There was something that came flashing across my screen that says that you guys were sharing my screen, which would be fine. But that was entertaining night.
Thank you. We are about ready to begin the installation. We would like to make sure that the newly elected officers are online to be sworn in. Jimmy Lanos Jr., Chad Titel, Lonnie Rodriguez, Cecilia Tabulero, Josephine Johnson. The others are in person here in the room.
Please stand.
Please stand. I'm going to turn this over to ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover.
Thank you. So is that everyone? Is Josephine on? Josephine, are you on? Chad?
Yes, ma'am.
Chad, is Josephine with you?
Right here. Right next to me.
Okay. Okay, so you're all standing?
Yes.
Cecilia? James is there. Okay, which way am I standing? Because I'm usually facing you guys. Yeah. You can turn face. And then, okay. Would you all raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly promise and swear that you will support the Constitution and laws of the United States, and that you will support and abide by the Constitution and bylaws of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood, and that you will set an example for all members, walking before them in all humility and love, and subordinating yourself to the wishes and welfare of this organization? Please say, I do.
I do. I do.
So I'm going to call on Sister Adeline to say a prayer. Beyond our outreach, we thank you so much for this organization of ours. We thank you for the fact that our grandparents created this with your help. Thank you for each one who agreed to serve in this organization. We ask for a blessing on us all. Help us to grow, Father. Help us to reach the young people. More of them will come to understand this organization as well as we do. We ask you to give a blessing to others.